Chapter 172. After passing through the forest, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a lake. The water in the lake was clear, and many fish were fleeing in panic, creating ripples in the water. There was a small island in the middle of the lake, on which sat a huge tree. The roots of the tree were like coiling pythons, ancient and ancient. On the island, Zhao Zongjian and Han Shenbo were surrounded by a group of demonic cultivators, while a man in purple stood on a tree branch. This purple-robed man was the little evil prince, Haoqi Alliance's young master. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and smiled. "Ho, you have reinforcements. No wonder he's so arrogant." The three-eyed drought rodent stuck its head out from Zhao Zongjian's bosom and bared its fangs at the little evil prince. Even though it was angry, it still looked adorable. The demonic cultivators turned to look as well. They were immediately attracted by Ada and Little Air. The two dragon eagles hovered in the air, looking extremely majestic. Every time they flapped their wings, it was as if wind and thunder were surging. The expressions of the demonic cultivators changed. One of them leaped to the little evil lord's side and whispered, "Young master, dragon eagles," and two of them. Could they be Sword God Zhou's group? Now, everyone in the world knew that Sword God Zhou was traveling around the world with his sword slaves. The little evil lord frowned. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others, trying to determine who was Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked softly, "Are there any other powerful cultivators from Haoqi Alliance nearby?" Daoya old man shook his head and said with a smile, "This little evil lord is already at the astral projection realm. He doesn't need anyone to protect him." Wouldn't that be a joke? No one to protect him? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "If so, what are you waiting for? Knock them down first, then reason with them." Xiao Jinghong, Chongming Demon Monarch, and Beishao Wangjian immediately rushed out. Daoya old man shook his head and said, "You're too wretched, a classic example of bullying the weak." After saying that, he flew over obediently and arrived in front of the little evil lord in one step. The little evil lord subconsciously made a move, but Daoya old man quickly sealed his acupoints and sealed his spirit energy, rendering him immobile. Zhou Xuanji mumbled, "I'm not bullying the weak. I even dare to bully the strong. This old man. His mouth says no, but his body is very honest." Jiang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. "What are you talking about?" Then, they flew towards the center of the lake with Huang Lianxin. As soon as they landed, all the demonic cultivators collapsed. "Where's the baby?" Zhou Xuanji asked without even looking at the little evil lord. Haoqi Alliance was after him, so why would he be afraid of the little evil lord? Not executing him on the spot was already benevolent. Han Shenbo immediately flipped his hand, and a Ganoderma the size of a water basin appeared in his hand. This Ganoderma was colorful and emitted a rich spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye. Such a gorgeous Lingji, could it be poisonous? Jiang Shui asked softly as she blinked her eyes. Daoya old man smiled and said, "It's not poisonous. Instead, it's a good herb." The three-eyed drought rodent jumped out from Zhao Zongjian's arms and onto Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, looking very happy. It preferred to stay on Zhou Xuanji's body because it felt more comfortable. Little evil prince stood still on the branch, his body stiff. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. It's over. If he encountered Sword God Zhou, could he survive? He couldn't help but think of Su Xianxian, the #1 beauty of Great Shang. He didn't even have the chance to kiss her before she died. He hated her. He had yet to become the Alliance Lord of Haoqi Alliance, and he had yet to rule the world. He had too many regrets. He couldn't accept it. Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked at him, which frightened him so much that he averted his eyes. Cold sweat covered his body. Humph. Zhou Xuanji smiled with disdain and left. The others followed closely behind. The little black snake charged at the little evil lord suddenly. Its tail was like a metal whip and whipped the little evil lord's crotch. In that instant, the little evil lord's face turned green. "Hurry up, you shameless snake. Be careful, or we will roast you." Chongming Demon Monarch's voice came from the other side of the lake. The little black snake coiled around the little evil lord's neck and hissed. It looked like it was going to devour someone. Under the immense pain, the little evil lord's body trembled. The most important thing was, no matter how much hatred he had, he dared not to show his ferocity. Let me teach you a lesson. If you see us in the future, take a detour, or else, the little black snake said coldly. Its tongue landed on the little evil lord's face, which gave him goosebumps. It turned into a sharp arrow and flew away. In the forest, Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but ridicule, this shameless snake is so venomous. He destroyed someone's treasure to carry on the family line. Who did he learn this from? Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin blushed when they heard this. Daoya old man snorted, isn't it because of some brat's sword? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, blame me? Little Black's food for this month will be deducted. If you want to blame someone, blame this old man. The little black snake, who had just flown over, heard him and landed on the ground immediately. He almost broke down. He rolled on the ground and cried, I'm not convinced. Didn't I do it for you? Didn't the old bull say that you have a relationship with the most beautiful woman in Great Shang? I'm helping you. Jiang Shui stared at him and snorted, another month. The little black snake broke down completely. He quickly came to Jiang Shui's feet and begged, I was wrong. I treated him like this, and he will surely be mentally twisted. He will not let his women live a good life. I'm helping you. The group did not know whether to cry or laugh. This little black snake was too good at bullsh ***. The little evil lord's acupoint was sealed, and he could not move for a while. If he was eaten by a demon, it would be his bad luck. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, and the others finally came to the edge of Juadi Cliff. They stood in front of the cliff and gazed into the distance. In front of them was a wasteland that rose and fell in succession. Countless ravines and cliffs crisscrossed each other. There were also mountains that were like thorns that pierced the sky. Juadi Cliff. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it seem extremely oppressive. Juadi Cliff, severing the life of a great monarch. 9 out of 10 people will die after entering. Without the protection of 4 god refinement cultivators, 1 will definitely die. Daoya old man sighed as he stroked his long beard. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but think back to the past. Those people from the Hegemon Sword sect were all at the spirit refinement realm? If not for Xian Xianghua, it would have been a battle. However, without Xian Xianghua, they would not be able to go to Juadi Cliff. For now, I'll just cultivate in the surroundings. In any case, it's right in front of me. There's no hurry. Zhou Xuanji said. Ever since he consumed the Ganoderma, his qi and blood surged, and his spirit energy grew tremendously. His cultivation had already reached Astral Infant level 3, but it was a pity that he had yet to break through to the 5th level of the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to look around for a suitable place to cultivate. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, on the other side of Juadi Cliff, billowing black fog swept toward Juadi Cliff like a sandstorm that covered the entire sky. In the black fog, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Juadi Cliff. All the great emperors of ancient times came here. What's their purpose? A cold voice came from within. There was a sense of inexplicable meaning in the voice. Roar, the roar of a dragon came from the black fog, and it sounded erratic. Soon, the black fog disappeared into the depths of Juadi Cliff. Thunder boomed suddenly, and countless lightning bolts struck down into the black fog, as though a terrifying demon had appeared. Chapter 173. Please enter the text. Under the old tree, the little black snake was wrapped around a rock, shivering. Zhou Xuanji was tempering his body in the giant cauldron, while the others were cultivating. Chongming Demon Monarch was sparring with the 2 dragon eagles to train their physical bodies. Daoya old man sat cross-legged on the hill and looked towards the east. He frowned and muttered, why do I have a bad feeling? At this moment, he suddenly saw two figures walking out of the sandstorm, startling him so much that he hurriedly stood up. "Someone's coming," he shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone to open their eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch used his nose to sniff, and his expression was instantly horrified. He shouted, "Why is that old demonic woman here?" It was Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang. TSK, our fate is really not shallow. Wherever I go, I can run into you, little phoenix. Xian Xianghua's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji, who was inside the cauldron, immediately frowned. Old witch. He immediately flew out of the cauldron. The others took out their magic tools and prepared for battle. Soon, Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang walked over. The others guessed Xian Xianghua's identity the moment they saw Qin Gang. Jiang Shui frowned, her eyes filled with vigilance. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. It was not easy for him to clear his name. He did not want to be dragged into the muddy waters of the Tanhua sect again. Xian Xianghua walked over and glanced at Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin. She smiled at Zhou Xuanji and said, "There are countless treasures hidden in Juadi Cliff. Of course, I came here to recuperate. If I want to revive Tanhua sect, I must recover to my peak power." Then, she looked at Daoya Old Man, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Daoya Old Man smiled awkwardly and shrugged, "Xuanha targeting you has nothing to do with me. Who asked you to bully him back then?" "Bully?" Everyone was stunned. The image of the divine monk Xuanha's carefree attitude as an expert surfaced in their minds. He didn't expect Xian Xianghua to bully Xuanha divine monk as well. "Back then, when you were young and inexperienced, if I hadn't taught you how to behave, you might have died in the wilderness." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. How many people had this old witch bullied in the past? Why did it feel like all the great figures hated her to the bone? Qin Gang looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and said, "I'm really convinced. You joined the Tanhua sect, and the whole world protected you. What's the meaning of scolding us?" During this period of time, wherever there were people, there would be people scolding Tanhua sect and praising sword god Zhou. This made him speechless. After all, they had helped Zhou Xuanji sincerely before. "There's nothing I can do about it. I'm upright and outspoken, I'm untainted by the mud. Everyone believes in me." Zhou Xuanji replied casually, which hurt Qin Gang even more. Shortly after, he looked at Xian Xianghua and said, "You two can go in. I hope you recover quickly." Xian Xianghua's eyes were full of smiles, and she said, "I don't think we're in a hurry. Let's rest here for a while first. After all, it's very dangerous inside." She turned around and walked towards a hillside at the side while Qin Gang went in another direction to help her look for herbs. "She is the #1 demonic cultivator?" Beixiao Wangjian asked curiously in a low voice. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenhua, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were also curious. This lady looked so beautiful that it was hard to associate her with the cruel and heartless Tanhua sect leader. "It's okay. With her around, we'll be safer." Daoya Old Man consoled the crowd. Even when facing the heavily injured Xian Xianghua, he did not dare to attack. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xian Xianghua before turning around and walking toward the cauldron. When he passed by Jiang Shui, he said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Jiang Shui nodded and watched him enter the cauldron. In the following period of time, Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang did not disturb them. The two groups of people cultivated on their own. Days passed by. 2 months later. Roar, a dragon's roar came from the depths of Juadi Cliff. It was deafening and shook the mountains. Zhou Xuanji, Xian Xianghua, and the others all looked over. Daoya Old Man frowned and mumbled, "This voice. 8th level demon." A level 8 demon was equivalent to a spirit refinement realm cultivator. The little black snake shuddered and cried out, "Could it be the elders of my tribe?" His cultivation was only at 5th rank at his peak. Compared to the dragon, the difference was like heaven and earth. Chongming Demon Monarch stared at him and scolded, "You are just a shameless snake. Do you really think of yourself as a dragon?" The little black snake was enraged. "This is too much." The two demons began to quarrel. Xian Xianghua looked solemn and said softly, "Why is he here?" Qin Gang asked anxiously, "Suzerain, who is he?" Zhou Xuanji and the others turned to look at her. Someone whom Xian Xianghua could remember must be very powerful. Wanzhong King Spectre. He always has an 8th rank ghost dragon with him. Xian Xianghua replied. With this, Daoya Old Man and Qin Gang were both shocked. Wanzhong King Spectre. Why is he here? Daoya Old Man cried out in fear. His tone was filled with fear. Beishao Wangjian asked, "Who is he? What's his rank in the Northern Wilderness Top 100? To be able to make Daoya Old Man so afraid, Wanzhong King Spectre must be someone in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. He's ranked 58th. Great Realization Stage Cultivation." Daoya Old Man said with a solemn expression. Everyone took in a deep breath. Great Realization Stage. Huang Hantian was at the bottom of the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Only a few of them had yet to break through to the Great Realization Stage. And Wanzhong King Spectre was a true Great Realization cultivator, just like Emperor Yan of Zhou. Could it be because Huang Lianxin's expression changed as she mumbled softly? She did not finish her sentence, but the others already understood. Tianxia Map. Daoya Old Man looked at Zhou Xuanji and said softly, "Let's give up." How could they win against Wanzhong King Spectre? Zhou Xuanji frowned. They came all the way here and waited for so long. How could they give up just like that? Do you know what he's looking for? Xian Xianghua's voice came. She stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "He's looking for the great emperor's inheritance." He would never reveal the whereabouts of the Tianxia map. If Xian Xianghua obtained the Tianxia map, what would happen? When this old demonic woman was the world's top cultivator, she massacred the world. If she obtained the Tianxia map, who knew what evil things she would do? Let's go and take a look. Xian Xianghua got up and flew toward the direction of the dragon's roar. Qin Gang followed closely behind her. After they disappeared into the depths of Juadi Cliff, Beishao Wangjian asked, "Just like that?" That was the Tianxia map. The owner of it could obtain the world. If Zhou Xuanji became the world's top cultivator, they would not have to worry about their enemies anymore. At the same time, they could learn some ultimate techniques from Zhou Xuanji. How could they not be tempted? Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck and smiled. If the Tianxia map is so easy to obtain, why would it not appear for 10,000 years? The others heard him and felt that it made sense. They did not leave but waited on the spot. Next, they heard the dragons roar from time to time. Sometimes it was painful, sometimes it was furious. Time passed quickly. This day, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 20 years old. Gotcha started. Chapter 174. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, gold, Day Sword, Amethyst, Bayou King Sword, Glorious Gold, White Dragonbone Sword. 3 legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. This time, they were all legendary swords, and they were increasing in grade. Interesting. The 3 legendary swords appeared before him out of nowhere. The Day Sword was on the left. Its blade was as wide as a meter, and there were intricate patterns on both edges that looked like snowflakes. It was silver in color. The Bayou King Sword was in the middle. Its blade was black and had many red patterns that looked like blazing flames. The White Dragonbone Sword was on the right. As the name suggested, it was a white bone sword, the longest of the 3. A white dragon coiled around the hilt. The dragon's body was curved, and its mouth was close to the blade. Next, the information of the 3 swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, Day Sword grade, gold description, made from ancient Day metal. It contains the attributes of metal and wood. It can absorb the spiritual chi of wood, metal, and stone to strengthen the legendary sword. Sword name, Baiyu King Sword Grade, Amethyst Description, a sword from hell that slays evil spirits. The greater the evil spirit's karma, the more damage they can inflict. Sword name, White Dragon Bone Sword Grade, Glorious Gold Description, forged from the bones of a divine dragon. It contains the divine soul of a white dragon and the divine power of the dragon race. It can suppress the souls of ordinary dragons. They all looked powerful. He now had 3 glorious gold legendary swords, White Dragon Bone Sword, God Emperor Sword, and Hegemonjio. One could not blame him for being arrogant. After knowing about the new grades, he only cared about swords that were above glorious gold grade. Of course, he treasured the other legendary swords as well. He did not even dare to use the book-cutter sword, which was the most inferior, for fear that it would break. He gripped the White Dragon Bone Sword and placed the Day Sword and Baiyu King Sword into the supreme storage. Next, he took out the God Emperor Sword. With 2 glorious gold legendary swords in hand, he got up slowly. Strands of God Emperor Chi flowed out of the God Emperor Sword and enveloped his body, forming a God Emperor. It was 30 meters tall and had a powerful aura that shook the ground. Everyone looked over and saw a white dragon with extraordinary might rising from Zhou Xuanji's feet. It coiled around the God Emperor and landed on the God Emperor's shoulder, roaring toward the sky. Roar, the dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. It was more divine than the previous ghost flood dragon. Zhou Xuanji looked up at the white dragon beside him. The dragon's scales glinted with a cold light. They were like blades, cold and sharp, and could make one's heart tremble. So powerful, the power of the 2 glorious gold swords combined made him feel stronger than ever. Why didn't I feel this way when I held Hegemonjio and the God Emperor Sword? Hegemonjio is the treasure sword of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. It wasn't created by the Supreme Legendary Sword System, so it's impossible for legendary swords to resonate with each other. The sword spirit explained, which enlightened Zhou Xuanji. He felt that he was more than twice as strong as before. Of course, it could only shake a low-level spirit refinement cultivator at most. If he met Huang Hantian again, it would still be difficult for him to resist. After all, his cultivation realm was still there, and his spiritual power reserves were far from being comparable to these powerhouses. He immediately displayed the White Crane's sword technique with the dual sword style. Until today, he had not given up on the White Crane's sword technique. This was his first set of swordplay, and it had feelings. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Bei Xiao Wangjian were fascinated by the set of sword techniques that were performed gracefully and domineeringly. Where did he get so many swords from? Han Shenhua mumbled. Why did he feel that the White Dragon Bone Sword was not inferior to the Hegemon Sword Emperor's legendary sword? Daoya Old Man was thinking about it too. He had thought about it for a long time, but he could not figure it out if Zhou Xuanji did not tell him. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords and looked satisfied. He suddenly thought of something. Is an 8th rank flood dragon considered an ordinary dragon? He asked in his heart, and the sword spirit answered him quickly. Yes. His eyes brightened, and he immediately had an idea. He gathered everyone and told them about his plan to enter Juadi Cliff. Nonsense, it's dangerous inside. Daoya Old Man scolded. This brat was always adventurous. Zhou Xuanji said, if I cultivate here, how long will it take to reach astral projection? 5 years? 10 years? I want to become more powerful. The Tianxia map is an opportunity. While the enemy is only Wanzhong King Spectre, I must enter first. Or else, if more powerful cultivators come, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, I will do what I can. Last time, when he was attacked by Huang Hantian, Xian Xianghua helped. What about next time? He did not want to let go of any opportunity to become more powerful quickly. Seeing how determined he was, the others could not persuade him otherwise. Zhou Xuanji decided to enter alone, while the others stayed here to cultivate. After all, other than Daoya Old Man and Chongming Demon Monarch, it was difficult for the others to help him. Soon, he took action and flew into Juady Cliff on his sword. Jiang Shui looked at his back worriedly. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Ever since they were young, he was the one who protected her. At first, she enjoyed it, but now, she felt even more guilt and reluctance. She wanted to protect him too. Don't worry. I have divined. He will not die here. Daoya old man comforted them and reassured them. In fact, he could not divine Zhou Xuanji at all. He suddenly thought of something and began divining with his fingers. The group left and continued to cultivate so that they could help Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. We're almost there, Daoya old man mumbled to himself with a deep frown. He looked ahead. Emperor Yan of Zhou, ascension is your serendipity, but it's also your tribulation. I hope you are ready. After entering Juady Cliff, Zhou Xuanji felt a sudden drop in temperature. The bone-chilling wind made him confused. He did not encounter such a situation when he came to Juady Cliff previously. Could it be that the climate in Juady Cliff was different? He was alarmed. Daoya old man once said that Juady Cliff was filled with danger. There were many ancient traps and spell formations, and he could die if he was not careful. With the God Emperor and white dragon bone sword in his hands, he stood on Hegemonjio. The three glorious gold legendary swords gave him a great sense of security. He realized that Wanzhong King Spectre's ghost dragon was no longer roaring. Could it have been killed by Xian Xianghua? If Xian Xianghua was at her peak, it would not be difficult for her to kill Wanzhong King Spectre. But now that she was severely injured, it would be difficult for her to defeat Wanzhong King Spectre. Tui. Why am I worried about her? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He let go of the white dragon bone sword and let it levitate beside him. After that, he took out the map with his right hand. According to the map, the Tianxia map was hidden between two straight peaks. There was no specific indication of where it was. He looked up and saw mountains all around him. It was difficult to tell which one it was. But these mountains were not straight, and he had to go deeper. After traveling for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji realized that something was wrong. Why did he feel that he could not fly to the top? He was not slow, and the surrounding temperature was getting lower. Snowflakes fell from the thunderclouds, and the ground below was gradually frozen. He suddenly stopped and locked his gaze in front of him. On the peak of a mountain in front of him, a silhouette stood. He held a gigantic saber in his hand. Both his body and saber were frozen, and no one could tell who he was. The third update. Some friends realized that the pen name had changed and thought that it was written by someone else. Brothers, if you need a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. If you want a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. If you want a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. It's just like 2 QQs. When you guys are dating online, you should know this. A few days ago, I switched my legendary sword from my Smuff account to my main account. Such a coquettish style of writing. Do you think someone else has changed? M. Chapter 175. The snowstorm grew stronger, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhou Xuanji looked at the frozen figure in front of him and frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the little black snake along. Let that fellow test the waters. To be on the safe side, he decided to take a detour. He didn't want to complicate matters. He continued to move forward at a moderate pace to avoid being ambushed. About an hour later, he saw another ice sculpture. The person in the ice sculpture held 2 swords and looked up at the sky, as if he was fighting. This sent a chill down his spine. He had a feeling that something was spying on him. He immediately accelerated and sprinted at full speed. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the canyon below and quickly stopped. Because he knew that figure. Tanhua Sect, Thousand Hands Devil, Qin Gang. Qin Gang leaned against the mountain wall with his arms crossed and shivered. His entire body was covered in ice and snow, looking extremely afraid. What are you doing here? Zhou Xuanji asked. With Qin Gang's cultivation, would he be afraid of such a low temperature? Having heard him, Qin Gang raised his head. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, his expression changed immediately. Vice Suzerain. What are you doing here? Run. Run? Zhou Xuanji gripped his swords tightly and asked anxiously, what happened? Don't you need my help? After all, Qin Gang had helped him before. How could he leave him in the lurch? This place is the ancient soul-freezing grand spell formation. If you stay here for too long, your spiritual energy will be frozen, and you'll gradually lose consciousness. You'll never have a chance to transcend. I entered this place by mistake and was already affected. If you hurry up and leave, you'll still have a chance to survive. Qin Gang quickly explained. He was so cold that he could not even force a smile. Zhou Xuanji frowned and wondered if he should retreat. The Swordmaster can use the Frost Wave Sword and the Ghost Curse Sword to absorb the ancient soul cryostasis array. As long as you pour your spiritual energy into the two swords, you will be able to absorb it. The sword spirits suddenly reminded him, causing him to be stunned. These two swords had such an ability. He immediately took out the Frost Wave Sword and the Ghost Curse Sword. Run! Qin Gang gritted his teeth and his voice became weaker. This kind of cold was not only a torture to the body, but also a torment to the soul. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. He held his sword with both hands and raised it high. In an instant, cold winds gathered, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls. The cold wind drilled into the Frost Wave Sword, while wisps of ghost chi flowed into the Ghost Curse Sword. The Frost Wave Sword was only bronze rank. The Ghost Curse Sword was a gold divine sword, so its absorption speed was faster than the Frost Wave Sword. After absorbing this formation, will the two swords level up? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. Back then, the Bloodbath Sword had been upgraded. Yes. The sword spirit's answer delighted him. Qin Gang was so frozen that he could not raise his head. His spirit energy was frozen, which made him unable to sense whether Zhou Xuanji had left or not. He could feel his vitality fading away. Sect leader. I'm sorry. I can't help you rebuild the Tanhua sect, he muttered to himself, his voice getting lower and lower as if he was about to fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, he gradually regained consciousness. The coldness on his body was dissipating, and he felt warm. He opened his eyes and looked up with difficulty. He saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the sky above the canyon, a figure covered in raging flames stood in the air like a god. He raised his two swords up high, and cold wind and ghost chi gathered around the two swords, forming an extremely spectacular tornado. Even the sky was affected by the tornado. That's an immortal, he muttered to himself in confusion and tried his best to stay awake. This immortal was Zhou Xuanji. To prevent him from freezing to death, Zhou Xuanji activated the sword will of the fiery sword technique. Flames wrapped around his body to provide him with warmth. I'm not an immortal. I'm your father. Zhou Xuanji's voice came down softly, which made Qin Gang feel lost. Dad, father, am I dead? Good boy, you are not dead yet. I won't let you die. Father, as he spoke, Qin Gang suddenly felt that the spirit energy in his body was breaking free. His strength was recovering too. The ancient soul cryostasis formation was broken. As a powerful cultivator at the spirit refinement stage, his spirit energy and stamina began to recover rapidly. He looked up. The figure in the sky was not his father but Zhou Xuanji. Qin Gang was furious and shocked. He did not know what to say. It was Zhou Xuanji who saved him after all. Good boy, wait for me to finish absorbing the ancient soul cryostasis formation. Zhou Xuanji said gently, which almost made Qin Gang vomit blood. Whose father is your mother? My father is already dead. Are you going to die too? He roared in his heart but did not dare to curse out loud. An hour later. The frost between the heavens and the earth had melted, and Qin Gang returned to normal. He flew up to Zhou Xuanji and looked at the Frost Wave Sword and Ghost Curse Sword curiously. Zhou Xuanji stored the two legendary swords into the supreme storage and waited for them to level up. Do you think I'm powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Qin Gang nodded. He was convinced that Zhou Xuanji could break the ancient soul cryostasis formation so easily. Tell me, what's going on? Where's Xian Xianghua? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. There was no trace of Xian Xianghua nearby. That old demonic woman was severely injured. Where could she have gone? Qin Gang took a deep breath and said, the suzerain is recovering in a cave. I came out to help her find some rare resources, but I encountered Wanzhong King Spectre. I was not powerful enough and was forced into the ancient soul cryostasis formation. This formation is active in Juadi Cliff. When I realized it, it was already too late. His eyes were burning with fury. Wanzhong King Spectre, I must kill you. I met 2 people who were sealed in ice. Did that happen recently? Zhou Xuanji asked closely. His expression became a little complicated. Once the ancient soul cryostasis formation was broken, would the 2 people come back to life? That's right, Qin Gang was a little stunned. Next, his expression became horrified. Run! He cried out loudly. After that, he grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and flew far away. Boom! Behind them, a world-shaking explosion came from dozens of miles away, along with a horrifying murderous aura. Who are they? Zhou Xuanji asked anxiously. Qin Gang was at spirit refinement. Enemies that even he was afraid of might be more powerful than Huang Hantian. One must know that he dared to fight Huang Hantian. They are the Huangquan twin devils. They are extremely powerful and are the subordinates of the Huangquan Drake King, who is ranked 5th in the world. The Sword Monarch's revered teacher was tortured to death by them. Qin Gang gnashed his teeth as he explained. He increased his speed to the maximum and shuttled between the mountains. Huangquan twin devils. Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not ask further, so as not to disturb Qin Gang. After flying for 2 hours, the 2 of them hid in a cave. Qin Gang cast a spell at the entrance of the cave, which turned into a mountain wall and concealed their aura at the same time. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and wiped his sweat. The Huangquan twin devils had been searching for the Tianxia map. Why did they come to Juadi Cliff? Qin Gang muttered. His face was full of shock and fear. These 2 demons were at the great realization stage. Chapter 176. The Huangquan twin devils were looking for the Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji frowned. So Haoqi Alliance was not the only one who knew about the Tianxia map. Haoqi Alliance was able to find out about Chen Bantian, so it was not surprising that other forces had also obtained information. Now there was trouble. He was going to compete with 3 terrifying experts from the top 100 of the northern wilderness. How were they supposed to play? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He punched the ground, creating a small pit. Don't move, they're coming. Hold your breath and focus, lower your aura to the lowest possible level. Qin Gang cried out softly. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the qi obscuring incantation. The pitch-black cave fell into silence. Rumble, the mountain they were on began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The 2 of them were so nervous that they were sweating profusely. Where did Thousand Hands Demon and that kid go? A cold, hoarse voice rang out, causing their scalps to go numb. Let's keep looking. They were able to break the ancient soul-freezing grand spell formation, so they definitely have precious treasures on them. Let's extract their souls and take their treasures. Another strange laughter rang out. Just the tone alone made one feel that it was very cruel. Soon, the Huangquan twin devils' voices disappeared, and the mountain stopped shaking. Zhou Xuanji was still holding his breath and concentrating, and so was Qin Gang. Both of them were very cautious, afraid that the Huangquan twin devils were up to no good. 6 hours later. Qin Gang let out a sigh of relief and muttered, there should be no danger now. Zhou Xuanji asked softly, they are both demons. Why is the Thousand Hands Devil so afraid of the Huangquan twin devils? Qin Gang, this stab rendered him speechless. Tell me about the Huangquan twin devils, including how they tortured the sword monarch's master. Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He always had special feelings for the sword monarch. He became famous because of his battle with the sword monarch of Great Zhou. However, at that time, the sword monarch did not dare to use his full strength because of his reputation. After he injured the sword monarch, he used his words to force the sword monarch off the stage, and he quickly left. Ever since then, the sword monarch of Great Zhou became his standard to measure his strength. Stronger than the sword monarch of Great Zhou, he was truly stronger. If he was weaker than the sword monarch of Great Zhou, then he was just a so-so. His love for the sword monarch was very deep. Therefore, he decided that he would defeat the sword monarch fair and square in the future and drag him down from his pedestal. The Huangquan twin devils have been famous for a long time. A long time ago, they were not subordinates of the Huangquan Drake King until he defeated and subdued them. Since then, they changed their names to Huangquan and specialized in gathering intelligence and assassinating enemies for the Drake King. The previous emperor of Great Zhou was killed by them. At that time, the master of the sword monarch of Great Zhou brought the sword monarch to Great Zhou to help out. However, he was defeated by the Huangquan twin devils and was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. The Huangquan twin devils kept cutting his flesh for 7 days and 7 nights until he bled to death. His soul was also taken away by the twin devils. Qin Gang's tone remained calm. Although the Huangquan twin devils were cruel, it was nothing to him. After all, he was the Thousand Hands Devil. If the Huangquan twin devils worked together, I'm afraid that even Wanzhong King Spectre might not be able to defeat them. We need to find the sect master quickly and help her recover. Qin Gang said in a low voice. Then, he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Zhou Xuanji sighed. If he knew this, he would not have come in. Wanzhong King Spectre was still manageable. But with the Huangquan twin devils, it was impossible. They are already far away. Come with me. Qin Gang waved his hand at the entrance of the cave, and Zhou Xuanji followed immediately. The two left quickly. Next, they were extremely careful not to bump into the Huangquan twin devils. According to Qin Gang, they would rather bump into Wanzhong King Spectre than Huangquan twin devils. Although facing the former would still result in death, it would not be too painful. Half a day later, they finally came to the cave where Xian Xianghua was. Xian Xianghua was still channeling her energy to heal herself. Looking at her rosy complexion, it was obvious that she was not attacked. Little Phoenix, you are here too. It seems like you are worried about me. Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said with a smile. Her enchanting eyes were like 2 crescent moons, which dazzled Zhou Xuanji. He immediately came to his senses and thought to himself, such a domineering demonic technique. It was a demonic technique. He snorted coldly and found a corner to sit down, away from Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua's smile became even more radiant. Qin Gang walked up to her and half knelt before her. He told her about what happened earlier. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji absorbed the ancient soul cryostasis formation, she glanced at him in astonishment. He pretended that he did not see anything and continued to cultivate. A while later, Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes and said coldly, I did not expect the old Dragon King to send the twin devils. It seems like the Tianxia map is in Juadi Cliff. The great emperors in the past all came to look for the Tianxia map, including the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Some died, and some escaped. This should be the reason why Juadi Cliff was born. Qin Gang nodded and asked, what should we do? Retreat? Xian Xianghua shook her head. The whole world was after them. Where could they retreat to? She glanced at Zhou Xuanji and asked, do you want the Tianxia map? Qin Gang was stunned. He was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said unpleasantly, I want it. Will you help me find it? This old demonic woman liked to tease him. Was it fun? If you want it, I will help you find it. Xian Xianghua said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with cunning. I want it. Zhou Xuanji said without holding back. He knew where the Tianxia map was, so he did it out of spite. Xian Xianghua got up slowly and said, let's go and find the Tianxia map. The earlier we find it, we can leave. Or else, more powerful cultivators will come. Although Qin Gang was confused, he still nodded. In his memory, it was the first time that Xian Xianghua treated a man so generously. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. Other than being more handsome than me, what else does this guy have? Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while before taking out the map and said, this is the map of the Tianxia map. Bring me there. It was too dangerous to search blindly with Xian Xianghua. Even if Xian Xianghua went back on her words after this, he did not mind. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Once the Huangquan twin devils arrived, even Xian Xianghua would have to kneel. It was more important to stay alive. There were so many opportunities to become more powerful. I can't be reckless, he comforted himself in his heart. Recalling his determination before entering Juadi Cliff, he felt that he had slapped himself in the face again. Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang were stunned. This guy has the map of the Tianxia map. So, you came here to look for the Tianxia map and not for me? Xian Xianghua asked. With a wave of her right hand, the map landed in her hand. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. This was a suicidal question. Xian Xianghua glanced at the map and walked out of the cave. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang followed behind her. Next, they rode on the demonic clouds and advanced. Zhou Xuanji asked, aren't you heavily injured? Why are you so ostentatious? Xian Xianghua said coldly, how long ago was that? When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Such a bad temper? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked no more, in case the old demonic woman exploded and hurt him. Frost Wave Sword and Ghost Curse Sword have successfully leveled up. At this moment, the sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind, causing him to reveal a look of anticipation. The ancient soul cryostasis formation could even freeze the Huangquan twin devils and Qin Gang. What level would the two swords reach? Chapter 177. Congratulations, sword owner. The Frost Wave Sword has been upgraded from bronze to amethyst. The Ghost Curse Sword has been upgraded from gold to amethyst. After hearing the sword spirit, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Why were they all purple crystals? The ancient soul cryostasis formation is dominated by cold qi. The ghost qi is relatively thin. The sword spirit explained, which enlightened Zhou Xuanji. 2 more amethyst godly swords, not bad. His mood became joyful, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. What are you laughing at? Xian Xianghua's voice drifted over. He looked up and saw that this old demonic woman's back was clearly facing him. Could it be that she had eyes in the back of her head? He replied, I'm happy when I think about you giving me the Tianxia map. Humph. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and fell silent again. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. Is this old demonic woman on her period? She has such a weird temper. The demonic cloud advanced at high speed. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked Qin Gang about the history of Juadi Cliff and the various dangers. Daoya Old Man once said that there were many ancient formations and natural restrictions in Juadi Cliff, and one could easily die if they were not careful. However, apart from the ancient soul cryostasis formation, he hadn't encountered any other formations along the way. Moreover, why did he feel that Juadi Cliff was not that dangerous? Qin Gang explained patiently, claiming that the most dangerous part of Juadi Cliff was not entering, but exiting. Once most people entered, they would not be able to find their way out. Their senses would be confused by all sorts of arrays and restrictions, and there were even ancient dead souls obstructing them. Juadi Cliff had existed for more than 100,000 years. It was older than all the dynasties. 10,000 years ago, those who could be called emperors were all beings who had surpassed the Mahayana realm. At that time, he would not be able to proclaim himself as emperor, or he would suffer the wrath of the heavens. The hegemon sword emperor was the last arch to be recognized by the heavens, and he was one of the 9 thearchs of the sword Tao. It was said that more than 10 great emperors had fallen at Juadi Cliff. It was said that the great emperors had lost their lives. They traveled for about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. The demonic cloud landed. In front of them was a mountain. Xian Xianghua said in a low voice, "Restrain your aura and don't speak." After saying that, she walked to the top of the hill and looked down. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang came to her side carefully. In front of them was a boundless wasteland. 2 perfectly straight mountain peaks stood there, as if they wanted to divide the world into 2. Between the 2 mountains, there was a black flood dragon that was hundreds of meters tall. Its entire body was shrouded in ghostly aura, and its head was ferocious. Its dragon scales were as sharp as blades. Wanzhong King Spectre? Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. It seemed that Xian Xianghua was still wary of Wanzhong King Spectre, or else she would have charged straight at him. He did not expect Wanzhong King Spectre to have found the location of the Tianxia map. He was attacked by the Huangquan twin devils and was heavily injured. We still have a chance. Let's wait for now in case the Huangquan twin devils are hiding nearby. Xian Xianghua sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, and he nodded. It seemed like Xian Xianghua was just bragging. Why would he need to wait for an opportunity when facing the heavily injured Wanzhong King Spectre? They began to wait for the right time. After a long while, Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh, air-piercing sounds came from the west, and Zhou Xuanji and the others turned to look and saw 4 cultivators quickly flying over. These 4 people were dressed in gorgeous golden clothes, and behind them was accompanied by golden light. It was as if gods had arrived, and their auras were very strong. They quickly flew to the 2 mountains. Wanzhong King Spectre? I'm sorry, but our Hunyuan Empire has taken a liking to this place. Hurry up and leave. One of them shouted loudly. His figure was tall and sturdy with a large dragon crown on his head. His face was dignified, his eyes glaring, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Hunyuan Empire, Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He had heard of the Hunyuan Empire before. There were 7 empires in the northern wilderness region, but he did not know much about the Hunyuan Empire. It was said that the Hunyuan Empire was the most powerful empire. The 4 legendary generals of the Hunyuan Empire, Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang. They are all at the great realization stage, and each of them commands an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. I did not expect Hunyuan's emperor to send them here. It seems like he is determined to get the Tianxia map. The Hunyuan Empire is the only one that has the potential to become a great fate empire. Becoming a great fate empire is equivalent to a celestial kingdom, and it will rule over the entire human world. Xian Xianghua introduced to him telepathically. Her tone was a little complicated. Great fate empire. Celestial kingdom? Zhou Xuanji was curious, but it was not the time to ask. Because Wanzhong King Spectre was already fighting with the 4 legendary generals. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded continuously, and the 2 mountains shook violently. The ghost dragon roared continuously as its body slammed into the 2 mountains, sweeping up clouds of dust. A stream of black light soared into the sky. As the ghost chi dissipated, Wanzhong King Spectre's silhouette appeared. He wore a loose black robe with many skulls on it. His white hair danced in the wind like withered grass, and his skin was shriveled. He looked like an old man at the end of his lifespan. Just like his name, King Spectre. Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang. You are too overbearing. I'm recuperating here. What right do you have to chase me away? He asked coldly as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In response, the 4 legendary generals surrounded him. As for the ghost dragon, it was already covered in blood and writhing on the ground. Its aura grew weaker and weaker. Suzerain, let's retreat. Qin Gang said softly. His voice was as soft as a mosquito. Chen, Tang, and Xian kings were the pillars of the Hunyuan Empire. They were extremely powerful. They were no match for them at all. Moreover, the Huangquan twin devils could come at any time. Xian Xianghua shook her head and stared ahead. Wanzhong King's specter was brutally beaten up by Qin, Tang, and Xian Kings. He fell to the ground, crashed into the mountain, and was sent flying into the sky. If this continued, he would be beaten to death by Qin, Tang, and Xian Kings soon. Soon. Wanzhong King's specter admitted defeat and fled with the ghost dragon. Qin, Tang, and Xian Kings did not pursue him and allowed him to escape. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. When he first came in, he treated Wanzhong King's specter as his greatest enemy. But now, someone even more powerful appeared. He could not be offended. I will hold them back. You two go and find the Tianxia map. Xian Xianghua said, which made Qin Gang open his eyes wide. He became anxious immediately and said softly, Suzerain, you are injured. Xian Xianghua shook her head and glanced at Zhou Xuanji, saying, I have done everything I can. Whether you can get the Tianxia map or not is up to you. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Xian Xianghua immediately got up and was prepared to fly out. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji held her hand and asked, why? All along, he felt that Xian Xianghua had an ulterior motive for treating him so well. Who asked this old demonic woman to give him such a bad first impression? Because you are my vice suzerain. Xian Xianghua smiled. Then, she pulled her hand out and flew toward the two peaks in front of her. For scumbags from the Hunyuan Empire, I have my eyes on this place. Get lost now, or else I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. She regained her maniacal demeanor. Her laughter was filled with madness and cruelty. Zhou Xuanji felt complicated. Thousands of words turned into a mumble. Are you Long Outyan? Who is Long Outyan? Qin Gang asked in confusion. How come he had never heard of this name? An invincible powerful cultivator. Long Outyan. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. He paused for a moment before continuing. How are we going to act? Chapter 178. Xian Xianghua opened her arms and walked in the air. Vast demonic qi surrounded her body like a tornado, and her momentum was great. The Qin, Tang, Xian, and Wang generals turned their heads in unison. When they saw Xian Xianghua, their expressions changed drastically. Divine General Qin said in a low voice, Xian Xianghua, the entire world is hunting you right now. Are you sure you still want to provoke our Hunyuan Empire? Facing Xian Xianghua, they did not immediately attack. In terms of aura, it was clearly weaker. Humph. Since you dare to threaten this seat, then all of you can go and die. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold. She waved her right hand, and the surging demonic aura turned into a giant hand that slammed toward the two mountains. The four divine generals hurriedly dodged. There was a loud bang. An earth-shattering explosion. The two mountains were smashed into pieces, and countless gravel shot in all directions like cannonballs. A violent gale blew, which frightened Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang so much that they quickly lowered their heads. Isn't she injured? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. He looked so ferocious. How did he look like he was injured? Qin Gang replied, if he wasn't injured, it would be even more exaggerated. Rumble. The mountain they were on shook violently after being smashed by a piece of rock. The mountain would collapse at any moment. Xian Xianghua leaped up and charged toward Qin, Tang, and Xian Wang, scaring the four godly generals into hiding. After all, Xian Xianghua was the fourth most powerful cultivator in the world and had once been the #1 cultivator in the world. How could they not fear her? The five of them fought fiercely in the sky. Xian Xianghua was fighting the four godly generals alone, and she actually had the upper hand. Go! Qin Gang said in a deep voice and quickly dived into the billowing dust. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The area within a radius of 10,000 meters was filled with sand and dust, just enough to conceal their movements. Qin, Tang, and King Xian were all focused on Xian Xianghua and did not notice them. Facing the number one demonic cultivator, they did not dare to be distracted. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang came to the ruins to look for the Tianxia map. How are we going to find them? Qin Gang asked in a deep voice. There were broken rocks everywhere and they couldn't even find a cave. It should be underground, Zhou Xuanji said. Upon hearing this, Qin Gang grabbed his shoulder with his right hand. He cast a spell and drilled into the ground. Boom! As soon as they dove underground, a divine general fell to the ground. If I was still in my peak state, I could kill one with a slap and all of you in 2 or 3 moves. Xian Xianghua's cold and arrogant voice rang out again, humiliating the 4 great generals. Divine General Tang held a dazzling spear in his hand and roared, "Demon King! Don't humiliate us. We'll fight it out with you." After he finished speaking, he stabbed out with his spear. Wind, rain, and thunder rumbled, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Even the thunder clouds in the sky were blown away. The scene was extremely shocking. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and demonic energy swept out like waves, covering the sky and covering the sun. Underground. Qin Gang grabbed Zhou Xuanji and moved forward quickly. They wandered around within a radius of 1,000 meters. The map was marked between 2 mountains, so the Tianxia map must be nearby. The 2 of them searched quickly, their divine senses constantly sweeping the surroundings. Even though they were underground, they could feel the intensity of the battle. The surrounding rocks and soil kept pressing against them. Fortunately, Qin Gang's demonic aura was strong enough. Where is this place? Qin Gang said in surprise. Next, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. In the next second, they arrived at an underground space. The place was dimly lit. Countless green flames floated in the air, illuminating the underground space. After the 2 landed, their eyes were attracted by a stone door. The stone door was 6 meters tall. There were 2 stone statues with dragon heads and human bodies in front of it. They looked majestic and mighty. There was a wooden stake inside the stone door. A piece of white skin the size of a palm levitated above the stake. The 2 of them walked over and looked at the white skin with excitement in their eyes. Could that be the Tianxia map? My mind can't even detect it. Qin Gang cried out in surprise. His eyes were burning with passion. He suppressed his emotions well and did not show it. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Vice Suzerain, what are you waiting for?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "Really? I must obey the suzerain's order." Qin Gang said seriously, which made Zhou Xuanji shake his head. What kind of magic potion did that old demonic woman cast on this guy? He immediately walked over, but he kept an eye on him. He remembered Daoya old man's words. The person who obtained the Tianxia map would obtain the world. Which man did not want to control the world? Qin Gang looked at him quietly with a look of struggle in his eyes. After coming to the stone door, Zhou Xuanji's eyes fell on the white skin. At first glance, it looked like a thin piece of flour without a single word on it. Who lost their face here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He took out the frost wave sword and poked the white skin lightly. Next, the flames in the entire underground space disappeared. The white skin fell down and landed on the wooden stake. He stretched out his hand and held the white skin in his hand. As soon as he touched it, he felt a chill in his heart. How is it? Qin Gang asked anxiously. This was the legendary Tianxia map. It might be dangerous. Or else, why did no one obtain the Tianxia map in the past 10,000 years? It's okay. This might not be the Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji replied. At this moment, the white skin melted into his palm, which frightened him so much that he quickly shook his hand. This frightened Qin Gang. Are you okay? He asked carefully. Under his gaze, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped moving. Vice Suzerain, are you okay? Qin Gang took a step forward and asked. If anything happened to Zhou Xuanji, Xian Xianghua would hack him into pieces. Two legendary swords appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hands. The God Emperor's sword and the white dragonbone sword. He turned around slowly and looked at Qin Gang. Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and took a step back instinctively. Zhou Xuanji's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, as though he was possessed by a ferocious ghost. Vice Suzerain, don't scare me. Qin Gang swallowed his saliva and cried out softly. Numerous legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji and pointed at Qin Gang. I'm bewitched. Qin Gang was covered in cold sweat. It's over. If Xian Xianghua knew about this, he would be dead for sure. Boom! Zhou Xuanji took a step forward forcefully, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. He charged toward Qin Gang with his sword. At the edge of Juadi Cliff, Jiang Shui stood on the hill and paced back and forth. She looked at Juadi Cliff occasionally. Daoya old man walked up and chuckled. Why? Are you still worried about Xuanji? He walked to the top of the hill and looked toward Juadi Cliff. Thunderclouds billowed over there, and it was extremely oppressive, like hell. Yeah, Grand Teacher. Do you think Xuanji will be in danger? My eyelids have been twitching for the past 2 days. Jiang Shui sighed and asked with a worried tone. Don't worry. This brat's life is tough. Daoya old man shook his head and said with a smile, but there was a tinge of worry in his eyes. Grand Teacher, what's the most dangerous thing in Juadi Cliff? Jiang Shui turned around and asked anxiously. The most dangerous? It should be the Emperor's hatred demon. Daoya old man muttered, the Emperor's hatred demon is a person who was demonized by the great Emperor's resentment. They will become ferocious beasts that only know how to kill. They will not rest until they die in battle. Chapter 179. Emperor's Resentment Demon? Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked cautiously, will Xuanji encounter the Emperor's Resentment Demon? Also, will he become the Emperor's Resentment Demon? Daoya old man laughed. He shook his head and said, little girl, the Emperor's Resentment Demon is not something that can be transformed easily. Unless you stay in Juadi Cliff for a few years, or even decades, it is very difficult to transform. Those who went missing in Juadi Cliff were either killed by the Emperor's Resentment Demon or transformed into the Emperor's Resentment Demon. They would never be able to make a comeback. Don't worry. There aren't many Emperor's Resentment Demons in Juadi Cliff. After all, very few humans and demons enter Juadi Cliff. After they transform into Emperor's Resentment Demons, they don't know how to cultivate and will eventually exhaust themselves to death. Juadi Cliff is so big. It is very difficult to bump into the Emperor's Resentment Demon in just a few days. It is as difficult as picking up a level 7 Dharma artifact on the street. Daoya old man chuckled, letting Jiang Shui relax. The little black snake jumped up and said, this old man feels that this matter is not that simple. Daoya old man turned to look at it and asked with a smile, how so? Jiang Shui glared at it. What kind of demoralizing words did this fellow want to say? Wanzhong King Spectre, Xian Xianghua, what kind of people are they? They've been in there for so long, yet they still haven't come out. That ghost flood dragon hasn't called out for a long time. Don't you think something's wrong? The little black snake spat out its forked tongue and said in a solemn tone. Jiang Shui guessed, maybe they've both suffered heavy injuries. The little black snake did not reply and rolled its eyes at her. Daoya old man pinched his fingers to calculate, and his expression suddenly changed. Boom! Immortal General Xian was forced to kneel on the ground by a demonic palm. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was filled with pain. Other than Immortal General Wang, who was still fighting, the other 2 immortal generals were also lying on the ground, suffering. Xian Xianghua floated in the air, surrounded by demonic qi. No matter how Divine General Wang attacked, he couldn't hurt her. You're too weak, yet you still dare to compete with me. Xian Xianghua laughed disdainfully. The number 1 expert in the world seemed to have returned. Divine General Wang's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and said, Xian Xianghua. You're too arrogant. There will be retribution sooner or later. As he spoke, He raised his saber high and slashed out furiously. A terrifying saber chi that was hundreds of meters long swept out, scattering the wind and waves as if it wanted to cut the world in half. Xian Xianghua raised her right hand and flicked her index finger. The demonic aura transformed into black arrows that shot out and dispersed the saber aura. A strong wind howled through the earth, sweeping up countless sand and stones. I am indeed condescending. What can you do to me? Xian Xianghua smiled, completely disregarding Divine General Wang. At this moment, the ruins below suddenly exploded, and a 1,000-armed devil shadow rushed out of the ground, instantly attracting the attention of Xian Xianghua, Chen Tang, and Xian Wang. A black shadow rushed out from the dust, chasing after the 1,000 Hands shadow. It was Zhou Xuanji. Roar! A deafening dragon roar rang out. Zhou Xuanji was possessed by the God Emperor. White dragons coiled around his body, and dozens of legendary swords followed behind him. His eyes were blood-red as he stepped on the Windcutter sword and executed the 8-step sword lunge. He appeared in front of Qin Gang and brandished the God Emperor sword and the White Dragon Bone sword. Twin swords like the wind. Unstoppable. Qin Gang blocked the swords clumsily with 2 metal rods in his hands. Is this brat really at Astral Infant? He was shocked. Zhou Xuanji's aura made him shudder. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already turned into a killing machine. He had lost his rationality and unleashed his full power, which was even more powerful than usual. All sorts of sword techniques were used instinctively, and Qin Gang could only defend. Of course, Qin Gang was confident that he could defeat Zhou Xuanji. But Zhou Xuanji was Xian Xianghua's baby. How could he dare to injure him? What happened? Xian Xianghua frowned. A murderous intent beamed out of her eyes as she asked with a deep voice. Suzerain. He's bewitched. He turned into the Emperor's hatred demon. Qin Gang cried out in shock. He did not understand the situation either, but this was the only explanation. Having heard him, Xian Xianghua immediately dashed toward him. The 4 divine generals of Qin, Tang, Xian, and Wang gathered together. Could he be Sword God Zhou? Legendary General Tang said with a frown. With so many legendary swords and someone related to Xian Xianghua, anyone would think of Sword God Zhou. They really are in cahoots. Divine General Wang said with gritted teeth. When he returned, he would surely announce this to the world. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's aura grew more and more violent. Each legendary sword unleashed its full power. The Frost Wave sword was enveloped in a cold chi, which froze the wind and waves. The Ghost Curse sword let out countless ghostly cries and wolf howls. The Hell King sword materialized the Hell King sword and attached itself to the blade. The Wicked Song sword and Heaven Sound sword let out a strange sound, which disturbed everyone's mind. Crimson Dragon Soul, Thunderous Thunder, Howling Wind, and so on. All the legendary swords charged toward Qin Gang, which made his expression change drastically. He immediately used his full power to block the legendary swords. The 1,000 Hands shadow slammed its palms crazily, and the legendary swords fell one after another. Zhou Xuanji tossed out Hegemonjiu. Ranged sword propelling. The sword pierced through the 1,000 Hands shadow and flew 10,000 meters away, collapsing a tall mountain. This brat already has the power to fight against a spirit refinement cultivator. Why do I feel that he has become more powerful than when he faced Wang Hantian? Qin Gang thought in fear. Even with his full power, he could not gain the upper hand. Xian Xianghua stopped, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was also shocked by Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji, who was bedeviled, unleashed his battle instincts completely. He attacked the 1,000 Hands shadow like a ferocious devil, and the dozens of legendary swords were also fighting for themselves. Clang! The ordinary or grade bookcutter sword broke suddenly and disappeared into thin air. It was stored into the supreme storage by the sword spirit. Zhou Xuanji used the sky-dominating divine sword and slashed with both swords. A domineering sword chi blasted out. The heavens and earth changed color. The 4 legendary generals were shocked. They saw the Thousand Hands shadow being shattered by Zhou Xuanji's sword qi. The resulting violent gale swept across the surroundings. What sword technique is this? Legendary General Xian cried out in shock. That slash just now looked ordinary, but its lethality was too domineering. Most importantly, this brat was only at Astral Infant level 3. Could it be? Xian Xianghua opened her eyes wide as well. She thought of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji even learned the Hegemon Sword Emperor's ultimate technique? She had lived for 10,000 years and had witnessed the Hegemon Sword Emperor's prowess. An ordinary slash had the power to destroy the world. This was the way of the Hegemon sword. The swordplay was not flashy, but it was domineering. With a slash of the sword, all living things were terrifying and all techniques could be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji once again swung his sword, unleashing the sky-dominating divine sword. He slashed out 4 times in a row, and this was completed in the blink of an eye. Qin Gang instinctively dodged, but he was still hit by a sky-dominating sword qi. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell like a meteor, smashing into the ground. Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned around and looked at Xian Xianghua. His eyes were blood-red and his pupils could not be seen. His face was savage and looked incredibly horrifying. Without any hesitation, he charged toward Xian Xianghua. 1,000 meters away, 2 figures were strolling over. They were the twin devils of Huang Quan. Emperor's resentment demon? Perfect, I can refine him into a corpse puppet. One of the men, who was holding a broadsword, grinned cruelly. He saw Zhou Xuanji as his prey. Chapter 180. The Huangquan twin devils stared at Zhou Xuanji as they walked toward him, talking and laughing. Qin, Tang, Xian, and Wang noticed the arrival of Huangquan twin devils. They could not help but frown. What should we do now? General Tang said with a deep voice. With Xian Xianghua above, the Huangquan twin devils came again. With their injuries, they were in a precarious situation. Zhou Xuanji was already in front of Xian Xianghua, but he could not break through the demonic qi to hurt Xian Xianghua despite his frenzy. Having lost his mind, he did not know how to retreat. Xian Xianghua saw the Huangquan twin devils and immediately wrapped Zhou Xuanji with her demonic qi, sealing him into a black ball. She retreated with Zhou Xuanji, and Qin Gang, who was far away, quickly followed. Qin, Tang, and Xian Wang did not pursue. They left in another direction. Both parties did not mention the Tianxia map, as though it was not their goal. The Huangquan twin devils looked at each other and followed the 4 legendary generals silently. General Chen noticed their actions and cursed softly, "You think we are pushovers?" Would the 4 legendary generals be afraid of the Huangquan twin devils? Let them follow and find an opportunity to kill them later. If we kill the Huangquan twin devils, the reputation of our Qin, Tang, and Xian Wang will be even greater. General Xian said coldly. His eyes sparkled as he began to plan. The other 3 legendary generals nodded. Reputation was very important to them as it could increase their fate. The stronger their fate, the shorter the time for the Hunyuan Empire to become a great fate empire. On the other side, Xian Xianghua brought Zhou Xuanji to a valley. There were few plants in Juadi Cliff. The walls of the valley were barren and filled with skeletons. Qin Gang landed and walked up to Xian Xianghua. He knelt down and said with gritted teeth, "I'm useless. I failed to protect the vice suzerain." Bomb! A wave of demonic qi hit him and sent him flying. He smashed into the wall and shook the valley. Xian Xianghua stared at Zhou Xuanji, who was shrouded in demonic qi. Zhou Xuanji's limbs and neck were shrouded in demonic qi. His legendary swords were trembling as well, trying to break free from the demonic qi. What happened? Why did he become the Emperor's hatred demon? It shouldn't be. To become an Emperor's hatred demon, one had to stay in Juadi Cliff for years or even decades. How long had Zhou Xuanji been here? Could it be related to the Tianxia map? She raised her right hand and sucked in the air. Qin Gang flew to her. "Hurry up and say it." Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold as she spoke in a low voice. Qin Gang did not dare to hide anything and told him everything in detail. After hearing this, Xian Xianghua grabbed his neck and said, "Are you really loyal, or do you have other intentions? How can you obtain a treasure like the Tianxia map so easily?" Qin Gang's face turned red from being pinched. He said with difficulty, "His cultivation base is not weak either. I really don't dare to get my hands on the Tianxia map. I'm afraid I'll have evil intentions." Xian Xianghua put him down and looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Qin Gang asked cautiously, "Sect leader, what should we do next?" She answered, "What else can we do? The great emperor's resentment in Juadi Cliff is unsolvable. We can only wait for him to wake up or die of exhaustion." Hearing this, Qin Gang broke out in cold sweat. If Zhou Xuanji died, he would not survive either. The two of them meditated in front of the ball of demonic qi and did not speak. They were both thinking of ways to save Zhou Xuanji. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. "Old demon Xian, so you are here. Tisk tsk. This old demonic woman's flesh must be very nutritious." The Huangquan twin devil's voice came suddenly. Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang looked up and saw that they were standing on the mountain top and looking down. Their faces were hideous, like demons looking at their prey. After saying this, Xian Xianghua flew up and said, "Look after him." Her demonic qi formed into 2 black fans. She waved them quickly, and billowing black flames swept out like waves. The Huangquan twin devils leaped up into the sky and dodged the black flames. One of the Huangquan fiends, who was holding 2 swords, laughed coldly, "Xian Xianghua, you are no longer at your pinnacle. If we can kill you here today, our names will shake the world and strengthen the name of Huangquan." After that, he swung his swords. His sword qi turned into countless red flowers and fell down like a downpour. The other Huangquan fiend slashed with his blade. The 2 of them were extremely imposing, as though they were going to flatten all the mountains around them. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold. The demonic qi around her exploded and spread out, blocking the Huangquan twin devil's attack. After that, she pushed upward. She waved her fans, and 2 waves of black flames swept out like dragons, forcing the Huangquan twin devils to back off. And so, Xian Xianghua forced the Huangquan twin devils to back off forcefully and shifted the battlefield far away. Qin Gang was worried about her injuries, but he was not powerful enough. Even if he joined the battle, he would not be of much help. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji, who was still struggling in the demonic qi. It seemed like he would struggle for a long time. Loud rumbling sounds echoed from afar. The chaotic battle between the 3 top powerhouses of the demonic path was simply too great. Even though they were far away, the ground still trembled. At this moment, streaks of white light shot out from the ball of demonic qi, and Zhou Xuanji's deep roar came from within. "Tianxia map. Slaughter all living beings." Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and stepped back instinctively. Boom! The sword qi destroyed the ball of demonic qi. Zhou Xuanji charged out like a ferocious beast, and the 2 glorious gold legendary swords slashed toward Qin Gang with unstoppable force. Qin Gang instinctively conjured the Thousand Hands shadow to block. However, just when the Thousand Hands shadow appeared, it was slashed into pieces by the 2 swords. The God Emperor's sword followed the momentum and cut off his right arm. Blood splattered. Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and were filled with disbelief. How did he become so much more powerful? He was appalled in his heart and immediately escaped with his earth-tunneling spell. Zhou Xuanji, who was bedeviled, could not use his mind. He looked around for the aura of living beings. Soon, he flew toward another direction. Xian Xianghua, who was fighting with the Huangquan twin devils, frowned slightly. She had already sensed that Zhou Xuanji had escaped, but she had no time to deal with him. She could only think of a way to defeat the Huangquan twin devils first. 100 miles away. Qin Gang crawled out from the ground. He leaned against a giant rock and began to heal his wounds. The pain of losing his arm made his forehead covered in cold sweat. But he did not panic, because it was not the first time he suffered such an injury. Tianxia map. Slaughter all living beings. That thing is really the Tianxia map. Qin Gang mumbled to himself. He suddenly remembered some legends about the Tianxia map, and he looked terrified. On the other side of Juadi Cliff. On the top of a small mountain, 7 men were resting. 5 of them were men and 2 of them were women. One of them wore a luxurious red robe and had an imposing appearance. He shook his wine gourd and asked with a chuckle, "Yalong, Great Zhou's reputation is not good recently. Will it affect your ascension to the throne?" Zhou Yalong. The crown prince of Great Zhou. He had a handsome face and was dressed in a tight-fitting black shirt. Although the accessories on his body were not extravagant, he gave off a noble aura. He said softly, "Of course not. But for Great Zhou, I must fight for the Tianxia map." Chapter 181. Tianxia map. When Zhou Yalong mentioned this name, the eyes of the other 6 people flickered. They were the successors of the dynasties and the successors of the sacred grounds. Their cultivation bases were all at the spirit refinement realm. They came today because they had obtained the map of the Tianxia map. No one could resist the temptation of the Tianxia map. Even the Son of Heaven. However, it would be difficult for them to obtain the Tianxia map with their abilities. Thus, they decided to work together to obtain the Tianxia map and share it. They all knew that it was impossible for them to share the Tianxia map. Once they succeeded, a fierce battle was bound to erupt among the 7 of them. Zhou Yalong looked at the man in red and said with a smile, "Brother Liang, you are also the crown prince of Donghan and are 300 years older than me. This trip to Juadi Cliff will depend on you." Liang Yu was the heir apparent of the Donghan Empire. His reputation was not inferior to Zhou Yalong's. Faced with Zhou Yalong's flattery, Liang Yu smiled and said, "Well said, well said. I can't do it alone. We have to work together to obtain the Tianxia map. Once we succeed, we will be in the limelight." Everyone smiled, but in their hearts, they didn't think much of it. Who would spread the news after obtaining the Tianxia map? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? Whoosh! Right at this moment, the sound of tearing through the air sounded out. It was Zhou Xuanji. With the God Emperor's sword and the white dragon bone sword in his hands, and dozens of divine swords behind him, he roared and charged at Zhou Yalong, Liang Yu, and the rest. The 7 of them quickly got up in shock. What a terrifying killing intent! One of them, a woman in a green dress, exclaimed. Her pretty face was filled with fear. Liang Yu took out a 4-foot-long silver sword and slashed. The crescent-shaped sword Qi was hundreds of meters long and slammed into Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. The white dragon wrapped around the God Emperor's sword bit the sword Qi in half in an overbearing manner. Liang Yu's expression changed drastically, and so did the others. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the wind-cutter sword and used the 8-step sword lunge. He came to the top of the 7 people's heads with a single step and used the Soul Eater slash. The sword Qi descended, and the 7 people dodged immediately, but some were still injured. Boom! The hill they were on collapsed. The crazed Zhou Xuanji's eyes became even bigger than before. They were completely blood-red in color, almost to the point of solidifying into a red glow. He unleashed all sorts of sword techniques, madly chasing after Zhou Yalong and the others. Liang Yu closed in on Zhou Xuanji, intending to suppress him. However, now that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map's power, he was able to send him flying back and vomiting blood in less than 3 strikes. The others were shocked to the core. Where did this guy come from? Someone exclaimed. They were all at the spirit refinement realm. Could it be that this person was a Mahayana cultivator? However, there were only so many Mahayana realm cultivators in the northern wilderness region, and they could basically recognize all of them. Zhou Yalong quickly dodged and distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji. Why does this guy feel so familiar? Zhou Yalong frowned and thought. He came to Juadi Cliff for the Tianxia map, not to fight to the death with the demons. He immediately arrived before Liang Yu, grabbed his shoulder, and left swiftly. The others also fled one after another. Perhaps they could not defeat Zhou Xuanji, but they all had their own ways of escaping. Soon, they all disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji also stood where he was and looked around. Just as he was about to move, all the divine swords suddenly revolved around him at high speed, forming a strong gust of wind. His face was ferocious, and his blood-red eyes were faintly discernible. He gritted his teeth, and it was obvious that he was struggling. At this moment, there were two voices fighting in his mind. With the Tianxia map, the world will be yours. All lives will be ants in your palm. Warning, sword owner. An evil spirit is trying to possess your body. The Tianxia map is a rare opportunity that can conquer the world. Warning, sword owner. An evil spirit is trying to possess your body. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness was struggling like never before. Countless complicated memories flashed across his mind. There were memories of his past life and his current life. The legendary swords around him flew faster and faster. They gathered the spiritual qi of the world and channeled it into his body. The legendary swords were protecting their master. The God Emperor on his body roared into the sky, and its might shook the heavens. The white dragon was also moving swiftly, as though it was swimming in the ocean. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji landed slowly under the protection of the legendary swords. He opened his eyes. The blood-red color in his eyes receded quickly, revealing his pupils. He regained his consciousness. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned and mumbled to himself. The voice in his mind was still ringing, tempting him to control the Tianxia map. An evil spirit is in the Tianxia map. It is trying to possess the sword owner's body. The sword spirit reminded, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Could the Tianxia map be a lie? He immediately looked into his body and tried to find the Tianxia map in his body. However, the Tianxia map seemed to have vanished into thin air. The Tianxia map has merged with the sword owner. The sword spirit is trying to kill the evil spirit. Please wait patiently. The sword owner can also help the sword spirit to kill the evil spirit. The sword spirit spoke again. His tone was still emotionless. How can I help? Train with the sword. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could training with the sword strengthen the sword spirit? He took up the two glorious gold legendary swords and began to perform the vibrant raindrop sword and 36 paths jade shao sword on the spot. After performing the sword techniques again and again, his consciousness became clearer. He Jiao swung his sword in the air. It was the white crane sword technique. The white crane sword technique was the sword technique that Zhou Xuanji had practiced for the longest time. With the guidance of his consciousness, he could use the white crane sword technique even without holding the legendary swords. Next, the Hell King sword began to move as well. It was using the Trisource vein-severing sword. With the Tianxia map, you can obtain, the voice in his mind grew weaker and weaker. Zhou Xuanji became more clear-headed and refreshed. You want to possess me? Go to hell. Zhou Xuanji thought fiercely. He swung his sword even faster. The sand and rocks around him were swept up by the wind generated by his sword. It was a spectacular sight. After a few hundred rounds of sword techniques. Ah. Who are you? You can counterattack the old ancestor. An insidious and panic-stricken voice resounded in his mind. After that, it stopped. The evil spirit has been successfully killed. The sword spirit's voice came, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. He immediately sheathed his sword. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation in his right palm. He immediately put down the God Emperor's sword and looked at his palm. Thin lines of ink appeared on his palm, drawing a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers. Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. When he focused on the Tianxia map, his consciousness suddenly exploded. Next, he felt that the world around him was spinning, and the world around him disappeared. At the same time, he closed his eyes slowly. He sat down with his legs crossed and began to meditate. His consciousness came to another scene. He stood above the clouds and looked down at the world. Below him was a wasteland. Countless soldiers knelt on the wasteland. They were densely packed and occupied a radius of 100 miles. They were all worshipping one person. That person stood on the top of the mountain and sat on the throne. He wore an emperor's robe and a crown. Behind him was a 5-clawed golden dragon, which was extraordinarily majestic. He smiled proudly and said, "The world is in my hands. Who can stand against me?" Chapter 182. This is... Zhou Xuanji looked quite confused. His gaze locked onto the great emperor who was wildly laughing below, and his mind wandered. Could this be the memory of the owner of the Tianxia map? The 5-clawed golden dragon roared into the sky. The great monarch slowly stood up. He raised his right hand, and a scroll flew out from his palm. It unfurled, and a phantom image appeared from the scroll. Magnificent mountains and rivers appeared above the great emperor's head. He looked down at the billions of people kneeling before him and said with a smile, "This is the Tianxia map. If you obtain it, you can obtain the world. I will grant you eternal life." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory image of the mountains and rivers above his head suddenly burst forth with 7-colored light. The soldiers kneeling on the wasteland were all sucked into the air and quickly swept towards the illusionary mountains and rivers. Once they got close to the illusionary mountains and rivers, their bodies quickly shrunk to the size of rice grains and were sucked into the Tianxia map. "Ah, what is this? Your Majesty. Please let us go. Help. Why are you doing this? We are your soldiers. Damn it. Supremacy, you will die a horrible death." Countless curses and cries resounded, and it was like purgatory on earth. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He felt quite disgusted with this great emperor for treating his subordinates like this. Could it be that the evil spirit in the Tianxia map was this great emperor? At this moment, heaven and earth spun again. Next, Zhou Xuanji appeared under the thunderclouds. Below him, the ocean surged with destructive waves, and numerous mountain peaks appeared. The sea drowns the heavens and earth. On one of the mountain peaks, an elder in a tattered gray robe stood. He raised his arms, and the Tianxia map floated above his head. His face was full of all kinds of black scars, and he had a crazy smile on his face. "Tianxia map. I got the Tianxia map. This world belongs to me." Ha ha ha, he laughed maniacally, causing thunder to rumble. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This was crazy. Was the Tianxia map that good? At this moment, the surroundings changed again. Then, he saw many scenes of people controlling the Tianxia map. Those great emperors and old ancestors were all in a frenzied state. They even massacred the common people. Apart from madness, he also felt something else. The one who obtained the Tianxia map would obtain the world. This was not a false statement. The experts who owned the Tianxia map all had the strength to look down on the world. All living beings are enemies, and all living beings are not enemies. He treated all living beings as his enemies, but all living beings were not qualified to be his enemies. Zhou Xuanji had an indescribable epiphany. However, his temperament had also transformed because of this. He understood what it meant to be invincible in the world. The number one in the world was just the strongest. To be invincible in the world was to be the strongest. Even if the entire human world joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to match him. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. The sky was already dark, and thunder clouds were rolling above him. Boundless spiritual energy gathered from all directions and poured into his body. He was stunned, because he was still in a cultivation posture. He clearly did not have this consciousness. Was it the sword spirit or the Tianxia map? Then, his expression suddenly changed. This cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than his usual speed. He subconsciously looked down at his right palm. The Tianxia map was faintly discernible. How do I control it? Zhou Xuanji was confused. In the illusion he saw, those powerful cultivators looked so majestic with the Tianxia map. He also wanted to use it that way. But it was a pity that no matter what he did, he could not draw the Tianxia map out of his palm. The Tianxia map possesses power that transcends the mortal realm. The sword owner's cultivation is too weak, so you cannot use it now. However, this treasure can help the sword owner in his cultivation. When the sword owner is in danger, it will protect the sword owner. The sword spirit explained in his mind, which made him feel a little regretful. At this moment, his cultivation broke through suddenly. Astral Infant Level 4. I broke through just like that? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and felt the surging spirit energy in his body. He was a little dissatisfied. It was an ultimate treasure in the world, after all. It should at least help him break through to astral projection, right? He shook his head and stored all the legendary swords around him into the supreme storage. At this moment, he felt that he was in his best condition. He even felt that his potential had been stimulated. Now, he might have the power to fight against the sword monarch of Great Zhou and Huang Hantian. No, the sword monarch was nothing. Huang Hantian was someone who could fight against Lin Guanyu. Their cultivation might be similar, but there was a huge difference in their battle prowess. This was normal. Everyone's talent in battle was different. For example, Zhou Xuanji could already fight against a spirit refinement cultivator when he was at the astral infant stage. The day he reached astral projection would be the day he would rule over Great Zhou and take revenge for Huang Lianxin. After the thought, he began to regulate his qi flow. Half an hour later, he got up slowly with a smile on his face. He experimented just now. Once he started cultivating, the Tianxia map would take effect and increase his internalization of qi by 10 times. It felt good. His cultivation speed was already fast, and with the help of the Tianxia map, it felt even better. He left on his sword to look for Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua was being harassed by the Huangquan twin devils, so he could not leave just like that. If not for Xian Xianghua, he would not have gotten the Tianxia map. PFFTTTTTTTTT, Xian Xianghua vomited a mouthful of blood and almost blew off her veil. She covered her abdomen with her right hand and held a black fan with her left. Around her was a pile of rubble, and dust was rising like smoke. 100 meters away, the Huangquan twin devils were severely injured as well. One of them was lying on the ground, while the other lost his left arm. They were still staring at Xian Xianghua fiercely. Xian Xianghua, you deserve this. If you continue to fight like this, we will exhaust you to death. One of the devils stabilized his body with the saber in his hand. He grinned sinisterly as if he was going to eat Xian Xianghua alive. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold. You want to kill me? Even your master, the Huangquan Drake King, does not dare to speak so arrogantly. When the Huangquan Drake King knelt before me and begged for mercy, did you see it? The Huangquan twin devils' faces turned ugly when they heard that. This was Xian Xianghua. Not only did she have to defeat her opponent, but she also had to scold them. She was ruthless and talkative. Far away, Qin Gang lay on the mountain top with a look of despair. He mumbled, it's over, it's over. If Xian Xianghua died, the Tanhua sect would cease to exist. He was loyal to the Tanhua sect and was ready to die. Xian Xianghua, no one can save you today. Not even the Tanhua sect worm over there. The Huangquan twin devils stood up and walked toward Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually turned purple. Who said that no one can save you? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. With the God Emperor sword and white dragonbone sword in his hands, he flew over on Hegemonjiu. The God Emperor Qi wrapped around his body and coalesced into the God Emperor. A divine white dragon coiled around the God Emperor and looked extremely imposing. Seeing him, Xian Xianghua was stunned, and Qin Gang was even more stunned. The Huangquan twin devils frowned. Isn't this guy the Emperor's hatred demon? Why can he speak? Numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Xian Xianghua and smiled. Are you in a good mood now? Chapter 183. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Xian Xianghua smiled. Back then, at Great Chen's border custom, when she saved Zhou Xuanji, she had said these words. Kid, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Why don't you measure your own strength first? The blade-wielding Huangquan demon laughed disdainfully and immediately walked toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and came to the Huangquan twin devils' heads with the 8-step sword lunge. The two swords slashed down furiously. Sky-dominating divine sword. Tyrannical sword chi. The Huangquan twin devils' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately dodged. There was a loud bang. A huge crack that was hundreds of meters long and several meters wide appeared on the ground. If it was a little deeper, it would have formed a canyon. Xian Xianghua frowned and murmured, how did this brat become stronger again? She could tell that although Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had only increased by 1 level, his power had doubled. Did this brat already control the Tianxia map? After the Huangquan twin devils landed, they looked at Zhou Xuanji with a dark expression. They had battled with Xian Xianghua for a long time and had used up most of their spirit energy. They were also injured. Although they were confident that they could defeat Zhou Xuanji, Chen, Tang, Xian Wang, and Wanzhong King Spectre were still in Juadi Cliff. The two of them looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. Sword God Zhou, the hatred between you and Huang Quan has been established. With that, the Huangquan twin devils left, disappearing from where they stood. In the next second, they appeared behind Qin Gang. Qin Gang turned around instinctively, but his vision went black as he was knocked out by the Huangquan twin devils. Xian Xianghua, Thousand Hands Devil has been taken away by us. If you want to save him, bring the Tianxia map to us. The longer it drags on, the more painful it will be for him. In 10 years at most, we'll kill him. The Huangquan twin devil's voice rang out again, but it didn't cause the expression in Xian Xianghua's eyes to change. She slowly sat down and began to heal. Zhou Xuanji could no longer track the Huangquan twin devil's aura. He landed in front of Xian Xianghua and asked, what should we do? He had a good impression of Qin Gang. Although this guy was from the evil path, in terms of loyalty, not many people could compare to him, even among the people of the righteous path. Let me recover first. Even if she wanted to save Qin Gang now, she would not be able to. Zhou Xuanji frowned but did not say anything. He could only mourn for Qin Gang. Blue sky and white clouds. In a forest, an old man in a Taoist robe was slowly moving forward. He held a compass in his hand. His hair was white, and he was tall and sturdy. He had thick eyebrows and eagle-like eyes. There was a black grain of sand between his eyebrows. With every step he took, he covered a distance of 10 feet. It had the wondrous effect of shrinking the ground into inches. When the fallen leaves touched him, they fell to the ground as if they had touched a shadow. The Tianxia map has an owner? How is this possible? He frowned and muttered to himself. His expression was a little ugly. The compass in his hand emitted a burst of golden light, and the needle inside spun rapidly. He immediately stopped and sat down on the ground. It has only been a few years since I released the map, and someone has already obtained the Tianxia map? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they find the Tianxia map, the great emperor's soul inside will devour their souls. It's impossible for the Tianxia map to recognize them as its owner. He muttered to himself with an anxious look on his face. After thinking for a moment, he closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead sweating. He took a deep breath and murmured, 10,000 swords in the sky, number 1 in the world. Who is he? No. I must go to Juadi Cliff. He immediately got up and disappeared on the spot. At Juadi Cliff. An hour after the Huangquan twin devils left, Xian Xianghua's injuries finally recovered a little. She opened her eyes and asked, you have already obtained the Tianxia map? Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji, who was standing guard nearby, turned around and replied, yes. Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked at her quietly and thought to himself, this old demonic woman won't go back on her words, right? She continued to speak, let's go. It's time to leave. The Tianxia map is just a trap. If it's only you, it might be a serendipity. But the Huangquan twin devils and Wanzhong King's specter are here. Along the way, I saw others searching for the Tianxia map. This is not a good thing. After that, she waved her right hand. Demonic qi rose from the ground and swept Zhou Xuanji away. Within the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, aren't you looking for healing medicine? And Qin Gang, are you not going to save him? Xian Xianghua said calmly, it's better to leave as soon as possible. The Huangquan twin devils are sly and cunning. They captured Qin Gang because they wanted to leave. Do you think the 10-year period is limited to Juadi Cliff? Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Even the top evil cultivator, the Huangquan twin devils, retreated. Who was the one who set this up? Using the Tianxia map as a chess piece, what was the person trying to do? Could it be to attract all the powerful cultivators in the world to feed the evil spirit? You obtained the Tianxia map and solved the trap. But you also created a huge disaster. The person who dared to set up this trap must be an ancient monster. Be careful in the future. Xian Xianghua reminded him. The other party could find the Tianxia map and even use it. His cultivation was definitely not simple. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He understood. But he had enough enemies, and he was used to it. Next, he needed to focus on his cultivation and study the Tianxia map. Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji landed, and the demonic qi dissipated. They landed on a hill. Looking down, they could see Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. The group saw them too and immediately rushed up with cheers. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji and even picked him up, spinning him around on the spot. Did you obtain the Tianxia map? Daoya old man asked. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on Jiang Shui's head and smiled, yes. Seeing how intimate they were, Xian Xianghua, who was not far away, snorted softly and walked down the hill. The others began to ask questions all at once. Zhou Xuanji told them everything he knew. Knowing that so many powerful cultivators were searching for the Tianxia map, everyone became anxious. Let's run quickly. The little black snake urged anxiously. It looked back occasionally, fearing that the Huangquan twin devils would come after them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, pack up and leave quickly. Soon. Everyone packed up, and the group quickly flew away. Obtaining the Tianxia map from this trip to Juadi Cliff was already their biggest gain. During their flight, Dahlia old man came to a big side and said to Zhou Xuanji, who was on its back, Emperor Yan of Zhou is about to ascend. I calculated the time. His end should be in 3 years. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked back, what does that have to do with me? Jiang Shui nodded and said, Xuanji doesn't want to be the emperor. If he ascends, then so be it. Daoya old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Did this kid really not understand or was he pretending not to? What he means is very simple. The Great Zhou dynasty is a dynasty of fortune. Once Zhou Yalong ascends to the throne, the fortune of the nation will pour into him and his cultivation will skyrocket. At that time, he will use all the power of the dynasty to hunt you down. Xian Xianghua's voice rang out, her tone filled with disdain. It was just the Great Zhou dynasty. Daoya old man could hear the disdain in her voice. He curled his lips and did not reply. Perhaps in 3 years, I will be able to charge into the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the Tianxia map, he could cultivate for 3 years, which was equivalent to 30 years of cultivation before. As long as he reached the leaving aperture realm, he was confident that he would be able to sweep through the entire spirit ascension realm. Perhaps it could even contend against low-level Mahayana stage beings. Chapter 184. Half a month later. Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a waterfall and settled down. The surrounding 100 miles were surrounded by forests, and the scenery was beautiful. Bei Xiao Wangjian, Han Shenhua, and Xiao Jinghong went to build the wooden houses. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin also began to choose suitable places to settle down. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said, "All right, we're even now. It's time for you to leave." He had saved Xian Xianghua and did not want to have anything to do with her anymore. Xian Xianghua stared at him and faintly said, "Do you really want me to leave?" "Yes," Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. With Xian Xianghua by his side, the others felt quite unnatural. Moreover, this fellow's hatred was simply too great, and who knew when enemies would attack. Hearing that, Xian Xianghua snorted and said, "Then I won't leave. Unless you come with me, I will impart the Tanhua sect's ultimate technique to you, allowing you to be invincible in the world for 1,000 years, and even giving you the position of the sect master in the future." These words were enough to move most people. After all, the Tanhua sect was once an existence that dominated the northern wilderness region. It had a deep foundation and could be ranked in the top 5 among the countless forces in the northern wilderness region. "Huh, are you thinking of luring me over so that the ancient Diablo can possess me?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Ever since he was possessed by the evil spirit in the Tianxia map, he had become extremely sensitive to this matter. He didn't want to become the tragic main character in some kind of plot, allowing some expert to be reborn and rule over the world, living a happy life. Xian Xianghua looked at him deeply, causing his heart to palpitate. Holy shit! Could it be that he had guessed her thoughts? He immediately became alert and prepared to fight at any time. Xian Xianghua didn't say anything. She turned around and quickly disappeared into the forest. Daoya old man appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, "You are the first person who dared to speak to her like this and is still alive." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "It's my honor." He then asked, "How much do you know about her? Can you tell me about it?" Xian Xianghua seemed to have a good impression of him, but he felt that it was unreal. The dignified number 1 person of the demonic path, someone who had lived for over 10,000 years, would fall in love with him? "I don't even dare to write that, okay?" Daoya old man immediately told him what he knew about Xian Xianghua. 10,000 years ago, the ancient Diablo fought with the hegemon Sword Emperor and was defeated time and time again. When he finally reached his peak, the hegemon Sword Emperor had already ascended, and he became the number 1 in the world. He was a playboy by nature and had many wives and concubines. He had many children, and Xian Xianghua was one of them. The ancient Diablo king was very harsh to his children. Many of his children died suddenly while cultivating, and Xian Xianghua was one of the few who survived. The cruelest thing was that the ancient evil king forced each of his children to personally kill their own mothers before they ventured into the world and cast away the last shred of compassion in their hearts. Since then, a few more demons appeared in the northern wilderness region. Later on, the Holy Lands worked together to kill the ancient Diablo, returning peace to the northern wilderness region. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. In less than 2,000 years, Xian Xianghua's demonic technique was mastered, and she dominated the world, leading the Tanhua sect to new heights. She was even more cruel and tyrannical than the ancient Diablo. She brought disaster to the world and plunged the people into misery and suffering. Even the demon race had to avoid her. After that, it was the legend of Xian Xianghua's invincibility. Zhou Xuanji understood now. No wonder Xian Xianghua loved to make up stories about killing her parents. This old demonic woman's childhood must have been filled with trauma. Somehow, he felt a little sad for Xian Xianghua. This old demonic woman had never shown weakness before him. Even when she was severely injured, she was still arrogant. Behind her power, countless tears and blood were piled up. He quickly adjusted his emotions and said, "Let's be careful during this period of time. What if she sets a trap for us?" He was afraid that Xian Xianghua would lure a group of powerful cultivators from the righteous sects here. Moreover, he was the vice suzerain of the Tanhua sect, and if that happened, he would not be able to clear his name. Daoya old man nodded and said, "There are few people around here. You can focus on your cultivation. Zhou Xuanji had always wanted to focus on cultivation, but the world was unpredictable. There were always some things that changed his plans. After that, Zhou Xuanji walked to the lakeside and sat down. He gathered the ink for the Tianxia map in his right hand and began internalizing qi. He cultivated along the way. In half a month, he discovered another use of the Tianxia map. That was to store spirit energy. Zhou Xuanji could channel his spirit energy into the Tianxia map. If he expended too much spirit energy during a battle, the Tianxia map could provide him with spirit energy at any time. If he could store it every day, one day, he would have unlimited spirit energy. Now, he could rely on his many legendary swords to fight those at a higher stage than him. However, he did not have enough spirit energy, so he could not last long. The Tianxia map could solve this problem. No wonder the Tianxia map is so attractive. This is only one of its uses. TSK. Zhou Xuanji thought happily. This risk was worth it. In the following period of time, the group stayed at the same place. Deoya Old Man began to patrol Chongming Demon Monarch, the little black snake, a big, small heir, and the three-eyed drought rodent. Their happy days had come to an end. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin also began to cultivate diligently. Zhou Xuanji taught each of them a different sword technique. With his personal guidance, the speed at which the four of them improved their sword techniques greatly. Under Zhou Xuanji's forceful invitation, Jiang Shui cultivated with him every day. Because of the Tianxia map, her cultivation speed also increased. Although it was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji's 10 times increase, it was at least 3 times faster. Han Shenhua's cultivation had been completely restored, and he was now beginning to break through to a higher realm. The atmosphere of the whole team was very positive. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 5. After Xian Xianghua left, she never returned. Every half a month, Zhou Xuanji would send Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Han Shenhua out to gather information. 6,000 li away, there was a city that did not belong to any dynasty or empire. It was under the protection of a sect, and from there, one could understand the situation of the world. Currently, the 2 hottest topics were Emperor Yan of Zhou's ascension and Juadi Cliff. The matter regarding the Tianxia map was exposed. Now that the entire world knew that the Tianxia map was hidden in Juadi Cliff, many first-rate experts flocked to Juadi Cliff. After Zhou Xuanji knew about it, he rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he escaped quickly. In addition, Xian Xianghua disappeared without a trace, and there was no more news about her. Time continued to pass. More than 3 months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 6, which made the others envious. The Tianxia map was indeed powerful. They were not jealous because Zhou Xuanji treated them really well after all. Whatever sword techniques they wanted to learn, Zhou Xuanji would not be stingy. However, before they learned a sword technique, they could not learn more. This day, Deoya Old Man suddenly sat down beside Zhou Xuanji and said softly, "I feel that something is wrong. When I divined your fates just now, I sensed someone else's divine will. Someone is watching you." Chapter 185. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and glanced at him with a strange expression. Isn't this normal? He had so many enemies. Was there something wrong with divining him? Deoya Old Man frowned and said, "That divine sense is very powerful. There are not many people who can surpass me in the northern wilderness region. They are all powerful hermits or old immortals. No matter who they are, once they set their eyes on us, we will be at a disadvantage." Zhou Xuanji could hear his worry and comforted him, "Don't worry. If they can divine us, we will be found no matter where we go. It's better to focus on cultivation and increase our power." Deoya Old Man thought about it and nodded. But he was still worried, so he got up and left. He was prepared to set up a barrier around the area to block divine senses. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and continued to cultivate. All he wanted now was to break through to astral projection as soon as possible. When that time came, he would no longer have to hide. Jiang Shui walked over with a grilled fish and sat beside him. "Xuanji, eat some first," she said. With their cultivation, they could already abstain from food and did not need to eat. But they still loved the taste of food and could not give it up. Zhou Xuanji took the grilled fish and asked, "How's your cultivation going?" He took a bite. The fish skin was fragrant and crispy, and the meat was tender and smooth. The texture was excellent. This girl's cooking was getting better. Jiang Shui tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "The wood rejuvenation technique is a little difficult, but I'm confident that I can master it. When that time comes, I can heal you guys even faster." Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and patted her head. "You are already a qualified nanny." Jiang Shui blushed and stared at him. "I'm still a virgin. Don't talk nonsense." She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a tinge of resentment. "Why? Are you in a hurry to marry me?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked. Their relationship was already clear, but they had not broken through that barrier. After all, they were not married yet. Now that they were homeless, Zhou Xuanji did not dare to marry her. It was not that he was worried, but after marriage, the responsibilities and mentality would change. Moreover, they were still young. Cultivators pursued the path of immortality, but unlike mortals, they did not give birth to children and end their lives. "Humph, just you wait." Jiang Shui snorted. After that, she grabbed Zhou Xuanji's face and pulled it. "Stop fooling around. What if I get stuck by a fishbone?" A nascent soul realm cultivator was killed by a fishbone? Nonsense. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. You only know how to quibble. The two of them fooled around for a while, and only after Zhou Xuanji finished eating did Jiang Shui leave. She was prepared to roast some other wild game. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and created the Tianxia map again. He continued to study it. Every day, he would spend time studying the Tianxia map. The Tianxia map should not only be a support-type treasure. He hoped to discover its attacking methods. Spring passed and autumn came. 4 months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 7. At this rate, he would definitely be able to break through to the astral projection realm before Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended. Han Shenbua and Xiao Jinghong had also begun pushing for a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm, and the others had also made some progress in their cultivation. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin and Bei Xiao Wangjian were getting closer and closer to the Spirit Spring stage. With the three-eyed drought rodent around, they could always find all kinds of natural treasures. Coupled with the resources they obtained from the enemies, their cultivation speed was naturally fast. On this day, Zhou Xuanji began to break through to the 5th level of the Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation. Flesh Sword. Daoya Old Man took out a giant cauldron and placed many spirit herbs into it. At the same time, he set up a formation around the cauldron to gather spiritual qi from the heavens and the earth. The others stopped their cultivation and came over to watch. So many herbs. Can our master handle it? Bei Xiao Wangjian asked worriedly. Just by looking at the natural treasures in the cauldron, his scalp felt numb. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked, "I can't." He immediately gave in and cried out, "You can definitely do it." The others burst out in laughter. They were not worried about Zhou Xuanji. His endurance was unparalleled. Despite the severe injuries he suffered previously, he still managed to pull through. Moreover, he had the Tianxia map in his hand. Soon, the cauldron boiled. Zhou Xuanji leaped into it and turned into a golden man instantly. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and muttered, "This time, he should be able to form a flesh sword. So many treasures are great nourishment. Even the princes of the empire cannot afford to enjoy them." Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly but did not speak. Great Zhou, the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Yalong knelt on the ground with an ugly expression. "Do you know your mistake?" A majestic voice came from the front. A middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe sat on the throne. He was handsome and had an indifferent look in his eyes. It was Emperor Yan of Zhou. The Emperor of Great Zhou. He was also the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou. Facing his question, Zhou Yalong gritted his teeth and said, "I know my mistake." This time, he went to Juadi Cliff without telling Emperor Yan of Zhou. In the end, he returned empty-handed, and 4 of his companions died. It must be known that those people were the successors of the empires or sanctums. He could not deny that he had something to do with their deaths. "We will ascend soon. By then, you will be the Emperor of Great Zhou. If Great Zhou dies in your hands, how will you face your ancestors? With Great Zhou's fate, you might not even have a good reincarnation. Everything must be done through your brain. Do you understand?" Emperor Yan of Zhou tapped his finger on the armrest and said with a stern tone. Zhou Yalong took a deep breath and said, "I will remember father's teachings." Great Shang severed ties with Haoqi alliance, and the little evil lord lost his manhood. We personally went to the Hanin divine sect, and they have agreed to marry Su Xianxian to you. She will be the Empress of Great Zhou, and the day of your marriage will be the day of our ascension. Emperor Yan of Zhou continued to speak, and Zhou Yalong raised his head. He wanted to retort, but the words were stuck in his throat. He understood what Emperor Yan of Zhou meant. Great Zhou needed a backer. In Great Zhou, only the Sword Monarch and Shitan Changsha are powerful enough, but they are not enough. Su Xianxian is the disciple of the sect lord of the Hanin divine sect. If you treat her well, the Hanin divine sect will not mistreat you. You can have many women, but the position of empress must be of great help to you. Emperor Yan of Zhou stared at Zhou Yalong and said seriously. Zhou Yalong felt bitter in his heart and thought, "Back then, you married my mother for this purpose? Cultivate well and don't go out during this period of time. The Qilins tendon will be sent to your residence soon. On the day of your ascension, Great Zhou will undergo a tribulation. As the crown prince, your burden is not light," Emperor Yan of Zhou said earnestly. Zhou Yalong could only nod in agreement. After he left, Shitan Changsha entered the palace. "Your Majesty, according to our investigations, Sword God Zhou and Xian Xianghua appeared at Juadi Cliff and fought with the Huangquan twin devils and Chen, Tang, and Xian Wang." Shitan Changsha knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock. In just a few years, Zhou Xuanji had grown to such a stage. Emperor Yan of Zhou squinted his eyes and said, "Do you still remember what we ordered you to do?" Chapter 186. This subordinate will always remember. Shitan Changsha cupped his fist and replied respectfully. He had followed Emperor Yan of Zhou for thousands of years and was extremely loyal. Emperor Yan of Zhou sighed and said, "We no longer have any attachments in the mortal world. If Great Zhou stabilizes, you should ascend soon. We will wait for you in the upper realm." Shitan Changsha looked up at him with a complicated expression. The ruler and the minister looked at each other. Everything was understood without words. The winter snow danced in the air, covering the forest with a layer of silver. It was sad, beautiful, and full of vicissitudes. By the lake, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Xiao Jinghong, and the rest stood in a row, gazing at the vast snowy landscape. They could not help but sigh. Another year of snow. Unknowingly, Xuanji is almost 21. We passed another year in peace. Ha ha ha, there might be some rare treasures on such a snowy day. Emperor Yan of Zhou still has 2 years to ascend. Do you think Master will go? Everyone was talking and laughing, and behind them, Zhou Xuanji was still lying in the cauldron. At this moment, the surface of Zhou Xuanji's body was alternating between gold and silver. Hot air emanated from his body, making it so that the snow could not land on him. Daoya old man stood in front of the cauldron, playing with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his hand. What kind of cultivation technique is this kid practicing? He has absorbed so many herbs, but he still hasn't broken through. He muttered with a curious look on his face. There were too many mysteries about Zhou Xuanji that he wanted to know. Unfortunately, this brat refused to say anything. Even Jiang Shui didn't know much. It made him feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. Half a month had passed since he entered the cauldron, and Zhou Xuanji had yet to come out. That was all. Another 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji finally had a chance to break through. The mortal body divine sword was to refine the mortal body into a sword. He crossed his arms in a circle, and the Tianxia map in his right palm was faintly discernible. It attracted the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and formed a cyclone above the cauldron. My body is a sword, my heart is a sword, my eyes are a sword, my hair is a sword. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Sword qi filled every part of his body. In terms of modern biology, if the sword qi turned into cells, he could form a fleshly legendary sword. Once he mastered it, every part of his body would become a sharp sword. Just a little more. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and roared. Boom! Spiritual energy violently surged into his body, causing the cauldron to shake violently. Everyone turned their heads to look, and all of them became excited. Master is going to succeed? Huang Lianxin cried out in surprise. They immediately walked over. Wait! Stay away from him. Daoya old man raised his hand and shouted with a nervous expression. Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! Strands of sword qi flew out from the cauldron and soared into the sky like fireworks. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Such a powerful sword qi! Zhao Congjian exclaimed with a look of admiration. There was a loud bang. The huge cauldron exploded, and countless amounts of medicinal liquid splattered everywhere. Zhou Xuanji leaped up. His body was radiating with gold and silver radiance, and his sword qi was like a tornado that surrounded his body. Children, watch carefully. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a sword, and a sword is a man. I want to transform into a sword. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His eyes shone with a silver light, and he looked like he would disappear at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky. His body was enveloped by the silver radiance, and he turned into a silver rainbow that spiraled rapidly in the sky. The snow was swept up and turned into gusts of cold wind. Everyone was looking forward to it anxiously and expectantly. After the silver radiance dissipated, Zhou Xuanji disappeared and was replaced by a silver long sword. The blade was snow-white and was engraved with all sorts of patterns. There were dragon scales, flames, demons, eagles, and so on. The two ends of the crossguard were dragon heads, and the end of the hilt was an emperor's crown. The entire sword looked majestic and was clearly a legendary sword. The long sword spiraled in the sky, and everyone was dumbfounded. Did Zhou Xuanji really turn into a sword? Swoosh! The long sword dived down and quickly transformed into Zhou Xuanji's figure, landing in front of them. Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation Level 5, Flesh Legendary Sword. Completed. Zhou Xuanji could sense the immense power in his body and could not help but let out a long cry. His physical strength grew tremendously, and it could no longer be measured by human strength. The Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation was a physical cultivation technique after all. He turned to Chongming Demon Monarch and said with a smile, "Come, exchange fists with me." Chongming Demon Monarch was a 7th rank demon and a bull demon. He had immense strength. Do I use my full strength, or? Chongming Demon Monarch raised his brow and asked. He naturally did not want to be beaten up. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Full strength." Having heard that, he became excited immediately. I finally have a chance to teach Zhou Xuanji a lesson. We have agreed. You can only use your physical strength. You cannot use your spirit energy or swords. Chongming Demon Monarch walked to a nearby place and instructed. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others looked at him with hostility, but he pretended not to see them. Zhou Xuanji walked toward him and said with a smile, "I always keep my word. I said to compete in strength, so I will compete in strength." A human and a demon stood facing each other, 10 meters apart. No one stood behind them. Chongming Demon Monarch grew taller, and the muscles all over his body bulged. His bull horns towered into the sky, and the domineering aura of a demon was fully revealed. He patted his chest and said proudly, "My iron fists are invincible in Great Shang." Today, he was going to show Zhou Xuanji how powerful he was. How is it compared to Great Shang's Fury Buddha? Zhou Xuanji asked in a mocking tone, which made Chongming Demon Monarch's face fall immediately. "Okay, I'm going to punch." Zhou Xuanji walked forward. Chongming Demon Monarch's eyes turned sharp and charged toward him as well. 10 meters was such a short distance for them. Both of them came up to each other almost in just one step. They punched almost at the same time. The powerful wind blew against everyone's face, and it hurt. With a loud bang, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch's fists collided. The white dragon golden robe fluttered loudly. Zhou Xuanji's feet sank into the snow, and so did Chongming Demon Monarch. Both of them slid a step back. "Not bad. You have great strength." Chongming Demon Monarch praised, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. "Oh my. How can this guy be so strong?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Take another punch from me." After that, he punched out with his left fist. Chongming Demon Monarch reacted quickly and punched out as well. Bomb! Chongming Demon Monarch was sent flying backward. His massive body slid dozens of meters in the air before he landed. After he landed, he slid backward for another 10 meters, leaving 2 long ravines on the snowy ground. His left arm was trembling, and he looked up at Zhou Xuanji in fear. "How can it be?" Chongming Demon Monarch swallowed his saliva and mumbled to himself. The others were dumbfounded too. In terms of strength, Zhou Xuanji was already on par with a 7th-ranked demon. And he was a bull demon. Zhou Xuanji shook his numb left hand and said with a smile, "You have been training well recently. From tomorrow onwards, increase the intensity of your training." Having heard this, Chongming Demon Monarch became anxious immediately. "I'm already suffering enough. I can't increase it anymore." He was lazy by nature, and his current state of cultivation was much better than before. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Jiang Shui and asked proudly, "Did I transform into Sword Handsome?" Chapter 187. Handsome. "As long as it's you, it's handsome, okay?" Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said half-heartedly. Zhao Congjian, Xiao Jinghong, and Bei Xiao Wangjian surrounded him and asked what sword technique it was. Zhou Xuanji's answer was an energy technique, which disappointed them immediately. All of them had their own cultivation techniques. If they were to recultivate their cultivation techniques, it would take too much time, and they could not afford to waste it. "That's right, Master, Emperor Yan of Zhou will ascend in 2 years. On that day, Zhou Yalong will marry Great Shang's Su Xianxian." Zhao Congjian suddenly remembered something and said to Zhou Xuanji. Not far away, the little black snake heard it and leaped over with a whoosh. "Ha ha ha, I really crippled little evil prince." He was extremely excited. Xian Xianghua was supposed to be married to the little evil lord, but in the end, the marriage was changed. He instantly understood the reason and was filled with a sense of achievement. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and said, "Emperor Yan of Zhou wants to find a backer for Zhou Yalong." The Hanin divine sect was a first-rate faction, and was not inferior to the Xinhao sect or the Haoqi alliance. However, weren't they allied with the Great Shang dynasty? Were they not giving the Great Shang dynasty face by doing this? Xiao Jinghong asked, 2 years is enough for Master to break through to the leaving aperture realm. Will you go then? Once Zhou Yalong ascended to the throne, he would definitely think of ways to take revenge on Zhou Xuanji. If they were to successfully get married and climb up the Hanin divine sect, it would be even more troublesome. Of course I'm going. I want Emperor Yan of Zhou to see me kill Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He did not hold a grudge against Zhou Yalong, but he had to take revenge for Huang Lianxin. This was a promise. Moreover, without Huang Lianxin, there was no way Zhou Yalong would let him off. There were many things in this world that couldn't be explained with logic. A life for a life, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Then we have to hurry up and cultivate. We can't be a burden to master. Northern Sword Valiant muttered with a serious expression. The little black snake said disdainfully, the one who's dragging us down the most is you. Our mistress's cultivation is about to surpass yours. Northern Sword Valiant blushed and glared at it. Zhou Xuanji ignored their bickering and left with Jiang Shui. He was in a good mood and decided to rest for a day. He would take Jiang Shui to enjoy the snowy scenery and spend some time alone. Daoya old man stood on the spot, thinking hard. Transforming one's body into a divine sword. Is there such a sword cultivation technique in this world? He really couldn't figure it out. He had only heard of this kind of cultivation method in legends. Legend had it that the ancient sword emperors could transform into divine swords and annihilate millions of enemies. Could Zhou Xuanji really be the reincarnation of an ancient sword emperor? It's over. Zhao Xian, this old man is ashamed to have let your child be possessed. As such, in the next few days, Daoya old man looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange gaze. Until one day, Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and found him. After knowing what he was thinking, Zhou Xuanji felt quite speechless. How many times have you suspected that I've been possessed? He was too lazy to explain. Seeing his attitude, Daoya old man felt relieved. Judging from his bad temper, it was obvious that he had not been possessed. He was just like his mother. Inside a pavilion. Su Xianxian sat in front of the dressing table as a maid combed her hair. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror, her eyes a little blurred. "Miss, what are you thinking about?" the maid asked. As she spoke, she looked at Su Xianxian in the mirror and sighed in her heart. She's so beautiful. Great Shang's #1 beauty indeed. Su Xianxian sighed faintly and said, I feel lost. Even though I cultivate hard, I'm still a chess piece of the divine sect that can be used as a bargaining chip at any time. My face has really harmed me. The maid opened her eyes wide and said, How could it harm you? You are going to be the Empress of Great Zhou, the mother of the dynasty. Many women are envious of you. Great Zhou was an empire. As the Empress, she would be surrounded by fate and have a long lifespan. She might even ascend in the future. As a mortal, she did not even dare to have such a dream. Su Xianxian smiled and did not speak. She did not care about the Empress of Great Zhou. Somehow, the ugly face of the Phoenix Sword Emperor suddenly appeared in her mind. No, he should be called Sword God Zhou. Thinking back to the legend of Sword God Zhou, she envied him. She wanted to be like Sword God Zhou, to settle grudges with one slash. No one could restrain him. He even dared to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. Even Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance dared to resist. That was true freedom. Sigh. She let out a heavy sigh and subconsciously reached out to touch her face. If she did not have this face, could she exchange it for freedom? In the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji was about to celebrate his 21st birthday. This morning, he opened his eyes and prepared to get out of bed. Jiang Shui hugged him like an octopus, and he could not free himself. Stupid girl, how old are you already? Why are you still hugging me like this? Zhou Xuanji stared at her. He remembered that when he was young, he was hugged by this girl to the point that he could not breathe. He felt a little anxious. Childhood trauma. Hearing his voice, Jiang Shui rubbed her eyes and got up slowly. She hugged him and said weakly, It's so early in the morning, what are you doing? She had just woken up from a dream. She was still in a daze, and she did not look like a cultivator at all. Zhou Xuanji said, Nothing. I want to go out for a walk. You continue to sleep. Forget it. I will get up and prepare for you to wash up. Jiang Shui mumbled before she got down from the bed and put on her outer clothes. Zhou Xuanji got up and put on the white dragon golden robe. After a while, the two of them went out. As soon as they walked out of the wooden hut, they saw Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Chongming demon monarch, and the others huddled together, discussing something. What is this? Kiran? Impossible, how could there be such a small Qilin? It must be a divine beast. There's no demonic aura on it. It's so cute, don't scare it. Kiran? Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui heard him and were immediately interested. They held hands and walked over. Soon, Zhou Xuanji saw the Qilin. It was only the size of a palm, and its entire body was crimson. It was small and cute. It had the head of a lion, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a moose, the scales of a dragon, and the tail of an ox. Even though it was small, it still looked mighty. As soon as the Qilin saw Zhou Xuanji, it leapt up and jumped into his arms, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. Does this little guy know Master? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. The others also had the same guess. Zhou Xuanji touched the red Qilin and looked curious. He could sense the intimacy the little guy had toward him. At this moment, Daoya old man walked over. When he saw the red Qilin, his eyes widened. He rushed over and snatched the red Qilin away. Let me inspect it. You guys disperse first. Don't disturb me. Daoya old man turned around and left with the red Qilin. The red Qilin cried out with a tender voice like a chick. The group looked at each other but did not say anything. Qilins are auspicious beasts. It seems like we are going to be lucky today, Zhou Xuanji said expectantly. Zhou Xuanji said expectantly. He would be 21 years old today. He hoped to get a mighty legendary sword. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, it should be a legendary sword that surpassed glorious gold, right? After that, the group dispersed. Time passed quickly. A few hours passed. Zhou Xuanji came to the lakeside and was about to sit down when the sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 21 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Heavenly Soul. Chapter 188. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Heavenly Soul, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Gold, Truth Sword. Heavenly Soul. Heavenly Soul. Heavenly Soul. Important things must be shouted 3 times in one's heart. Zhou Xuanji trembled in excitement. The glorious gold legendary sword was already very powerful. How powerful would the Heavenly Soul legendary sword be? When he broke through to astral projection, he was confident that he could defeat everyone at spirit refinement and great realization with the amethyst and glorious gold legendary swords. If he had the Heavenly Soul legendary sword, how powerful would he be? Supercilious. Only this word could describe the swelling in his heart. Next, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sky Extinguishing Sword grade, Heavenly Soul description, a legendary sword born at the beginning of the world. It contains the power to destroy the world. Only astral projection cultivators can use it. Sword name, Truth Sword grade, gold description, those who are pierced by this sword must speak the truth. Only astral projection cultivators can use it? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Can this be a problem for me? As for the truth sword, although it had some special abilities, it was no longer a threat to him. Where's the Sky Extinguishing Sword? Let me see it. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He could not wait to see how amazing the Heavenly Soul legendary sword was. The sword owner must reach astral projection to see and use it. The sword spirit replied, but it did not extinguish the fire in his heart. In a good mood, he walked toward Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was meditating, and he tickled her, which made her glare at him. He smiled proudly before turning to harass the others. A while later, Daoya old man stopped Zhou Xuanji, who was wandering around. Something bad has happened, he said seriously. Zhou Xuanji sat down in front of him and asked, what is it? The red Qilin jumped into his arms and rubbed against him intimately. When you were born, a Qilin appeared. do you remember? Daoya old man asked with a frown. A murderous intent could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji stroked the red qilin in his hand and asked, could this little guy be the son of that qilin? That's right, Emperor Yan of Zhou killed that qilin and extracted its qilin tendon. Before that qilin died, it sent this little fellow near us. It has already turned into dust and disappeared. Daoya old man's reply made Zhou Xuanji frown. Emperor Yan of Zhou's actions were too cruel. If this matter were to spread out, what would the world say? When you were born, that qilin came to pray for you, and your fate is actually connected. Over these years, your luck has been so good, and you have escaped death many times. In actuality, the qilin's prayer also helped you. The qilin's death is equivalent to cutting off a portion of your fate. Emperor Yan of Zhou was most likely worried that you would suppress Zhou Yalong, so he bought time for him to grow. Daoya old man guessed, which made Zhou Xuanji frown even deeper. How vicious. Coincidentally, I am also preparing to barge into the great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, I will remember this enmity. With that, he grabbed the red kirin and left. Hey, don't go, let me play with it for a while. Daoya old man stretched out his hand and cried out, but Zhou Xuanji ignored him. And so, the red qilin joined Zhou Xuanji's party. Qilins were auspicious beasts that represented good luck. At the same time, they were also very powerful. Legend said that a long time ago, before the human race was born, the qilin race dominated the world. The red qilin was about the same size as the three-eyed drought rodent. The two soon played together and rolled around on the snowy ground. Next, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate hard. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 8. Now, he was so powerful that even Daoya old man was amazed. With the legendary sword made of flesh, his strength was terrifying, and the Tianxia map could provide him with endless spirit energy. Daoya old man often sighed in amazement. In less than 100 years, this brat would be able to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100. By then, he would be able to face Lin Guanyu and Huang Hantian head-on. Zhou Xuanji was also looking forward to meeting those two. He wanted to avenge his humiliation. Beixiao Wangjian also broke through to Soul Fountain. Jiang Shui was 10 days later than him, while Huang Lianxin was still working on her breakthrough. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shenbo were already at Astral Infant Level 10, while Zhao Zongjian was at Level 5. The others had their own improvements, but none of them had broken through to the next stage. All of you are extraordinary, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, you are all mediocre. Daoya old man sat on a huge rock by the lake and said with a chuckle. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and Zhao Zongjian were all talented enough to join the sanctum. Han Shenbo was even a disciple of the sanctum. Although Huang Lianxin's talent in cultivation was not top-notch, she had the Ghost Emperor Divine Eye, which was really powerful. When she reached great accomplishment in her cultivation, she would surely be someone who would shake the world. Big and small air were dragon eagles, mounts that countless people desired. The three-eyed drought rodent recognized all the treasures in the world. Chongming Demon Monarch was a 7th-ranked demon. Among the demons, there were not many who could cultivate to such a stage. Only Beixiao Wangjian and the little black snake had mediocre talents. So, the two of them disliked each other and did not want to bear the title of the weakest. During their cultivation, some people passed by occasionally, but they did not cause any conflict. Zhou Xuanji and the rest were scattered when they cultivated. The two dragon eagles flew around, so their identities were not exposed. But the good times did not last long. 3 months later, a group of carriages barged into the place where Zhou Xuanji and the rest were cultivating. The leader was a muscular man who wore heavy black armor. His skin was dark and he did not wear a helmet. His black hair was loose, and he rode on a giant tiger that was also black. The tiger's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Behind him were 15 soldiers riding on demonic beasts, escorting 4 carriages. May I ask who is Sword God Zhou? The man in black armor asked. With this, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Han Shenhua, and Chongming Demon Monarch looked at them warily. Sensing their gazes, the man in black armor frowned slightly and said, "We are the emissaries of the Shanghai Ziggurat, Lu Longlin. We represent the Shanghai Ziggurat to visit Sword God Zhou. Behind this is a generous gift. I hope Sword God Zhou will not blame us." Shanghai Ziggurat. One of the Northern Wilderness region's 8 sanctums. It was also the largest intelligence-gathering faction. The Northern Wilderness Top 100 was created by them. Great Zhou's hero ranking was based on them, but it was not rigorous enough. I wonder why Emissary General Lu is looking for our sword god? Daoya old man asked with a relaxed expression. The Shanghai Ziggurat rarely fought with the secular world. They were probably here to gather information. It's like this, recently, our Shanghai Ziggurat wants to create a Northern Wilderness genius ranking. Everyone says that Sword God Zhou is an old monster, but according to our observations, Sword God Zhou's body has been growing, so we want to test his bone age. If he meets the requirements, he will enter the Northern Wilderness genius ranking. Lu Longlin replied as he looked at everyone and quickly locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating by the lake. The vortex of spiritual qi above his head was visible to the naked eye, which made his expression change slightly. This is a good thing. Xuanji, come here quickly. Daoya old man waved at Zhou Xuanji. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji got up and came to his side with the 8-step sword lunge. Such exquisite footwork. Lu Longlin felt quite startled. He had not been able to see Zhou Xuanji's movements clearly. Chapter 189. What's so good about entering the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. His goal was the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Wasn't this lowering his status? Daoya old man rolled his eyes at him and said, "What do you know? This is called fame. The more famous you are, the more benefits you will receive. If you are the top genius in the world, apart from evil cultivators, who would dare to kill you?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt that it made sense. He looked at Lu Longlin and said, "I'm 21 years old this year and am at Astral Infant level 8. My strength is enough to defeat anyone in the spirit refinement stage. Can I be ranked first?" Lu Longlin was stunned. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others were speechless. Can you not be so direct? The Shanghai Ziggurat's soldiers all looked at Zhou Xuanji strangely. They all suspected that this guy was boasting. They did not doubt Sword God Zhou's strength, but who would believe that he was only 21 years old? Can I have a look? Lu Longlin asked respectfully. Being able to defeat anyone in the spirit refinement stage was enough to make him feel respect. Zhou Xuanji nodded and stepped forward. Lu Longlin got off his horse and came up to him. He placed his right hand on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and closed his eyes. The method of determining bone age in the cultivation world was different from that of modern society on Earth. One used divine sense to probe into the depths of the bones to determine how old a person was. A while later, Lu Longlin opened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. "You're really only 21 years old, a 21-year-old astral infant cultivator." Although it was not unprecedented, this boy had already reached level 8. This level of cultivation was far too shocking. "You don't believe in yourself?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. "Must you force me to act cool?" Lu Longlin took a deep breath and said, "Let's fight and let me test your strength." "How about that? With your talent and cultivation, you can already be ranked first. The strength test is just for me to evaluate you more clearly." He looked at Zhou Xuanji with sincerity in his eyes. In response, Zhou Xuanji could only sigh. There was no helping it. "You wanted me to fight. Okay. Let's fight in the sky." Zhou Xuanji nodded. After that, he leaped up and flew into the sky. Lu Longlin followed closely behind. About 20 breaths later, the two landed. Zhou Xuanji held the God Emperor sword and white dragonbone sword in his hands. He was unscathed and looked calm. Lu Longlin, covered in blood, looked at him in horror. The soldiers of the Shanghai Ziggurat all had their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. What did they just see? Lu Longlin, who was at the spirit refinement realm, was completely suppressed and had no way to fight back. Brother Zhou is amazing. I'm not as good as you. With your strength, you are indeed invincible in the spirit refinement realm. You haven't used your full strength, have you? Lu Longlin said with a look of admiration on his face. Zhou Xuanji could not deny it. After that, Lu Longlin began to recuperate. The others came over and asked Zhou Xuanji how much of his strength he had used. After all, he had only used 2 divine swords. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but smiled. Daoya old man sighed, it seems that even I am not your opponent now. How many years had he been with Zhou Xuanji? This child's growth rate was truly terrifying. However, he was most curious about the sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. For cultivators, wealth, companions, techniques, and land were all part of one's strength. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Lu Longlin got up and took out a jade slip. He walked over to Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Do you have anything to introduce yourself?" "I can write it down." Zhou Xuanji said, "My real name is Zhou Xuanji, and my mother is Lady Zhao Xian of Great Zhou." Today, it was time for him to correct Lady Zhao Xian's name. He did not know if Lady Zhao Xian's paternal family had really rebelled, but he was Lady Zhao Xian's son. From today onwards, he would travel under the name of Zhou Xuanji. Lu Longlin felt quite startled and a strange look appeared on his face. No wonder this boy wanted to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. Back then, news of the Empress of Great Zhou chasing after Lady Zhao Xian had long since spread, but Emperor Yan of Zhou had turned a blind eye. It was just like when the Empress of Great Zhou had been killed. He had only issued a warrant and had not personally acted. This was the Emperor. It looked like it was just the enmity between the 2 goddesses, but in actuality, Emperor Yan of Zhou had already cleaned up the Emperor's side for the next emperor. First on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, Zhou Xuanji, known as Sword God Zhou. His talent is unparalleled, Lu Longlin said with a slight smile. Even though he had not received any information on the other emissaries, he believed that Zhou Xuanji was definitely first. His talent was unparalleled, and it was far more powerful than the second-ranked. Following this, he exchanged some pleasantries with Zhou Xuanji before leaving. "Go and check what's in the carriages." Zhou Xuanji got up and said as he patted his bottom. Everyone went to the 4 carriages. Daoya old man stood beside Zhou Xuanji and stroked his long beard as he sighed and said, "With a son like you, Lady Zhao Xian can rest at ease in the netherworld." Zhou Xuanji nodded. "In a few years, I should also find a way to ascend. Otherwise, when my time is up, I'll have to go down to accompany your mother," Daoya old man said as he shook his head and smiled. Unlike Chief Monk Xuanhe, his cultivation had not been able to break through to the great realization stage. If this went on, his lifespan would run out and he would die. Before, he had been prepared to die, but after seeing Zhou Xuanji, he did not want to die. He suddenly felt great anticipation. He wanted to see Zhou Xuanji's majestic bearing. "Don't worry, I won't let you die," Zhou Xuanji said as he patted his shoulder and smiled. Zhou Xuanji patted his shoulder and smiled. Although he was always arguing with Daoya old man, he had long regarded this old man as his family. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled before walking towards the carriages. The 4 carriages were filled with all sorts of treasures, jewelry, and even some spell scrolls and enchanted artifacts. All in all, they were quite sincere. Shanghai Ziggurat could become the most powerful intelligence organization because they were generous in their spending. With these treasures, their cultivation speed would increase again. After this, the group returned to their boring life of cultivation. More than a month later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 9. Han Shenhua exclaimed in amazement. At this rate, Zhou Xuanji would break through to astral projection before him. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji celebrated his 22nd birthday. He forcefully broke through to Astral Infant Level 10 and began to break through to astral projection. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 22 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, glorious gold, holy light redemption sword, silver, snakeskin sword, 10,000 ultimate steps. Glorious gold legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and felt elated. My luck has been pretty good recently. Could it be because of the red Qilin? An auspicious beast is a bull. Next, the information of the two legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Holy Light Redemption Sword grade, glorious gold description. This sword has the ability to absorb the enemy's life force. It can also revive the dead and regenerate broken bones. Sword name, Snakeskin Sword grade, silver description, forged from the skin of countless strange snakes. If it flies, its flight path will be unpredictable, making it difficult to track and attack. Revive the dead and regenerate broken bones. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. This sword is great. Amazing. But the snakeskin sword's special function was, snakeskin movement? Chapter 190. Zhou Xuanji took out the two legendary swords and examined them closely. The Holy Light Redemption Sword was a golden sword with a wide blade. The connection between the hilt and the blade was like a pair of wings, which made him wonder if it was really the redemption sword. It seemed to be very lethal. As for the snakeskin sword, the surface of the blade was covered in snakeskin patterns. The hilt was slightly slanted, like a small half of a black snake's body. He immediately stepped on the snakeskin sword and began to fly with the Holy Light Redemption Sword in his hand. The others noticed his movements. Those two swords seemed to be new. Han Shenhua asked curiously. The Holy Light Redemption Sword was obviously not an ordinary sword. Xiao Jinghong nodded and smiled. Today, Master will be 22 years old. Every time it was Zhou Xuanji's birthday, he would have a few more swords. Everyone had long since understood the pattern. Zhou Xuanji flew quickly in the air. Sometimes, he spiraled, and sometimes, he landed at a slanted angle. His flight path was ever-changing, and the onlookers were dazzled. Could it be that he is practicing some kind of sword technique? The little black snake blinked its eyes and asked in confusion. No one answered it, because no one else knew. After a while, Zhou Xuanji landed and put away the Holy Light Redemption Sword and snakeskin sword. What is 10,000 ultimate steps? He asked in his heart, could it be a kind of footwork? Then, an unfamiliar memory drilled into his mind. As it turned out, the 10,000 everlasting steps was a type of movement sword technique. It was similar to the 8-step sword lunge, but it was not a pure movement technique. Instead, it was an offensive sword technique. Within 1,000 feet, he could kill the enemy with a single step. It was even faster than the ranged sword propelling. Most importantly, it was very difficult for the enemy to dodge. The ranged sword propelling was actually very easy to dodge, so Zhou Xuanji rarely used it. He immediately took out the dog-culling sword and began to practice the 10,000 ultimate steps. He was practicing his swordsmanship by the lake. Seeing him practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin immediately surrounded him. Another new sword technique. I wonder what kind of powerful sword technique it is. Zhao Congjian mumbled to himself, his eyes burning. Xiao Jinghong stretched out his hand and covered his eyes. It's better if you don't look. No. I want to see it. Zhao Congjian slapped his hand away and said excitedly. The 10,000 everlasting steps had a total of 180 sword moves, and it could cover a distance of 300 meters. If one's cultivation level was high enough, it wouldn't even be a dream for them to cross 1,000 miles and slay their enemies. With Zhou Xuanji's current strength, practicing the first round of 10,000 ultimate steps took him 15 breaths of time. His movements were smooth, as if he had practiced for a long time. As always. After practicing it 100 times, he had achieved minor success in 10,000 everlasting steps. After 200 repetitions, 10,000 everlasting steps reached the major stage. After 300 repetitions, the 10,000 everlasting steps had formed its sword intent. The sword will of 10,000 ultimate steps was incredibly sharp. Once he entered the sword will mode, Zhou Xuanji's expression became cold. He raised his sword and slashed at a tree 100 meters away. In that instant, Xiao Jinghong and the other three could only sense that Zhou Xuanji had turned into a series of afterimages, and he was so fast that he could not be seen with the naked eye. There was a loud bang. The tree's trunk shattered, and countless branches and leaves scattered. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind the tree. He held the dog-culling sword in his hand, and his robes fluttered in the wind. From behind, he looked so handsome and domineering. Xiao Jinghong and the other three immediately surrounded him and asked him questions. 10,000 everlasting steps. At small accomplishment, you can kill from 100 meters away. At great accomplishment, you can kill from 1,000 miles away. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. His tone was very cool, which made the four even more excited. You guys should first master the sword techniques that you have. Zhou Xuanji snorted. After that, he turned around and left. Xiao Jinghong and the other three were not discouraged. Instead, they were even more motivated. 3 months later, Han Shenbo returned from his scouting trip. He held a blue-covered book in his hand. His expression was one of excitement as he gathered everyone together. What made you lose your composure like this? Chongming Demon Monarch cried out. Recently, under Daoya Old Man's guidance, his cultivation had improved. He felt that he had a chance to break through to the 8th rank, so he was in a good mood. Han Shenbo coughed lightly and opened the blue-covered book. The first batch of the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking has been released. It has spread to all major factions and empires, he said. The top genius of the Northern Wilderness, Zhou Xuanji, the son of Great Zhou's Lady Zhao Xian. He is known as Sword God Zhou. He reached Astral Infant Level 8 at the age of 21, and he can defeat anyone in the spirit refinement stage. The Shanghai Ziggurat nominated him as the unparalleled way of the sword in the Northern Wilderness. His spirit is not inferior to the ancient Sword Emperor. Everyone heard him and became excited. The unparalleled way of the sword in the Northern Wilderness. His spirit is not inferior to the ancient Sword Emperor. Well said. Xiao Jinghong clapped his hands and praised. This time, the Shanghai Ziggurat nominated him personally. This sentence would surely spread across the world. Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he was proud in his heart. Not bad. Han Shenbo continued to read. The first page of the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking recorded Zhou Xuanji's achievements since his birth. He fought the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and killed the Empress of Great Zhou. Great Shang's prowess shook the world with the sun, moon, and stars. Xian Xianghua, Huang Hantian, Xinhao Sect, Haoqi Alliance, and many other famous people were mentioned. Just when everyone was excited, the world was shocked. Sword God Zhou was only 21 years old. A 21-year-old astral infant level 8. Was there any justice in this world? In an instant, the entire Northern Wilderness region was shaken. Even the sanctums were discussing Zhou Xuanji. This time, Zhou Xuanji's name was remembered by countless people. After the news spread to Great Zhou, it caused a huge commotion. What? Sword God Zhou is the Prince of Great Zhou. Ha ha ha, our Great Zhou is blessed with great people indeed. No wonder the Empress of Great Zhou would assassinate Sword God Zhou for no reason. So that's why. Her son should be like Sword God Zhou. I suggest Zhou Xuanji to be the Crown Prince of Great Zhou. Zhou Yalong could not even enter the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking. Although it was because of his age, what was his cultivation when he was 20 years old? Zhou Xuanji could kill him with one finger. Within Great Zhou's territory, all kingdoms and cities had such discussions. The one who was most affected was Zhou Yalong. The Empress of Great Zhou was so vicious, how good could her son be? Although Zhou Yalong had a good reputation, he was not as benevolent as Zhou Xuanji. On the other side, in the Great Zhou Royal Palace, Emperor Yan of Zhou sat on his throne and listened to the soldiers reading in the palace. Songhai Ziggurat called him unparalleled sword's way in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperor. The soldier read carefully. After he finished, he looked up at Emperor Yen of Zhou carefully. The civil and military officials in the 2 rows were all shocked. Zhou Yalong's face was ugly. His eyes were burning with hatred. Zhou Qingxin's expression was complicated, while the princes were tongue-tied. Sword god Zhou was their brother. Okay, you can leave first. Shitan Changsha stood up and waved his hand. The soldier felt relieved and left the palace immediately. Emperor Yen of Zhou laughed suddenly. Well said. It is great Zhou's honor for my son to become the top genius in the northern wilderness. Zhou Yalong heard this and his eyes almost spewed fire. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and bled, but he did not let go. The hatred of killing his mother was irreconcilable. When Emperor Yen of Zhou ascended, he would use all the power of the entire empire to kill Zhou Xuanji. Humph, I'm afraid he's an unfilial son. At this moment, an unpleasant voice came from outside the palace. Lin Guanyu walked in with an indifferent expression, ignoring the shock of all the civil and military officials. Chapter 191. Facing Lin Guanyu's rude words, Emperor Yen of Zhou was expressionless. He had never been on good terms with this brother-in-law of his. It was because of Lin Guanyu and the merciful Melody Cliff that the Empress of the Great Zhou was so arrogant and domineering that she disturbed his harem. I wonder what brings Brother Lin to the Great Zhou dynasty? Emperor Yen of Zhou asked indifferently. This fellow had barged into the Great Zhou imperial palace. He did not take him seriously at all. If not for the fact that he was about to ascend, he would have abolished Lin Guanyu. On the day of ascension, Zhou Xuanji will surely come. At that time, I will kill him in Great Zhou. Lin Guanyu said indifferently, completely unafraid of offending Emperor Yen of Zhou. As soon as these words came out, the civil and military officials were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji was coming? Shitan Changsha frowned and asked, why is he here? Lin Guanyu pointed at Zhou Yalong and said, Zhou Xuanji had a maidservant by his side. That maidservant's clansmen were all slaughtered by the Yalong. Out of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city, only that one was left alive. Hearing this, everyone's expressions fell, including Emperor Yen of Zhou's. Zhou Yalong widened his eyes and quickly explained, I killed the Ghost Emperor tribe. They are the descendants of Xinhao's Pontiff Ming. Other than that, I have never massacred a city. Even so, everyone still looked at him strangely. Massacring the entire city was truly insane. If such a person became the son of heaven in the future, what kind of atrocious things would he do? But right now, other than Zhou Yalong, no one else could assume the position of the son of heaven. Then you can stay in the Zhou dynasty for now. He did not look at Zhou Yalong and instead stared at Lin Guanyu. Lin Guanyu nodded slightly and also looked at Emperor Yen of Zhou with killing intent in his eyes. By the lake. Spit fire. Zhou Xuanji folded his arms in front of his chest and instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the red Qilin on his shoulder stretched its head forward and burped. A wisp of charred smoke seeped out from its mouth. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in disdain and asked, why are you so weak? The red Qilin felt aggrieved and buried its head under its claws. Daoya old man shouted from afar, it was just born not long ago. Don't force it. Did anyone force you when you were young? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, I killed an evil cultivator at Inner Pellet when I was 2 years old. What do you think? Daoya old man was stunned, not knowing what to say. You're ruthless. Zhou Xuanji continued to train the red Qilin. He only stopped after training it for an hour. The little fellow ran towards the three-eyed drought rodent with a wronged expression. He shook his head with a smile and looked at the horizon. His thoughts had already drifted to the Great Zhou. After thinking for a while, he continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye. A month later, Zhou Xuanji began breaking through to astral projection. Everyone gathered around and waited expectantly. Once Master achieves a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm, it'll be the time for you to stand at the top of the world. Xiao Jinghong said with a face full of admiration. If he encountered Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance in the future, he would not have to worry. The others nodded in agreement. Daoya old man stroked his beard and smiled. When he breaks through to the God Ascension level, he might be able to enter the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Once he breaks through to the Mahayana level, he will be able to compete for the top spot in the world. As he said this, he sighed in his heart. Even though they saw this freak every day, when they thought about his talent and strength, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhou Xuanji sat by the lake as spiritual qi surged into his body. At this moment, he was using his inner vision. The leaving aperture realm was the realm where one's primordial spirit could leave one's body after clearing all 9 apertures in one's body. If the primordial spirit could leave the body, it would be able to absorb spiritual qi and grow stronger. Now, he had already opened up the apertures in his arms. The 9 apertures in the human body were located in the limbs, head, abdomen, chest, and back. There were 2 apertures on the back, but they were not as difficult to open up as the aperture in the heart. Zhou Xuanji had already mastered the flesh sword, so it was not difficult for him to open up all 9 apertures. He opened up an aperture every half an hour, which made Daoya old man's face twitch. I'm not watching anymore. This is too depressing. Daoya old man turned around and left, waving his hand. The others watched with great interest to prepare for breaking through to astral projection in the future. I feel like astral projection is not that difficult. Jiang Shui mumbled. The others had the same thought. Chongming Demon Monarch covered his forehead and said, "That's just him. I've seen many cultivators die from blood spurting out from their bodies when they broke through to astral projection." Astral projection was a major obstacle on the path of cultivation. Regardless of whether it was humans or demons, the death rate before this stage was extremely high. Zhou Xuanji had the protection of the Tianxia map and a powerful physique, so his life was not in danger. Time continued to pass. A long while later. Suddenly, Zhou Xuanji opened up the last aperture. Next, his body trembled, and he felt that he was flying. He looked down and realized that his body was still on the ground. Everyone was looking at his body anxiously. This is the out-of-body experience? Zhou Xuanji was amazed. He felt that he was as light as a feather and was not affected by gravity. He looked over and actually saw some lonely souls and wild ghosts. Some were at the bottom of the lake, some were floating above the forest, and some were hiding in the bushes in the forest. Damn, why are there so many ghosts around? Seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Aren't they afraid of light? Zhou Xuanji cursed. No wonder he always felt chilly winds blowing at his back when he was sleeping. Shortly after, he collected his thoughts and traveled around the world. After his soul left his body, his speed became even faster. After he leaped over mountains and lakes, Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. The feeling of traveling with his soul was so good that he could not help but sigh in amazement. I'm a mayfly in the world, a grain in the vast ocean. I mourn for the fleeting moment of my life, and I envy the boundless river. I carry a flying immortal to travel, and I embrace the bright moon to die. On the other side. Jiang Shui saw that Zhou Xuanji was not moving and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with him?" His soul left his body. Don't worry. He will be fine. Chongming Demon Monarch explained in amazement. This guy's breakthrough is as easy as drinking water. A while later. Zhou Xuanji's astral spirit entered his body. Next, his spirit energy began to grow tremendously. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached astral projection. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, silver, bookcutter sword, amethyst, frost king icebound sword, Rui purple cloud robe. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes with an odd expression. Bookcutter sword again? Wasn't it broken? And how did its grade increase? Some swords are not unique. The sword spirit explained, which made Zhou Xuanji feel that it was forced. But it was not bad to obtain another amethyst legendary sword. Most importantly, he could finally use the Heavenly Soul legendary sword. The information of the two legendary swords appeared before his eyes, but he ignored the bookcutter sword. Sword name: Frost King Icebound Sword Grade, Amethyst Description, made with 10,000-year-old ice flame. Contains boundless ice elemental energy. It can absorb the ice and snow in the world and freeze an area of 100 miles with one slash. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and began regulating his chi flow. The others came up to him and surrounded him, asking him questions all at once. A while later, Zhou Xuanji got up slowly. After breaking through to astral projection, he felt that his spirit energy grew tremendously. His overall power was more than 5 times stronger than before. Chapter 192. Zhou Xuanji took out the Frost King sword first. Seeing that he took out a new legendary sword, everyone was curious. The Frost King's sword was a meter long, and its blade was 4 fingers wide. It looked like it was made of crystal, and the moment he took it out, everyone felt a wave of chilliness wash over them. Such a handsome sword. Beixiao Wangjian praised. His eyes were filled with envy. Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and slashed toward the surface of the lake. In an instant, the surface of the lake froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was dumbfounded. After that, he put away the Frost King's sword. After that, he took out the Sky Extinguishing sword. With this sword, everyone, including Zhou Xuanji, felt a chill down their spines. The Sky Extinguishing sword's blade was blackish red in color, as if magma was hidden within the blade. The sword guard was like the head of a demon king from hell, with 2 horns growing out of it. The sword hilt was like a burnt bone. The entire sword looked like a demonic sword. The blade was a meter long, and it was as wide as the Frost King's sword. Holding the sword, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. So powerful. Just by holding it, he felt invincible. It was as though he could destroy the world with a single slash. He immediately put away the sword because the others were already trembling and were covered in cold sweat. What sword is that? Why do I feel fear when I see it? Zhao Zongjian asked in confusion. His eyes were filled with worry. Would such a demonic sword cause Zhou Xuanji's cultivation to go berserk? Jiang Shui also looked at Zhou Xuanji anxiously. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "This is the Sky Extinguishing sword. Only astral projection cultivators can use it. Don't worry, my sword will not harm me." The Supreme Legendary Sword System's products were all top-notch. There was no such thing as losing control. In half a year, Emperor Yan of Zhou would ascend. Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to that day. After that, he gathered everyone together to discuss about charging into Great Zhou. Everyone in the team was powerful. Other than the 3-eyed drought rodent and the red qilin, the weakest was at the peak of inner pellet. In a kingdom, they could be the most powerful cultivators of a kingdom. Zhou Xuanji needed their help. Using a legendary sword consumed too much energy after all. After he finished fighting, he needed his teammates to help him escape. Daoya Old Man was not only powerful, but he could also tell fortunes. Chongming Demon Monarch could defend against an army of 10,000. The 2 dragon eagles could be used as fighter jets. Huang Lianxin had the Ghost Emperor Divine Eye and could see through everything, including arrays. Jiang Shui was a sorcerer and healer. Beixiao Wangjian, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Han Shenbua could all be fighting forces. For now, he was very satisfied with this team. When they began to discuss the matter of killing Zhou Yalong, the entire world gathered in the Great Zhou dynasty. Emperor Yan of Zhou was in the northern wilderness top 100, and he was about to ascend, so he invited all the powerful figures in the world to come and watch. The Hanin divine sect had already brought many of their elders with them, and the Great Qin Empire had done the same. After Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended, although the Great Zhou Empire's power was greatly reduced, he still went to the upper realm. If they destroyed Great Zhou and met Emperor Yan of Zhou after ascending, how awkward would that be? The cultivation resources in the upper realm were definitely higher than those in the mortal realm. No one could predict how powerful Emperor Yan of Zhou would become. In a mansion in the Great Zhou Imperial City, Su Xianxian, who was wearing a veil, sat in front of the stone table, her eyes empty. An old woman stood beside her with an angry expression and berated, "Do you know what you're doing? Disfiguring your face and rejecting the marriage? Let me tell you, even if your face is disfigured, you still have to marry Zhou Yalong. However, with your face gone, will Zhou Yalong treat you well in the future? You're hopelessly stupid, you're just forcing yourself onto the path of death." This old woman was an elder of the Hanin divine sect, and she was called Zhang Lanya. She had raised Su Xianxian, and she was so angry that her body trembled. In order to reject the marriage, Su Xianxian had disfigured her face. This caused the higher-ups of the Hanin divine sect to be furious, and they did not even dare to tell Great Zhou about this. Now, they were thinking of ways to help her recover her face. No matter where, a woman's face was very important. This was especially so in the cultivation world. Unless one could shake the world like Xian Xianghua, one could only rely on their face. Su Xianxian remained silent and did not say a word. At this moment, she wished that someone would come and save her. She had completely given up on the Hanin divine sect and felt that it was a den of demons. "That's right, is Zhou Xuanji coming?" Su Xianxian suddenly asked. Now, everyone knew that sword god Zhou's name was Zhou Xuanji. She already knew about Zhou Xuanji's past. He was also a prince of Great Zhou. He had an irreconcilable feud with Zhou Yalong. Along the way, she heard many rumors that sword god Zhou would come to stop Zhou Yalong's coronation. "Humph, Lin Guanyu is here. Unless he wants to die, he will not dare to come. It's good that he's here. This way, your future husband's position as the emperor will be stable." Zhang Lanya snorted coldly as she thought about how to convince Su Xianxian. Having heard that, Su Xianxian did not speak anymore. Her thoughts had already drifted away. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 2. He wore an exquisite purple robe and looked handsome and noble. It was the Rui purple cloud robe. The defense of this robe was much higher than the white dragon golden robe. Even the silver-grade legendary sword could not pierce through it. After wearing it, it was as light as if he was not wearing it at all. The group began packing their things and prepared to leave for Great Zhou. Daoya old man walked up to him and chuckled as he asked, "Lin Guanyu has arrived in Great Zhou. Are you sure you want to go?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's good that he's here." He was already confident that he could defeat Huang Hantian. Although Huang Hantian was not at the great realization stage, he could stand against Lin Guanyu. This meant that Lin Guanyu was only at a low level in the great realization stage. Great Zhou would be the place where Lin Guanyu would fall. Actually, he did not hate Lin Guanyu. Instead, he admired Lin Guanyu. There were not many people in the world who were so determined to take revenge for his sister. But this was the world. If Lin Guanyu wanted to kill him, then he had to kill Lin Guanyu. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the jungle. If you can defeat Lin Guanyu, won't you be able to enter the northern wilderness top 100 directly? Daoya old man rubbed his chin and said in a mocking tone. But he did not think that it was possible. Lin Guanyu was the Beba Blade Master. It was already good enough to fight to a draw. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak further. After a while, the group packed up and began their journey. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chongming Demon Monarch and said, "Are you ready?" Chongming Demon Monarch was a little stunned and asked, "Ready for what?" Pfft, Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. The others laughed too. The little black snake, who was coiled around Small Air's neck, said, "Of course, to be a tank. When we reach Great Zhou, you will have to defend against Great Zhou's army." "What the, are you serious?" Chongming Demon Monarch trembled and asked anxiously. Although he had thick skin and flesh, how could he defend against an empire alone? The red Qilin, which was already as big as a dog, bared its teeth at him, as though it was encouraging him. Will it be a sneak attack, or will it be a thunderbolt from the clear sky? Han Shenhua asked as he rubbed his hands. He looked excited. Once they succeeded, they would all be famous across the world. Zhou Xuanji would no longer be the only one in the limelight. Chapter 193. On the mountain path, Zhou Xuanji strolled ahead with a fruit in his hand. Jiang Shui walked beside him. Chongming Demon Monarch walked in front, while Han Shenbua and the little black snake followed behind. Daoya Old Man walked to the side, while the others trained with their swords. A big and small air circled in the air to scout for them. Zhou Xuanji looked at the two of them and asked curiously, why can't they speak? The two dragon eagles were already at the 4th rank. If it were any other demon, they could transform into human form. Maybe they are born handicapped? Jiang Shui guessed as she looked at Zhou Xuanji. The expression in her eyes made him confused. What's wrong? He touched his face and asked. Nothing. I just felt a faint strand of violet qi between your brows. Jiang Shui shook her head. She rubbed her eyes and looked at him seriously. It's gone now. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly. Maybe my monarchical violet qi intimidated you. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, You? Only you can't intimidate me in the whole world. You are the one I'm least afraid of. Not bad, not bad. From now on, you will be in charge of my wives and concubines. You want to have a group of wives and concubines? Can't I? No. Can I take a few less? How many? 8? Are you itching for a beating? The two began to bicker, which livened up the atmosphere. With their speed, it would take them at least a month to reach the royal city of Great Zhou. They were not in a hurry. It was best to arrive on the day of the coronation. Only then would it be interesting. The main character always arrived at the most crucial moment. Along the way, the group chatted about the past and the present, enjoying the scenery. At the same time, all the checkpoints around Great Zhou were filled with people. Many cultivators from other empires or factions came to join in the fun. Especially the royal city of Great Zhou, it was extremely noisy. In the royal palace, Great Shang State Advisor Yang Zhongtian looked at Emperor Yan of Zhou with a smile. The generals on both sides looked alert. It's time for Great Zhou and Great Shang to bury the hatchet. Emperor Yan of Zhou said slowly. He stared at Yang Zhongtian and sighed in amazement. Back then, I had yet to ascend to the throne, and Yang Xindi was still young. The few of us traveled around the world together. How carefree it was. Unfortunately, things remain the same, but people have changed. Listening to his words, Yang Zhongtian and Shitan Changsha revealed looks of nostalgia. Their time had passed. Yang Zhongtian sternly said, Our emperor also has the same intention. Great Zhou has left you, Great Shang has left Haoqi alliance. If the two empires can join hands and support each other, it will definitely be a win-win situation. Emperor Yan of Zhou nodded and started to chat with Yang Zhongtian about the past. The two of them did not even mention the Hanin divine sect. It seemed harmonious, but there was actually an undercurrent surging. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hanin divine sect had a marriage alliance with Great Zhou, Great Shang probably wouldn't have lowered their heads and come here. Right, have Zong Kuiming come in. Emperor Yan of Zhou suddenly ordered. Hearing this, a general immediately left. Yang Zhongtian's expression changed as he asked, Why is he in the Zhou dynasty? Most of the civil and military officials in the hall were in an uproar. Even Zhou Yalong looked at Emperor Yan of Zhou in surprise. He owes me his life. Emperor Yan of Zhou replied calmly, a slight smile on his lips. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to notice. Yang Zhongtian's expression flickered as he fell silent. Soon, Zong Kuiming entered the hall. Ha ha ha, Emperor Yan of Zhou, your Zhou dynasty is indeed prosperous. Great Zhou's women are also quite tasty. I like that whatever tower, oh, drunken spring tower. A hearty laugh sounded out, followed by Zong Kuiming. He was dressed in black clothes with red silk and had a green crown on his head. His face was not handsome, but he gave off a ferocious aura. This was especially so for the red tattoo on the right side of his face, which looked like a blood-red claw. Zhong Kuiming was one of the Northern Wilderness top 100, and his strength was not inferior to Lin Guanyu's. No one knew which sect he was from, but 1,000 years ago, he had appeared out of nowhere and saved the Hunyuan Empire. Hunyuan's emperor had personally received him, and his name had shaken the world ever since. This person's personality was domineering and his temper was quite explosive, but he had a benevolent and righteous heart, and he loved to help those in need. Zhong Kuiming glanced at Yang Zhongtian and smiled as he said, "Ho, an old goat like you came as well. How is the Fury Buddha?" The outcome of the last battle was not decided yet. "Next time, I will personally pay him a visit." When Yang Zhongtian heard this, his face instantly turned ugly. Zhong Kuiming looked at Emperor Yan of Zhou and cursed, "I met Lin Guanyu. That fellow still has a scowling face, and his little sister definitely has a scowling face as well. How did you endure it?" Emperor Yan of Zhou gave a slight smile and said, "I'll be counting on Brother Zhong's help in ascending to the throne." "No problem, no problem." Zhong Kuiming waved his hand, and then he walked over to Zhou Yalong and clicked his tongue with admiration. "You really resemble your imperial father. But why do you seem like a short-lived ghost?" When Zhou Yalong heard that, his face instantly turned green. Emperor Yan of Zhou frowned and said, "Brother Zhong, don't tease a child. We will discuss the matter of the venue first." Zhong Kuiming grinned when he heard this, and then he turned around and walked to the center of the hall. "Don't worry. With me here, even Xian Xianghua can't leave, let alone Sword God Zhou," Zhong Kuiming said conceitedly, causing Yun Zhongtian to shake his head. "You can indeed deal with Sword God Zhou. But you want to deal with Xian Xianghua? He was probably courting death." A month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to the top of a mountain. Looking into the distance, they could see the high walls of Great Zhou's border pass at the end of the forest. "Leave a big and small air nearby, or else we will be exposed too easily," the little black snake said. If the two dragon eagles had transformed, it would be fine. But they were so big that they were too eye-catching. The red Qilin was already covered with black fur and looked like a black dog. Fortunately, its horns were not long and could be wrapped around its ears. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked up at a big and small air, who were circling above him. "Hide yourselves and don't get caught by others, understand?" he said. The two dragon eagles tilted their heads before flying deep into the forest. The group continued to fly toward the border pass. After flying past the forest, they saw many cultivators walking toward the border pass on the plain. Looking from above, they looked like a long line of ants. Soon, they landed and lined up to enter Great Zhou. Thousands of people lined up in front of them. It was a majestic and noisy scene. Why are there so many people? Won't the royal capital be even more crowded? Jiang Shui said in amazement. There were hundreds of such entrances, and there were already so many people today. It was hard to estimate how many people there were in the royal capital. A young master in front of them turned around and smiled as he waved his fan. "Actually, most people are here to see Sword God Zhou. Ever since he was revealed to be the Prince of Great Zhou, countless rumors have been spreading. Everyone thinks that with Sword God Zhou's personality, he would not allow the son of the enemy who killed his mother to ascend to the throne." After that, a look of admiration appeared on his face. A muscular man in front of him turned around and grinned. "Lin Guanyu, Emperor Yan of Zhou, Hanin Divine Sect, and so many powerful cultivators are guarding Great Zhou's royal capital. Do you think Sword God Zhou dares to come? Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that Sword God Zhou would line up here like them." Chapter 194. No matter how many powerful enemies there are, Sword God Zhou still dares to charge in. Zhao Tsongjian scoffed and the young master in front of him nodded. Seeing that there were so many of them, the burly man didn't say anything. He just shook his head and laughed. In his eyes, Sword God Zhou was being praised too highly. Sooner or later, he would fall miserably. Jiang Shui curled her lips and said in a low voice, "It seems like there are many people who look up to you." In the team of a few thousand people, what she heard the most was how powerful sword god Zhou was. Zhou Xuanji chuckled at her, hiding his achievements and fame. In fact, he was also lamenting. Didn't I just do those things? Is it worth so many people singing praises? It was really strange. There were no phones or computers in the northern wilderness region, nor was there any internet. Why did it feel like news was more developed than on Earth? Whatever he did, news would spread quickly. It could only be said that people were afraid of fame as pigs were afraid of being fat. Time passed. Only after 2 hours did Zhou Xuanji and the others enter. They were all using pseudonyms. In any case, as long as they paid enough spirit stones, the border guards wouldn't stop them. This was also the unspoken rule of the dynasties. If the strong couldn't stop them, it wouldn't matter even if the weak blocked them. It was better to make more money. After entering, everyone walked slowly. After all, there was still some time before the day of ascension. There are so many people, Emperor Yan of Zhou really knows how to create momentum. Daoya old man clicked his tongue in wonder. Looking around, there were people everywhere, all rushing towards the great Zhou imperial city. Emperor Yan of Zhou had announced that he was going to ascend 3 years ago, and he had arranged a marriage with the Hanin divine sect. He had even announced Lin Guanyu's arrival, causing Great Zhou to become the most talked about empire in the northern wilderness. It seemed ordinary, but in reality, there were many intentions behind it. Xiao Jinghong nodded and said, "I'm afraid he's trying to intimidate Master so that Master won't dare to come." Daoya old man smiled faintly and said, "That might not be the case." Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. However, the old man just smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was very relaxed. After all, he had already experienced many fierce battles, and his mental fortitude was already extraordinary. The closer he got to Great Zhou's royal city, the more Zhou Xuanji thought back to the days when he was young in Great Zhou's royal palace. At that time, the ones who accompanied him the most were palace maids and nannies. He shook his head and smiled, no longer thinking about it. On the day that Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended, he would definitely flip the heavens and earth upside down. 3 days later, they stopped by the river to rest. Chongming demon monarch used the little black snake as a whip and whipped it on the ground. He called it tempering his body. "Old ox. Didn't you eat?" The little black snake was still very strong-willed and clamored. When Chongming demon monarch heard this, he forcefully threw him onto the ground, causing the ground to crack. Afterward, the little black snake fainted and blood flowed out of its mouth as if it was dead. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and cursed, "Are you killing snakes?" Chongming demon monarch quickly put down the little black snake and said pitifully, "It's the one who asked me to use force. He was already gentle enough. Who told this fellow to court death?" The others also surrounded him and added insult to injury. They reprimanded Chongming demon monarch, causing him to hate the little black snake even more. Daoya old man stood by the river, his right hand constantly calculating something. Strange, why is the fate of the great Zhou being blinded? Something is wrong, something is wrong. He muttered to himself, appearing very distressed. Just then, he noticed a figure walking out of the woods across the river. It was a monster. It had a tiger's body and a human's face. It was covered in white fur and looked like a child. It stared at Daoya old man and opened its mouth to say something. Daoya old man's expression changed drastically, and he frowned. "Chongming, catch it." At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came from behind. Next, a black shadow flew past Chongming demon monarch's head and dashed toward the demon. The demon was so frightened that it turned around to flee. Unfortunately, Chongming demon monarch pressed its butt onto the ground and almost crushed it to death. Trying to escape. Chongming demon monarch laughed disdainfully as he spoke. Soon, he brought the demon to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya old man, "What were you guys talking about?" Daoya old man turned around and said, "It told me that we are in great trouble." The group frowned. What did that mean? Daoya old man shrugged his shoulder and said, "It's said that we captured a very important person and that we will be in great trouble sooner or later. I don't know anything else." Zhou Xuanji turned to look at the tiger-bodied, human-faced demon and asked, "Can you speak?" Although the demon was terrified, it acted as though it could not understand human language. Seeing this, he immediately took out the truth sword and stabbed it with his sword. "Tell me, who did we capture, and who is looking for trouble with us?" Facing his interrogation, the demon confessed straight away. "You captured the descendant of the Jiang clan. The great emperor will come for you. Now, all the demons inside and outside of Great Zhou are looking for you." The group heard him and looked at Jiang Shui instinctively with a strange expression. Jiang Shui was stunned too. She suspected that she had heard wrongly. Zhou Xuanji pointed at her and asked, "Is it her? The descendant of the Jiang clan, the great emperor? Could it be the third in the world, Jiang Wudi?" The demon looked at Jiang Shui instinctively and shook his head, saying, "Too young." The group could not help but think of Jiang Shui's grandmother, the crazy old woman. Daoya old man clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Interesting, interesting. No wonder Great Zhou's destiny has been concealed recently. So it was Jiang Wudi's doing." Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. What? He could already smell the scent of dog blood. Could it be that Jiang Wudi wanted to forcefully take Jiang Shui away and humiliate him by saying that he was not worthy of Jiang Shui? After that, the two of them would have to be separated for several years or even decades, and he would only be able to marry Jiang Shui when he reached the peak. There shouldn't be any problems with the engagement during this period, right? My grandma is still alive? Jiang Shui asked with a frown. She did not show any surprise. The demon looked at her and asked in surprise, "Your grandmother? Could it be that your grandmother is a descendant of the Jiang family? Quick, tell me where she is. We need to return your grandmother to the great emperor as soon as possible." Chongming demon monarch couldn't help but ask, "Isn't she a descendant of the Jiang clan? Do you really have to find an old lady?" The demon said disdainfully, "She won't be acknowledged by the Jiang clan." Back then, that descendant of the Jiang clan was engaged to someone, but she ended up falling in love with a mortal and escaped from the Jiang clan, causing the Jiang clan to be humiliated. Now, she even has a granddaughter. The Jiang clan wants to capture her and bring her back to apologize. As for her granddaughter, the Jiang clan hasn't mentioned a word about it. Perhaps they don't even know about it. Zhou Xuanji frowned. The story was indeed melodramatic. But why was the plot not right? Jiang Shui's grandmother? Jiang Shui's expression was complicated. She didn't know what to say. "I advise you to release me. The great emperor will personally descend upon the great Zhou dynasty sooner or later. If you protect the descendant of the Jiang clan, you will all die." The monster saw the change in everyone's expression and thought that they were afraid, so he shouted, "You're very arrogant," Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. He could sense Jiang Shui's dejection. The feeling of not being accepted by one's family was hard for anyone to accept. "What's wrong? I'm advising you out of goodwill. If you dare touch me, you'll be going against the great emperor. You'll die a horrible death." The demon snorted. Even though he was being stepped on, he was still arrogant. An hour later, everyone sat by the river. Chongming demon monarch held a roasted leg in his hand and smiled. "This guy's meat is quite fragrant." In front of them, there was a fire rack with a tiger's body on it. The smell of burnt meat filled the air. Chapter 195. The group began talking about Jiang Wudi as they ate the barbecued meat. Daoya old man spoke the most. He had lived for thousands of years and was the most experienced after all. The Jiang clan was one of the oldest clans in the human race, and Jiang Wudi was even more unfathomable. His highest ranking in the World Millennium Duel was second. Unfortunately, at that time, he encountered Xian Xianghua at her peak, and was utterly defeated. Putting aside Xian Xianghua and Yang Di, who reigned supreme in the world, Jiang Wudi was as powerful as a god. The rise of each empire had the Jiang clan behind them. There were also disciples from the Jiang clan in the Eight Sanctums. They had infiltrated every corner of the human race. It's okay. He's looking for the crazy old woman anyway. We will leave after we finish this, Beixiao Wangjian said indifferently. Northern Sword Valiant said nonchalantly. They finally understood why the crazy old lady would abandon Jiang Shui. It was to protect her. But what about the fact that she owed him money? If she did not owe money, Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji would not be homeless. Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Shui, who was beside him. She hugged her knees and remained silent. He asked, "Do you want to look for your grandma? After this is over, I will bring you to her." Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "Forget it. Maybe I will become a burden to her if I look for her." If she was not a burden, why would she abandon her? There was another possibility, which was that her grandma was already dead. Regardless of the reason, she did not want to pursue it. That's right. Everyone has their own path. The conflict between your grandma and the Jiang clan should be settled during your parents' generation. You have your own life. Daoya old man said with a smile as he stroked his long beard. He paused for a moment before continuing with deep meaning, "Follow Xuanji and cultivate well. When he becomes the top cultivator in the world, you can support your grandma." Jiang Shui nodded and said excitedly, "I want to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100 too. I want to be the second in the world and suppress Jiang Wudi." Zhou Xuanji smiled, "Okay. I will be the first in the world, and you will be the second." This girl had really grown up. Her heart was much stronger than he imagined. "If so, then I will be the third in the world and suppress Jiang Wudi," Xiao Jinghong said in high spirits. He believed that he could do it. The others laughed along. "I will be the fourth in the world and become the sovereign of the demon race." "Tui, I want to be the third." "Then I won't fight with you. I'll just be the fifth in the world." "Why?" "The fifth place is mine." "Forget it. You won't be able to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100 in this lifetime." The red Qilin tilted its head as it looked at the group fooling around with each other. Its big watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Jiang Shui felt warmth in her heart. She knew that everyone was trying to liven up the atmosphere so that she wouldn't feel so sad. After everyone finished eating the tiger demon's meat, Zhou Xuanji clapped his hands, got up, and said, "Let's go. It's time to go." Jiang Wudi's target was not them. Their target was not Jiang Wudi. Emperor Yan of Zhou's ascension was their current goal. Under the blue sky of the great Zhou imperial city, a huge stone platform that was thousands of meters wide floated in the air above the imperial city. Soldiers flew up and down, setting up altars, flags, and banquets for the guests on the stone platform. This platform was called the Ascension Platform. Emperor Yan of Zhou would ascend here, and at the same time, Zhou Yalong would become the emperor here. The streets of the imperial city were packed with people, and all the inns in the city were full. Countless red lanterns were hung on the streets, and laughter could be heard everywhere. Among the sea of people, many children were playing and chasing each other. The child beggars under the trees by the streets were also talking about ascension and becoming the emperor. In a heavily guarded residence in a corner of the imperial city, Su Xianxian was wearing a bright red wedding dress. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror and was lost in thought. She was still wearing a veil. Previously, it was to reduce trouble, but now, it was to cover her ugliness. "My lady, the envoy from the Shanghai Ziggurat is here too." At this moment, a lady walked in from the gate and said excitedly, "This time, you are going to marry the new emperor of Great Zhou. This will surely shake the northern wilderness region. All the people who came are influential people. The future emperor is better than the little evil lord no matter how you look at it. He's cultured, has powerful cultivation, and is well-read." The lady walked up to Su Xianxian and sighed in admiration. Her tone was filled with envy. "Are you going to marry him?" Su Xianxian asked. The lady heard her and blushed immediately. "I'm of humble birth, how can I marry?" she said shyly. Her heart was already in turmoil. If she were to be a dowry maid, could she become a noble or even a concubine? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, as though she had found a direction in life. Su Xianxian sighed faintly and did not speak anymore. At the same time, Emperor Yan of Zhou and Great Zhou's officials and generals were approaching the Shanghai Ziggurats envoy, Lu Longlin. His Majesty, the Flame Emperor, is really powerful. Each of his sons is more powerful than the other. I tested Zhou Xuanji personally, and I was the one who passed his information to the ziggurat. Lu Longlin chuckled, which made Zhou Yalong, who was behind Emperor Yan of Zhou, change his expression slightly. The other officials looked at each other in dismay, knowing that they did not come with good intentions. Emperor Yan of Zhou laughed heartily and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for taking care of me. If Yalong breaks through to great realization in the future, please take care of the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Even though Lu Longlin's cultivation was lower than his, he still had to call him brother. It was because he could not afford to offend the Shanghai Ziggurat. No problem, no problem. Lu Longlin waved his hand and smiled. Seeing Zhong Kuiming, he smiled and said, "Oh, Brother Zhong is here too." After that, he walked toward Zhong Kuiming. Emperor Yan of Zhou looked at an old official beside him and asked, "Are you ready?" The old official replied respectfully, "Everything is ready until the time comes." In 20 hours, the ascension ceremony would begin. Following this, Emperor Yan of Zhou told Zhou Yalong to make preparations. Before he ascended, he had to see Zhou Yalong get married and see his son ascend to the throne. Only then would he be at ease. Just like that, all of the officials started to get busy. Great Zhou's royal guards and soldiers landed on the walls of the royal city, waiting information. There were also many soldiers riding on flying wolves in the air above the royal city, patrolling. The sun set and the moon rose, and the sun rose in the east. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight streaked across the Great Zhou royal city, figures walked through the air towards the ascension stage. There were guests from the Hanin divine sect, Great Shang, Shanghai Ziggurat, Great Chen, and other large factions. Yun Zhongtian and Great Chen's officials chatted as they looked outside the city, as if they were waiting for something. Soon, they were all seated. Looking down, there were 2,000 banquets on the ascension stage, and the higher one's status was, the closer they sat. There was a tall tower at the edge of the stone stage near the palace. Great Zhou's flag was at the top of the tower, fluttering in the wind. Looking down, everyone in the city had walked out of their houses and were on the streets or balconies, looking up at the ascension stage. Nearly 10 million people were looking up. This was an unprecedented event in Great Zhou's history. Shitan Changsha leapt up and landed below the tall tower. He stabbed his long saber into the ground and stood there like a guardian deity, his face expressionless. Royal guards landed at the edge of the ascension stage, silently waiting for Emperor Yan of Zhou to descend. Chapter 196. Zhou Yalong, who was wearing a golden dragon robe, led a group of princes and princesses out of the palace. He wore a red embroidered ball on his chest. His face was calm, but his eyes could not hide the excitement in them. He was about to become the ruler of Great Zhou. "Second brother, from now on, you are the son of heaven," Zhou Qingxin said enviously. As for the Great Zhou crown prince, he did not come. Back then, he had made a big fool of himself and guessed Zhou Xuanji's identity. But he had already disappeared from the world, and no one knew who did it. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not pursue this matter, but every time they thought about it, they would feel terrified. "Please support me in the future." Zhou Yalong chuckled, but he didn't turn around to look at Zhou Qingxin. Seeing this, Princess Xuanya pouted and thought to herself, "What are you pretending for?" She hated Zhou Yalong's hypocrisy the most. He was clearly looking down on everyone, yet he was still pretending to be polite. Soon, the imperial family members were seated. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 people on the ascension platform. There were more than 10 major factions, and there were even guests from holy lands and dynasties. Beside Princess Xuanya sat an exquisite young lady. She wore a blue dress and was also a princess. Her name was Princess Lingling, and she was Consort Chen's adopted daughter. After Lady Zhao Xian's incident, Emperor Yan of Zhou had betrothed her to Zhou Xuanji, which was equivalent to a ghost marriage. This caused her to become a laughingstock, and only Princess Xuanya treated her sincerely. "Sister, there are so many forces here. Will something happen?" Princess Lingling asked in a low voice. She felt somewhat uneasy. Princess Xuanya shook her head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, they are all here to help." After that, she glanced at Zhou Yalong and shook her head. "I don't know if the great Zhou dynasty will prosper in the future. It would be great if your husband could become the emperor." Ever since she knew that sword god Zhou was Zhou Xuanji, she had teased Princess Lingling many times. Without Zhou Xuanji, Princess Xuanya might have already died in Cloud Swallow City. She began to worship sword god Zhou a long time ago. She watched as sword god Zhou's name shook the world step by step, which made her look forward to meeting him again. "Big sister, what are you talking about? It doesn't count. I don't even know." Princess Lingling blushed and pouted. Their voices were very soft, and the ascension platform was very noisy, so no one paid attention to their conversation. Time continued to pass. The sun was getting hotter and hotter. Noon had arrived. "It's time." Shitan Changshi suddenly shouted, his voice resounding through the sky, causing countless people to tremble in fear. However, he was the great general of the state, so no one dared to scold him. All the civil and military officials flew over and knelt in front of the tower. Zhou Yalong, Zhou Qingxin, Princess Xuanya, and the other princes and princesses also did the same. The concubines in the harem knelt beside the tower, their eyes red and heartbroken. Emperor Yan of Zhou, courtesy named Zissou, was born when Great Zhou was in danger. He wandered about, but he did not forget his roots. After learning a divine ability, he killed millions of Great Zhou's enemies with his sword. He was recognized by the previous emperor and was made the crown prince. After the previous emperor died, Zhou Zissou ascended to the throne and became the emperor. He was called the Flame Emperor, and people called him Emperor Yan of Zhou. Shitan Changshi spoke. His voice was like a torrent, and his tone rose and fell. It was extremely inciting, causing the entire imperial city to quieten down. Millions of people began to listen to his speech. After Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended to the throne, he got rid of the surrounding demon race and shocked the other countries, leading Great Zhou to become more powerful. He started to talk endlessly about Emperor Yan of Zhou's achievements, causing the people of Great Zhou's blood to boil. Putting aside those personal matters, Emperor Yan of Zhou was indeed a qualified emperor. He was never weak to outsiders, and he was never unreasonable to his own people. He was a powerful and benevolent emperor. Great Zhou could not do without him, so he had always been the emperor. If he had stepped down 100 years earlier, he would not have needed to ascend. It had to be known that the higher one's cultivation was, the higher one's status would be after ascending. It was said that when ascending, there would be a door. Once one stepped through it, one would shed their mortal body and their cultivation would soar. How much one could soar depended on one's foundation. Shitan Changshi spoke for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before saying, "We respectfully invite your majesty to descend." Following this, a domineering aura covered the entire city. Emperor Yan of Zhou appeared at the top of the tower, looking down at Great Zhou's officials, generals, princes, princesses, and concubines. He wore a golden emperor's robe and a crown inlaid with pearls. He looked high and mighty, and the aura of an emperor was displayed to its fullest, causing people's hearts to tremble. "Today, we have ascended, and Great Zhou is in your hands." As he spoke, he pointed at Zhou Yalong. Zhou Yalong raised his head and said excitedly, "Your son will definitely lead Great Zhou to prosperity and will not let father down." Emperor Yan of Zhou smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, the tower beneath his feet suddenly lit up with candles. In front of every window sill on the tower, a layer of faint purple mist enveloped the tower. A powerful ray of light shot out from the sun and landed on Emperor Yan of Zhou's body. Ascension. Emperor Yan of Zhou slowly flew up and said, "From today onwards, you are the Emperor of Great Zhou." Before we ascend, we want to see you start a family and have an empress." Hearing this, Zhou Yalong immediately got up. Shitan Changsha shouted, "Emperor Zhou Yuan's marriage ceremony has begun. Hanin Divine Sex Saintess, Su Xianxian, please ascend the ascension stage." As he spoke, waves of obscene sounds came from the edge of the royal city. A group of Hanin Divine Sect disciples carrying a red sedan chair walked through the air, and everyone in the city could see them. "They're here. I heard that Su Xianxian is Great Shang's #1 beauty. I wonder if that's true." "It's true, even Great Shang's emperor wants his son to marry her. It's a pity for the little evil lord, I wonder who crippled him. I heard that it was done by one of Sword God Zhou's black snakes, but it's very likely that they're trying to slander him." "Fine, everything is done by our Sword God Zhou. Haoqi Alliance is truly shameless." The entire city was filled with heaven-shaking discussions. Most people were very excited. Ascension was something that was rarely seen in a lifetime. Within the sunlight, Emperor Yan of Zhou slowly rose up, seeming to give off a divine light. Zhou Yalong turned around and took a deep breath. Even though he had never met Su Xianxian before, her beauty had spread throughout the world, so how could he not feel anticipation? Soon, the Hanin Divine Sect's red sedan chair landed. It was 800 or so meters away from Zhou Yalong, and red flowers bloomed on the ground between them, looking incredibly beautiful. Standing in front of the red sedan chair, a woman in a green dress said softly, "Miss, it's time to come out." However, she did not receive a reply. Everyone's gazes gathered on her, including Emperor Yan of Zhou's. However, Su Xianxian did not come out. Within the sedan chair, Su Xianxian, who was wearing a red veil, tightly gripped her clothes. She was currently struggling with herself. She understood that if she stepped out, she would no longer have freedom. If she did not come out, she would definitely die. Shitan Changsha frowned. If Su Xianxian did not come out, it would be a slap to Great Zhou's face. He looked at Hanin Divine Sect's elder Zhang Lanya. Zhang Lanya's expression was also unsightly, and she immediately sent a telepathic message. Swoosh. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came. It was a sword. Wind-cutter sword. It quickly landed in front of the red sedan chair and pierced into the stone surface. In that instant, everyone turned to look. "What wife? You're going to die today, don't harm the lady." Zhou Xuanji's arrogant laughter sounded throughout the heavens and earth, causing countless people's expressions to change. Chapter 197. Great Zhou's royal city was in an uproar. Someone dared to come at such a crucial moment? Could it be? Everyone became excited and quickly guessed the identity of the newcomer. Zhou Yalong's eyes were red, and extreme murderous intent flowed out of them. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xuanji and the others flew over on their swords like a group of immortals. The soldiers on the city walls wanted to stop them but were all injured by Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. On the ascension platform, everyone got up. Emperor Yan of Zhou, who was under the sunlight, narrowed his eyes. "He's here indeed." Yang Zhongtian mumbled to himself with a strange smile in his eyes. The royal city was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou is here. I knew Zhou Xuanji would not let Zhou Yalong off. Is he going to fight for the throne? TSK, Sword God Zhou is too impulsive. Why didn't he wait for His Majesty to ascend before coming out? Unparalleled swords way in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperor. This is Zhou Xuanji. He wants to prove himself in front of the emperor. Everyone began discussing excitedly. Most of them came for Sword God Zhou, so how could they not be excited when they saw Sword God Zhou coming? Stop! Emperor Yan of Zhou said. The soldiers heard him and immediately retreated. Zhou Xuanji brought Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others to the ascension platform. He looked down at Zhou Yalong and said, Zhou Yalong, the heavenly Tao has its own cycle, and karma and retribution will come sooner or later. Today, your retribution has come. He was filled with murderous intent. This made many people nervous, especially Great Zhou's ministers and generals. They did not want anything to happen to Zhou Yalong, because if anything happened to him, Great Zhou would be finished. Zhou Xuanji could not become the lord of Great Zhou. After all, his hatred was too great. Within the red palanquin, Su Xianxuan's hands loosened her grip on her clothes. Under the red veil, she smiled slightly. Outside, Zhou Yalong looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and said, "The one who should be punished is you." The hatred of killing his mother was irreconcilable. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. He flipped his right hand, and a silver spear appeared in his hand. "You killed her entire clan and massacred an entire city. Whose punishment is greater? I only killed your mother because your mother killed my mother. You even tried to kill me." Zhou Xuanji pointed at Huang Lianxin and said. His voice was so loud that everyone in the city could hear him. Huang Lianxin said furiously, "Zhou Yalong, when you entered the city, my people treated you so warmly. Yet, you pretended to go berserk and slaughtered my people. How cruel is that? Why aren't you killed by the heavens and earth? Why do you still want to be the emperor of Great Zhou? I'm afraid the entire Great Zhou will be slaughtered by you in the future." Boom! The whole city was in an uproar. Countless people were dumbfounded. Zhou Yalong's reputation had always been good. Although he was not as world-shaking as Zhou Xuanji, few people had any objections to him becoming the emperor of Great Zhou. Zhou Yalong didn't panic and responded calmly, "You are the Ghost Emperor tribe, and your tribe leader is Xinhao Sec's Huang Ming. You are all demons, so what if I kill you?" After he had committed the crime, he had fantasized about it. Faced with such a situation, he had already memorized the lines he had prepared. Zhou Xuanji coldly snorted and said, "You make it sound so dignified. They treated you warmly, but you massacred the entire city. Who wouldn't think that you are the devil? Just because the descendants of the nefarious devil are the nefarious devils? Are there definitely no devils among righteous cultivators? You don't believe your words and your methods are cruel. You are even more devilish than a devil, just like your mother. She kills anyone she doesn't like. You are all devils disguised as righteous. Today, I'm going to kill you right here." After saying this, Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and the God Emperor sword appeared in his hand. The God Emperor Qi wrapped around him, looking incredibly eerie. Zhou Yalong's expression immediately became unsightly. This boy's words were filled with needles and were too hurtful. Before he could say anything, Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the heavenly lights. His sword Qi turned into the heavenly lights and shot towards Zhou Yalong incredibly quickly. They were like birds flashing past. Zhou Yalong's eyes widened and he instinctively raised his spear to block, but he was unable to dodge in time. On the ascension stage, over 10,000 people felt a powerful gust of wind blow past. Humph! A cold harumph sounded out as Lin Guanyu appeared in front of Zhou Yalong and destroyed the heavenly lights with a saber strike. Sword Qi and saber Qi swept out in all directions, shaking the entire ascension stage. Seeing Lin Guanyu appear, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, and Xiao Jinghong, Jiang Shui, and the others did not panic. Daoya old man clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "Interesting." Chongming demon monarch cursed out, "Do you dare to duel with our master?" Zhou Yalong did not reply, and he savagely glared at Zhou Xuanji. Lin Guanyu raised his saber and coldly laughed as he said, "You don't know that I'm in Great Zhou?" With his strength, he was confident that he could kill Zhou Xuanji and the others. However, he was afraid that Xian Xianghua was there as well. Zhou Xuanji smirked and condescendingly laughed as he said, "You think I'm here to kill an ant like Zhou Yalong? I'm here to kill an old dog like you. Lin Guanyu, you're the Baba Blade Master, yet you indulge your own little sister and bully the weak. You're not worthy of being called an expert." Hearing this, Lin Guanyu frowned. This boy's mouth was quite vicious. For him to be so fearless, could it be that he really had something to rely on? Everyone's gazes fell on Zhou Xuanji. Hanin Divine Sect Elder Zhang Lanya frowned, looking quite confused. Where did Zhou Xuanji get his courage from? Yang Zhongtian thought to himself, and Lu Longlin gulped, looking quite expectant. You want to kill me by yourself? Lin Guanyu asked with a double meaning. Zhou Xuanji took out the white dragon-bone sword and Hegemonjiu. He gripped the God Emperor sword and white dragon-bone sword with both hands and stepped on Hegemonjiu as he approached Lin Guanyu. I'm going to kill you in front of everyone in the world, Zhou Xuanji said as he laughed. After saying this, he ferociously used the 8-step sword lunge and rushed at Lin Guanyu. Lin Guanyu raised his saber and slashed to the left, his movements incredibly sharp. Zhou Xuanji appeared on his left out of nowhere and slashed out with his 2 swords, but was blocked by his saber. Astral projection? No wonder you're so arrogant, Lin Guanyu said as he coldly harumphed. However, he was 2 stages higher than Zhou Xuanji, so how could he fear him? As long as Xian Xianghua was not here, Zhou Xuanji was a dead person in his eyes. He immediately flung Zhou Xuanji away, and he chased after Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the power of the God Emperor sword and white dragon-bone sword. A God Emperor appeared on his body, and a white dragon coiled around his body. His aura was incredibly majestic, and the dragon's roar shook the heavens. Zhou Xuanji's senses soared, and he quickly dodged Lin Guanyu's saber before unleashing the 6-path sword shadow and heavenly lights. Sword chi rushed over from 6 directions, instantly inundating Lin Guanyu. Boom! An explosion sounded out above the royal city, and everyone stared with wide eyes. Facing Lin Guanyu, did Zhou Xuanji really have the power to fight back? Even Emperor Yan of Zhou looked quite surprised. Lin Guanyu was in the Northern Wilderness top 100, and even though he was at the bottom, he was still a top-tier expert in the Northern Wilderness. He had charged into the empire by himself and was able to escape unscathed. Zhou Xuanji had already grown to such a level. Zhou Yalong's body trembled, and his eyes seemed to spit out flames. He inwardly roared, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 198. Lin Guanyu charged out from the explosion, his entire body burning with a layer of white flame, allowing him to remain unscathed. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he swung his saber extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed Zhou Xuanji's 6-path sword shadow. Zhou Xuanji charged at him again, and the two began to compete in sword and saber techniques in the air. With 2 swords in hand, his attacks were extremely fast, and countless sword shadows appeared one after another. On the other hand, although Lin Guanyu only relied on his blade, he had the upper hand and forced Zhou Xuanji to retreat. Although Zhou Xuanji had 2 glorious gold legendary swords to compensate for the difference in their cultivation stages, it was still difficult for him to defeat Lin Guanyu. He was not in a hurry. After all, he had a trump card. He could use Lin Guanyu as a whetstone. The God Emperor sword and the white dragon-bone sword's power began to merge in the battle. He displayed various sword techniques and began to gradually turn the situation around. White crane sword technique. Fiery sword art. 36 paths jade shao sword. Trisource vein severing sword. Soul eater slash. Moonlit wind sword dance. Tempest skybreaker slash. His sword techniques were endless, and his sword intents were constantly changing. Soon, Lin Guanyu was countered. In the eyes of others, sword god Zhou's sword technique was so pleasing to the eye that it was visually stunning. He kept moving around Lin Guanyu, his sword flashing, fierce and domineering. So powerful. Zhou Xuanji is already on the same level as Baba Blade Master. So powerful. This is sword god Zhou. Every time he appears, his strength increases by leaps and bounds. Lin Guanyu is in trouble now. See that? That's the number 1 on the Northern Wilderness Prodigy leaderboard. Oh my god, could sword god Zhou really kill Lin Guanyu? Look, even the Son of Heaven is moved. In the Imperial City, countless people exclaimed and shouted. Lin Guanyu was not from Great Zhou, and Zhou Xuanji was their prince. It was easy for them to choose a side. Moreover, almost all the people from other places wanted to watch this battle. If they had no expectations for Zhou Xuanji, why would they come? High in the sky. Zhou Xuanji used all sorts of sword wills as he pleased, which caused his battle style to change rapidly. Lin Guanyu felt a headache. It was his first time encountering such an opponent. His cultivation is only at leaving Aperture Realm, so why is his strength and speed on par with mine? Lin Guanyu thought as he gritted his teeth. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji's sword was not simple? No matter what, he must kill Zhou Xuanji. Otherwise, if he couldn't avenge his sister, his reputation would be ruined. Then, his saber speed suddenly increased. His right arm danced wildly, and his saber chi shot out and sent Zhou Xuanji flying backward. He abruptly sheathed his sword. His left hand gripped the hilt, and both his hands gripped the saber. His aura skyrocketed. In an instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. The clouds stopped, and the wind stopped. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are powerful indeed, but a life for a life. Don't blame me for being impolite." With that said, he slashed out with his saber. The saber flashed. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, including Yang Zhongtian, Zhou Yalong, and Daoya old man Zhou Xuanji also closed his eyes, but his hands did not stop moving. He directly used the sky-dominating divine sword. The unparalleled sword art of the ancient sword emperors. The two swords slashed out with an indomitable will. The momentum was so strong that it seemed like it could break through all obstacles. At this moment, he was one of the 9 emperors of the Sword Dao, the hegemon Sword Emperor. Boom! The sword chi and saber chi collided, causing the clouds in the sky to tremble. A wild gale blew, and the ascension stage trembled. Countless structures in the royal city trembled. Looking up, a visible shockwave appeared behind both of them, sweeping across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's purple clothes fluttered in the wind. Even though his eyes were closed, his aura was not any weaker than Lin Guanyu's. Lin Guanyu's expression changed. This was his most powerful saber art. Even though it was not beautiful, it was incredibly lethal. How could this boy block it? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. This sword is called the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword, and it's the sword technique that the hegemon Sword Emperor used to dominate the world. Have you seen it before? He asked calmly as he looked at Lin Guanyu. His voice sounded out in everyone's ears. Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Hegemon Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji had actually obtained the legacy of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way. Lin Guanyu's expression greatly fell. The legend of the hegemon Sword Emperor was incredibly famous. Xian Xianghua's father had been suppressed by the hegemon Sword Emperor for his entire life, and he was the end of the legend. After the hegemon Sword Emperor ascended, there had been no such peerless person in the world. Emperor Yan of Zhou frowned and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. His gaze was a little complicated. He had fantasized about how powerful this boy would be when he grew up, but he did not expect the two of them to be so unfamiliar. Zhou Yalong's face was even more ashen. If Lin Guanyu lost, who could protect him? After witnessing Zhou Xuanji's power, he knew that he was no match for him. I've received the legacies of the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor and the hegemon Sword Emperor. Even though their sword techniques are not enough to convince me, it's more than enough to deal with you. Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at Lin Guanyu and smiled proudly. He said this intentionally because he did not want to be labeled as the hegemon Sword Emperor's successor. Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. Lin Guanyu's face turned even darker. Just how many backers did Zhou Xuanji have? After all, he would ascend sooner or later. If he killed Zhou Xuanji, how could he explain himself to the hegemon Sword Emperor and the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor when he ascended? With their divine abilities, they might know about the matters of the mortal realm. The saying that the gods were watching was not groundless. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji took out the other legendary swords. The Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, Defeating Hell King Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Icebound Sword, and so on. More than 30 legendary swords appeared behind him, all pointing at Lin Guanyu. He activated the 10,000 sword dragon incantation straight away. All the legendary swords gathered dragon-shaped sword chi and coiled around their blades. The scene was majestic, and countless people's blood boiled. It's coming. Sword God Zhou's most famous sword technique was coming. No one knew what this sword technique was called, but it was powerful and cool. Anyone who saw it would be fascinated. Is Lin Guanyu going to lose? No wonder he's so overpowered. Even the two ancient sword emperors were convinced by him. I heard that sword god Zhou could manifest a sword will in an earth-grade sword technique within a day. Even the 9 emperors of the sword's way could not compare to him. Can you stop exaggerating? Although I admire Zhou Xuanji, how can his talent be so ridiculous? So domineering. I heard that Zhou Xuanji's goal is 10,000 swords soaring in the sky. Do you think he can do it? The tens of millions of people in the city discussed excitedly, and there were even many people who flew into the air to get a better look. Zhou Xuanji dashed toward Lin Guanyu, and all the legendary swords followed closely behind. The white dragon coiled around the god emperor, and the other dragon-shaped sword chief followed behind as though they were following the dragon king. Lin Guanyu stopped thinking and began swinging his blade. No matter what, he must kill Zhou Xuanji today. Let's talk about the future in the future. Clang! The blade and sword clashed. Zhou Xuanji smiled, and all the legendary swords slashed at Lin Guanyu crazily as though they had a mind of their own, catching him off guard. Chapter 199. Clang! 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 Although Lin Guanyu appeared to be in a sorry state when he was surrounded by dozens of divine swords, he still managed to fend them off. Zhou Xuanji felt more and more satisfied. He could also use the glorious gold legendary swords consecutively. The coordination between the legendary swords was also increasing. He was using Lin Guanyu to practice his sword. What's going on? Why are these swords getting stronger and faster? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Guanyu's forehead. Even though his cultivation was strong, he couldn't withstand the attacks of so many divine swords. Very quickly, the Hell King's sword pierced through his shoulder, and fresh blood splattered out. The people on the ascension platform widened their eyes. Lin Guanyu was injured first. Amazing! Princess Xuanya exclaimed. After speaking, she hurriedly covered her mouth, afraid that someone would hear. Zhou Qingxin looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Back then, at the Xia sect, Zhou Xuanji had to avoid even Xia Wuyo's fury, but now, he could injure Lin Guanyu. How many years had it been? Thinking about himself, his cultivation had barely broken through a small realm. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, he felt like he had been living like a pig all these years. Lu Longlin murmured, is he going to make it into the Northern Wilderness top 100? If he defeated Lin Guanyu, Zhou Xuanji could replace his ranking. When the others heard this, they all swallowed their saliva. At this moment, they felt an indescribable sense of shock. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of a legend. Top 100 of the Northern Wilderness in his early 20s? No one had ever done it before, and probably no one would be able to do it in the future. From the red palanquin, Su Xianxian walked out in her wedding dress. She took off her red veil and looked up at the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Lin Guanyu. This scene was seen by Zhou Yalong, and he was instantly enraged. Previously, this woman refused to come out, but now she came out. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Wait till I ascend to the throne, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Zhou Yalong roared in his heart. The more majestic Zhou Xuanji was, the more irritated he felt. At this moment, Lin Guanyu suddenly landed on the ascension platform. There were many sword wounds on his body, and his aura had become chaotic. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xuanji, I admit that you are powerful. You are indeed worthy of the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor and Hegemon Sword Emperor's legacies. Lin Guanyu said in a deep voice. He raised the saber in his hand horizontally, and the gravel under his feet flew up. The little black snake muttered, "Is this guy going to risk his life?" Jiang Shui scoffed, "So what? It's still hard to defeat Xian Ji." Although she said that, she was still very surprised. It was the same for the others. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be able to face Lin Guanyu head-on and gain the upper hand. In these 3 years, Zhou Xuanji had been cultivating, and no one knew his true power. The moment the divine sword was unsheathed and revealed its sharpness, it truly amazed them. "My little disciple is about to soar into the sky." Daoya old man sighed as he stroked his beard. He knew very well what defeating Lin Guanyu meant. Huang Lianxin was the most excited, because she was about to take revenge. Zhou Xuanji gripped the 2 swords in his hands, his body hanging upside down as he spun and dived downwards. All of the legendary swords wrapped around his body and descended as well, looking like a storm of sword chi descending from the sky. Lin Guanyu gripped his saber with both hands and slashed upwards. Wherever the saber pointed, the ground cracked, and saber chi soared into the sky. A loud bang resounded. It shook heaven and earth. It tore apart all noise. The ascension stage tilted from the pressure, and everyone flew up to avoid being injured. Su Xianxian looked at Zhou Xuanji, a look of shock on her face. "So he's so powerful, and his face isn't so ordinary." She looked quite dazed as she looked at Zhou Xuanji's unfamiliar handsome face. Thinking back to the reason she had teamed up with Zhou Xuanji, she felt quite complicated. She felt a bit awkward but also a bit sweet. Perhaps this was fate. Zhou Yalong would occasionally look at her, and seeing her like this, he almost exploded in anger. He immediately rushed at Su Xianxian, preparing to teach her a lesson. Zhang Lanya noticed his actions and immediately blocked behind Su Xianxian. No matter what, Su Xianxian was the Hanin divine sex saintess. How could she allow others to get close? Moreover, Zhou Yalong's expression made it seem as if he was going to kill someone. "Emperor Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhang Lanya asked in a low voice. She intentionally used the words Emperor Zhou to remind Zhou Yalong that his status was not the same as before. Hearing this, Zhou Yalong immediately stopped and deeply breathed in, doing his best to calm his emotions. However, Su Xianxian still did not look back. Her mind was not on him at all. "Bitch!" Zhou Yalong thought with gritted teeth. Zhang Lanya also noticed Su Xianxuan's gaze, but she did not remind her. The reason was simple and practical. She was also convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power. If Su Xianxian married Zhou Xuanji, it might not be a bad thing. Zhou Xuanji was also a prince of Great Zhou and could fight for the position of emperor. He was so powerful that only the sect lord could rival him. The most important thing was Zhou Xuanji's potential. He was already in the northern wilderness top 100 at the age of 20. Back then, even Xian Xianghua and Yang Di were not so powerful. Once they roped in Zhou Xuanji, the Hanin divine sect would have a chance to soar. The more Zhang Lanya thought about it, the more she liked Zhou Xuanji. Looking at Zhou Yalong again, why did she feel that this guy was so weak? He was not good enough for Su Xianxian. If Zhou Yalong knew what Zhang Lanya was thinking, he would surely vomit blood in anger. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji bounced away suddenly. After a backflip, he turned into countless afterimages and charged toward Lin Guanyu in a straight line. He was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning. Pish! Lin Guanyu's chest was split open, and blood splattered all over the ground. Zhou Xuanji landed behind him with blood dripping from the tips of his swords. In that instant, the heavens and earth fell silent. Everyone was tongue-tied and could not believe their eyes. What sword technique is this? Lin Guanyu's expression froze as he mumbled to himself. That slash was too fast. It was so fast that even his eyes could not capture it. With his back facing him, Zhou Xuanji said softly, 10,000 ultimate steps. This was the first time he had used 10,000 ultimate steps against an enemy. You created it? Lin Guanyu asked. He had never heard of this sword technique before, but it was so powerful. If it existed long ago, it would surely be remembered in history. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. He turned around and pointed his sword at the back of Lin Guanyu's head. Before you die, do you have anything to say? Lin Guanyu laughed louder and louder. Finally, he raised his head and guffawed. Swoosh! At this moment, an air-piercing sound came. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand instinctively and slashed with the white dragonbone sword. A black sword fell to the ground. He knew who it was without looking back. The sword monarch of Great Zhou. A silhouette flew over from the horizon on a sword. He wore a black robe, and his black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he held a black sword in his hand. Behind him were 4 similar black swords. Zhou Xuanji, today is the day of His Majesty's ascension. It is the day of the new emperor's ascension. Are you sure you want to kill someone here? The sword monarch cried out. His voice was righteous and resounded across the entire city. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to tell me what to do here?" He did not hold back at all. The sword monarch did not come earlier or later. He came at this moment to gain a good reputation. But would Zhou Xuanji give him face? Chapter 200. Who do you think you are? The sword monarch heard him and could not maintain his composure. He was one of the most famous cultivators in Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji was once a junior to him. How could he be humiliated like this? Zhou Xuanji. You killed your own sister and mother, and now you want to kill them as well. Are you not afraid of retribution? The sword monarch said with a deep voice. If he allowed Zhou Xuanji to kill Lin Guanyu, Zhou Yalong would die for sure. If Zhou Yalong died, Great Zhou would be finished. Zhou Xuanji did not want to be the emperor, and he was not suitable to be the emperor. In such a situation, he had to protect Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji looked at him sideways and said, "Do you really deserve to be the sword monarch? Back then, the Empress of Great Zhou hunted me and my mother. My mother died to protect me, and I was homeless when I was 2 years old. Do you know what I went through to reach where I am today? There are no geniuses in this world. Behind the talent, there are hardships that ordinary people can't imagine. I'm still underage, and the Empress of Great Zhou wanted to kill me. To avenge her mother and to protect herself, if it were you, would you be able to endure it?" Lin Guanyu took revenge for his sister. I respect him as a hero. This is how the world is. Death is not unbearable. Only one of us can live. But this is a fight between gentlemen, a fight between powerful cultivators. No one will complain about who lives or dies. Zhou Yalong massacred the entire city. Even if the heavens and earth destroy him, he could not escape death. This is also for the future of Great Zhou. And you? You distort the truth and cannot tell right from wrong. How can someone like you be a grandmaster in the sword's way? How can you be the sword monarch? How can you be worthy of the respect and trust of the billions of people in Great Zhou? Zhou Xuanji's words were like pearls in a loud and clear voice. He did not give the sword monarch any chance to interrupt. His chest heaved and his face turned green from anger. The millions of people in the city heard him and could not help but hate the sword monarch. Zhou Xuanji said it openly and vividly, showing the heroism of a real man. On the other hand, the sword monarch seemed so hypocritical. Who dares to be his enemy? Not only will he die, but he will also lose his reputation. The little black snake sighed in amazement on Chongming Demon's shoulder. I want to learn. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. I haven't seen anyone win against Xuanji in an argument. In her eyes, no matter what kind of mystery it was good, it made her proud. This is talent. This kid hasn't seen many people since he was young, but his eloquence is amazing, just like his mother. Daoya old man was deeply moved. Seeing that the sword monarch of Great Zhou was rendered speechless, he felt great. Within the sunlight, Emperor Yan of Zhou, who was still rising, tightly frowned. If one looked closely, one would notice that the corners of his mouth were curled up. Over the years, he and the sword monarch of Great Zhou had been on bad terms. He was most worried that after he left, Zhou Yalong would not be able to intimidate the sword monarch. But now, Zhou Xuanji had suppressed the sword monarch to the point that he could not even breathe. Ignorant child. It's obviously murder, but you have to make it sound so dignified. The sword monarch rebuked furiously. He was already on the losing side. He thought that he could give Zhou Xuanji and Lin Guanyu a way out, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to reject it. Lin Guanyu seemed to have lost, but it was extremely difficult for Zhou Xuanji to kill him. Baba Blademaster's fearsome reputation was built on countless corpses. Do you know what a man's pride is? To fight for your heart, to fight for your emotions. Do you know that? Zhou Xuanji snorted disdainfully. As he spoke, the Frost King's icebound sword shot out swiftly. Ranged sword propelling. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the sword monarch. The sword monarch raised his sword instinctively, but he was still a step too slow. PFFTT. The Frost King's icebound sword pierced the sword monarch's shoulder. Next, a cold chi seeped out and froze him into an ice sculpture. Wah, countless people were shocked. He killed the sword monarch with just one slash. How powerful was sword god Zhou now? They could all tell that the Frost King's icebound sword was not Zhou Xuanji's best sword, but it could still explode with such power. Shocking. Lin Guanyu turned around suddenly and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was prepared and blocked with both swords, but he was still pushed back. You want to kill me? You don't have that ability. Lin Guanyu laughed coldly, his eyes cold. On the other side, the sword monarch broke out of the ice and looked at Zhou Xuanji in fear. The Frost King's icebound sword flew back to Zhou Xuanji's side. He looked at Lin Guanyu, then at the sword monarch, and suddenly laughed. Both of you want to kill me? Why don't the two of you come at me together? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly, which caused all the spectators to open their eyes wide. Big brother. Don't be reckless. The little black snake cried out immediately. If Zhou Xuanji died, they would not be able to leave Great Zhou alive. Chongming Demon Monarch pulled him down and scolded, "Shut up. When has our master not been reckless before? But he is reckless, and he has the power to be reckless. Just watch." Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others stared at the little black snake with unfriendly gazes. Zhou Yalong cried out suddenly, "Sword monarch. Don't be calculative now. Attack together." He was the one who invited the sword monarch to guard against the current situation. At the same time, he felt anxious in his heart. Why hadn't Zhong Kuiming appeared yet? These days, he had been praising Zhong Kuiming every day. Now that Zhong Kuiming had disappeared, he felt terrible. Of course, it was possible that Zhong Kuiming was waiting in the dark. The sword monarch immediately flew towards Zhou Xuanji and Lin Guanyu. Lin Guanyu frowned and said, "Aren't you being too arrogant?" He was wary in his heart. This brat definitely did not have good intentions. Zhou Xuanji smiled and let go of his hands. The God Emperor sword and white dragon bone sword flew to his side. The God Emperor sword and white dragon on his body disappeared as well. Following this, a long sword that gave off a sinister aura appeared in his hand. Sky Extinguishing Sword. The moment this sword appeared, Lin Guanyu quickly retreated in fear. The sword monarch also stopped and looked at the Sky Extinguishing Sword in fear. Evidently, the sword that Zhou Xuanji took out was the most powerful sword that he thought he had. It could even kill the two of them with a single strike. This sword is called Sky Extinguishing Sword. It can bury the heavens and destroy the Great Dipper of the world. Zhou Xuanji said with a loud laugh. He held the sword with one hand and the dozens of legendary swords behind his back, looking incredibly domineering. After that, he gripped the sword with both hands and twisted his body. He bent down and furiously slashed out. Boom! A black sword chi swept toward Lin Guanyu with incredible speed. Lin Guanyu's expression changed drastically. Unable to dodge, he instinctively raised his saber to block. The sword chi swept past and shattered the saber's blade. His body was engulfed by the black sword chi, and not even his bones were left. The sword chi swept out, and everyone on both sides felt as if they were facing death. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi flew 10,000 meters away and destroyed the palace. Dust flew everywhere, and the entire Great Zhou's royal city violently shook. Silence. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji dumbfounded, including Xiao Jinghong, Daoya Old Man, Zhao Congjian, and the others. Even Emperor Yan of Zhou opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. The sword monarch's face turned pale, and his body stiffened. Chapter 201. How is this possible? Zhou Yalong was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, his body trembling uncontrollably. That was Lin Guanyu. She was his greatest backer. Baba Blade Master. He was instantly killed just like that. Tens of millions of people were shocked by Zhou Xuanji's domineering sword strike. At that moment, the ascension platform suddenly split open. The crack that was thousands of feet long split the ascension platform into two halves. Countless pieces of sand and stones rained down on the imperial city. The civil and military officials and guests quickly retreated in fear, staying far away from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji maintained the posture of swinging his sword. He looked domineering, but he was actually weak. Damn! Isn't this too fierce? His face was expressionless, but he exclaimed in his heart. It was not because of the power of the sky-extinguishing sword, but because it had consumed too much of his spiritual power. He was almost emptied in an instant. Fortunately, the Tianxia map began to take effect. It provided him with an endless supply of spiritual power, so he did not collapse. As expected of an ancient treasure, it was awesome. Zhou Xuanji inwardly rejoiced. Even though the Heavenly Soul legendary swords were powerful, the price was too great. No wonder it could only be used by those at astral projection. If he was only at the 10th level of the nascent soul realm, he would have died on the spot. He glanced over and saw that the sword monarch was already scared out of his wits. Awesome! Do you know how powerful I am now? Just as he was feeling pleased, a shocking uproar broke out in the Great Zhou imperial city. Lin Guanyu is dead? Oh my god! What was with that sword just now? Am I seeing things? What a terrifying sword technique. Even though I'm so far away from that black sword chi, I still feel like I'm facing death, so, Zhou Xuanji had been hiding his strength all along. Just how powerful is he? Perhaps even if Emperor Yan of Zhou personally came, he would not be able to defeat him. Everyone was talking excitedly, and most of them were so excited that their faces were red. Chongming Demon Monarch and the little black snake howled in excitement. Zhao Congjian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. That's amazing. He also wanted to learn this sword move. Xiao Jinghong took a deep breath. He realized that he could not see through Zhou Xuanji more and more. He had watched Zhou Xuanji grow up every day, but Zhou Xuanji's power far exceeded his expectations. The other side, and Daoya Old Man clapped his hands in delight. Xuanji is really too powerful. How can I catch up to him? Jiang Shui sighed, but her face was filled with pride. Although she wanted to protect Zhou Xuanji was so powerful, so how could she not be happy? Su Xianxian and Zhang Lanya were overjoyed. The former was purely pleasantly surprised, while the latter was trying to rope Zhou Xuanji in. Emperor Yan of Zhou's expression flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. The great general of the state, Shitan Changsher, glanced at him from time to time, then at Zhou Xuanji, as though he was thinking about something. Lu Longlin was so excited that he murmured to himself in a trembling voice, Top 100 of the Northern Wilderness. Northern Wilderness Top 100. He had personally received Zhou Xuanji and nominated him for the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking. If he also nominated him for the Northern Wilderness Top 100, his position in the Shanghai Ziggurat would skyrocket. Just thinking about it made him feel as if the pinnacle of his life had arrived. Yang Zhongtian sighed. If not for Xian Xianghua, they would have been able to rope in Zhou Xuanji back then. What a pity, what a pity. Zhou Yalong was frightened to the point of retreating repeatedly. His expression was one of unwillingness, hatred, terror, and disbelief. At that moment, he was completely panicking. Zhou Xuanji looked at the sword monarch and coldly laughed as he said, "Old coarse fellow, what else do you have to say? Wasn't this old fellow trying to show off? Keep pretending. From today onwards, you will no longer be a standard by which I measure my enemy's strength. You're too weak." Zhou Xuanji inwardly felt quite pleased, but his expression was calm. The calmer he looked, the more panicked the sword monarch became. "What, you don't dare to speak anymore?" Zhou Xuanji said as he disdainfully laughed. He purposely tried to stall for time and wait for his spirit energy to recover. It had to be said that the Tianxia map was incredibly domineering. With this endless supply of spirit energy, it would not be long before his spirit energy completely recovered and he could once again unleash the sky-extinguishing sword. The sword monarch's expression was grim, and he did not know what to say. He would either lose face or die. That sword strike just then was simply too terrifying. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, it was evident that he could unleash a second strike. "I'll count to 3. Either you tell me that Senior is powerful, that I'm ashamed of my inferiority, and that I shouldn't have interfered, or you can die," Zhou Xuanji said as he sinisterly laughed. Zhou Xuanji said with a sinister smile. After that, he began counting down. When he counted to 2, the sword monarch's body trembled. He immediately cried out, "Senior is powerful, that I'm ashamed of my inferiority, and that I shouldn't have interfered." After that, he left dejectedly. He fled extremely quickly, afraid that he would be too slow. Zhou Xuanji looked at Emperor Yan of Zhou and said, "You have your own rules. After all, you are the emperor. At first, I hated you, but now, I understand your difficulties." Hearing this, Emperor Yan of Zhou smiled. His son had grown up. Actually, it was not a bad idea to pass the position of emperor to Zhou Xuanji. "But I will not forgive you. Our relationship as father and son has already been severed. Me killing your son has nothing to do with our previous relationship. Today, I will kill him in front of you. Let's see if you will choose to ascend or save your son." Zhou Xuanji continued to speak before walking toward Zhou Yalong. Emperor Yan of Zhou's expression froze. The slap in the face came too quickly, and he did not expect it. Once he began to ascend, he could not back out. If he stepped out of the sunlight, he would no longer have the opportunity to ascend, and his lifespan would only be 100 years. Nothing was absolute. Perhaps there was another way, but it was too difficult. No one could give up, and it could even be said that they dared to give up. Zhou Yalong panicked. He immediately cried out, "Zong Kuaming. Why aren't you coming out? Hanin divine sect, why aren't you coming out? Are you going to watch me be killed by this sinner?" He did not beg for mercy because he understood that begging for mercy was useless. Either he would die or Zhou Xuanji would die. He did not even have any hope of escaping. Zhang Lanya fell silent. A wise man submits to circumstances. Her gaze was gentle as she looked at Zhou Xuanji, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Seeing her expression, Su Xianxian immediately understood. Her face became bright red, and with her heavy makeup and wedding dress, she looked as beautiful as a painting. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhou Xianlong. It was Zong Kuaming. Seeing him, Zhou Yalong let out a sigh of relief. Shitan Changsher slightly frowned and could not help but look at Emperor Yan of Zhou in the sky. Zong Kuaming began to size up Zhou Xuanji, his gaze incredibly oppressive. He suddenly laughed and said, "Your spirit energy is already lacking, so you're just a paper tiger." Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Zhou Xuanji slightly narrowed his eyes and stopped walking. Zong Kuaming, another one of the Northern Wilderness top 100, Daoya old man frowned, feeling a headache coming on. Zhou Xuanji's life, wasn't it too unlucky? He was only 22 years old, and he had already encountered so many of the Northern Wilderness top 100, so he was pretending. No wonder he let the sword monarch go. Quickly cripple him. I'm going to kill him myself. Zhou Yalong said excitedly. He could no longer care about the crown prince's demeanor, and his face and neck were red from excitement. Chapter 202. Do you have confidence in dealing with that guy? Chongming Demon Monarch asked Daoya Old Man in a low voice. Zhong Kueiming did not look like someone to be trifled with, and he could tell Zhou Xuanji's attitude at a glance. Danger. Daoya Old Man glared at him and said snappily, Zhong Kueiming is in the top 100 of the northern wilderness. How do you expect me to deal with him? He couldn't even beat Lin Guanyu, so how could he beat Zhong Kueiming? Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Xiao Jinghong, and the others became nervous when they heard this. They were prepared to act at any moment. Even if they died, they would die with Zhou Xuanji. Master, should we save him? Su Xianxian asked Zhang Lanya softly. She had already seen through Zhang Lanya's thoughts, but she didn't point it out. Instead, she took the opportunity to let Zhang Lanya make a move. Zhang Lanya frowned and said, It's not that I don't want to save him, but I'm not a match for Zhong Kueiming. Unless their sect master came personally, who could do anything to Zhong Kueiming? Zhong Kueiming looked at Zhou Xuanji playfully, as though he was looking at his prey. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and was not in a hurry to act. The Tianxia map was quickly supplying him with spiritual power, so he did not panic. If worst comes to worst, both sides will perish together. What are you waiting for? Wait for him to recover? He was able to kill Lin Guanyu with one strike. Zhou Yalong urged anxiously. He did not want to give Zhou Xuanji a chance to turn the tables. Zhong Kueiming ignored him and looked up at Emperor Yan of Zhou in the sky as he smiled and said, Emperor of Zhou, why do I feel that your youngest son is even more powerful? If he can become the Emperor of Great Zhou, the Great Zhou might be able to rival the Hunyuan Empire in the future. The moment he said this, the expressions of the Great Zhou dynasty's officials changed. It didn't matter if they didn't compete. Just one comparison was enough to kill. In today's battle, Zhou Yalong was much weaker than Zhou Xuanji. As generals and ministers who served Great Zhou, they were indeed convinced by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's boldness and power far surpassed Zhou Yalong's. He was more suitable to be the emperor of Great Zhou. However, this was an internal affair of the royal family, so it was not appropriate for them to intervene. Emperor Yan of Zhou was expressionless and did not speak. He looked at Zhou Xuanji, a look of pity in his eyes. He admitted that he was moved by Zhou Xuanji's talent, but it was a pity that things were like this, and there was no other way. Zhong Kueiming, don't act recklessly. He's an evil demon, how can he be the son of heaven? Zhou Yalong shouted in a low voice. He also hated high sect Kueiming in his heart. Saying such words at this time was clearly toying with him, making him unable to get out of this embarrassing situation. At this moment, Zhong Kueiming raised his left foot and prepared to walk toward Zhou Xuanji. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji gripped the sky-extinguishing sword tightly, and the dozens of legendary swords behind him blocked in front of him. Zhong Kueiming grinned and said, I love torturing geniuses the most. It feels so good to ruin a future matchless expert in my hands. His words caused many people around him to be secretly alarmed. Why was this guy's words so sinister? Everyone in Great Zhou's royal city broke out in cold sweat for Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui quickly dashed in front of Zhou Xuanji, and the others followed closely behind. They stood in a row in front of Zhou Xuanji. If you want to kill my master, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. Xiao Jinghong raised his sword and said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. The little black snake scolded, although this kid always bullies me, I won't allow anyone to hurt him. Daoya Old Man stared at Zhong Kueiming and said, I advise you not to act recklessly, or else you will surely regret it. Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, Beishao Wangjian, Chongming Demon Monarch, and Han Shenbua did not speak, but their eyes were resolute and fearless. You want to save him with just you? Zhong Kueiming laughed coldly with disdain. Zhou Yalong, who was behind him, almost died of anxiety. He roared in his heart, "Damn you, can't you be faster? Will you die if you speak less?" Suddenly, Zhong Kuiming moved. His body swayed and disappeared on the spot. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the others became anxious. Zhou Yelong heaved a sigh of relief. This old man was finally willing to act. PFFTT, a hand suddenly pierced through Zhou Yelong's chest. Blood splattered, and the hand was still holding onto his heart. Zhong Kuiming appeared behind him and rested his chin on his shoulder. "Are you surprised?" he whispered into Zhou Yalong's ear. Everyone was stunned. Even Emperor Yan of Zhou and Shitan Changshi's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji frowned. What was going on? Zhou Yalong's body trembled, and his face was pale. He wanted to speak, but he felt that his spirit energy was being sucked away quickly. Zhong Kuiming was absorbing his cultivation. He glanced over and saw Zhong Kuiming looking at him with a smile that made his hair stand on end. "Zhong Kuiming, what are you doing?" Shitan Changsha roared furiously. He gripped his saber tightly and was prepared to attack at any moment. Zhong Kuiming ignored him and looked up at Emperor Yan of Zhou. At this moment, Emperor Yan of Zhou's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Zhong Kuiming's actions were like slapping his face. In the future, how would the world laugh at him? "My name is Zhong Kuiming, but I have another identity that I forgot to tell you." Zhong Kuiming looked at Emperor Yan of Zhou and laughed coldly. "I am Tanhua Sect's 3 demon chiefs, life-devouring demon chief." Boom! The entire city was shaken, and the tens of thousands of people in the air instinctively retreated. All of them looked terrified. Tanhua sect was led by Xian Xianghua, and below her were the 3 demon chiefs. They were terrifyingly powerful and could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. After Tanhua sect declined, they disappeared without a trace. Some said that they had fallen, while others said that they had ascended. Now, very few people remembered them. Who would have thought that Zhong Kuiming was the life-devouring demon chief? Emperor Yan of Zhou's expression changed. He stared at Zhong Kuiming and said with gritted teeth, "You really hid yourself well." With the life-devouring demon chief's cultivation, he did not need his help back then. So it was all a scheme. Zhong Kuiming laughed sinisterly. "I did not want to reveal my identity, but since you dared to attack our Tanhua sect's vice-sect lord, how could I just stand by and watch?" Emperor Yan of Zhou, you invited so many friends, but how many of them were willing? You are too stupid. Don't you know why I agreed? His words were like slaps to Emperor Yan of Zhou's face, loud and clear. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed and cursed in his heart, fudge. Again. It was not easy for him to clear his name. Now, a life-devouring demon chief jumped out and said that he was the vice-sect lord. Damn it. Xian Xianghua, can't you change your routine? Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Zhao Zongjian, and the others also looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression. Xian Xianghua treats you so well, Jiang Shui said faintly. Jiang Shui said faintly, her tone full of jealousy. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. On the other side, Zhong Kuiming pulled his hand out of Zhou Yalong's body. Black flames burned on his hand and burned Zhou Yalong's heart into ashes. I have absorbed all of his spirit energy. Vice-sect lord, I will leave him to you to kill. After that, Zhong Kuiming threw the feeble Zhou Yalong to Zhou Xuanji. Chongming Demon Monarch caught him and spat on Zhou Yalong's face. Brat, weren't you very arrogant? He cursed. Zhou Yalong, who was in despair, was woken up by his spit. Sensing the gazes from all directions, he was extremely ashamed and wished that he was dead. Chapter 203. Seeing Zhou Yalong being carried by Chongming Demon Monarch like a sack, the entire city was in an uproar. Millions of people cried out in alarm, not daring to believe their eyes and ears. Life-devouring demon head? Oh my god, this turn of events. Could Zhou Xuanji really be the vice-sect lord of Tanhua sect? Are you stupid? It's obvious that the Tanhua sect wants to rope in Zhou Xuanji. With such talent, who wouldn't be tempted? You're right. Sword God Zhou has never done anything evil. The strong can strengthen themselves. Sword God Zhou doesn't need to rely on any faction. Cries of surprise rose and fell from every corner of the city. Zhong Kuiming's reversal was truly too unexpected. Now, even if Emperor Yan of Zhou came down, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. Zhou Xuanji looked at Huang Lianxin and said, "Go and take revenge." His gaze returned to Zhong Kuiming. This fellow was looking at him with a faint smile, giving him a headache. Tanhua sect's vice sect leader, this is troublesome. Now that Zhou Xuanji had been targeted by the Tanhua sect, the Hanin divine sect did not dare to get involved. Everyone in the Tanhua sect wanted to kill them, and the Hanin divine sect did not want to associate themselves with them. Su Xianxian did not think too much. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was out of danger, she felt at ease. Lu Longlin, Yun Zhongtian, Shitan Changsher, and the other experts were all thinking about Zhou Xuanji's relationship with the Tanhua sect. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions, it was evident that they did not expect this either. Zhou Yalong. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You are cruel and heartless, killing the innocent. Today, you should pay for it. Be a good person in your next life. Huang Lianxin said solemnly. After that, she took out her sword and chopped off Zhou Yalong's head. Zhong Kuiming sucked away all of his spiritual energy, causing Zhou Yalong's soul to be unable to leave his body. His life force was directly severed, and he died in the sky above the great Zhou royal city. One of the northern wilderness twin dragons had fallen. He died miserably, without even the ability to retaliate. The entire city was silent. Everyone craned their necks to see Emperor Yan of Zhou's reaction. Emperor Yan of Zhou's expression was grim, and his hands were clenched into fists within his sleeves, evidently suppressing his anger. He had already risen tens of thousands of feet into the sky and could shatter the void at any time. What was the point of continuing to fight at this time? Zhong Kuiming, you will regret this sooner or later. He would ascend first and wait for Zhong Kuiming in the upper realm. At that time, he would tear Zhong Kuiming into 1,000 pieces. All I know is that you regret it now. Zhong Kuiming said in disdain, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. The Tanhua sect will soon dominate the northern wilderness region once again. Just watch from above. Emperor Yan of Zhou was infuriated, but he did not muster up the courage to step out of the ascension light. Soon, Emperor Yan of Zhou followed the light of ascension and disappeared above the sea of clouds. Internal strife, internal strife. Zhou Zissou, in the end, it's your own incompetence. You can't blame others. Daoya old man stroked his beard and sighed. He knew about Emperor Yan of Zhou's matters. The reason why Emperor Yan of Zhou was able to become the emperor was because of the merciful Melody Cliff and Lin Guanyu's help. Because of this, he was very patient with the empress. Unfortunately, he was also a sentimental person, which led to today's disaster. The ones who were truly suffering were Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Yalong. However, Zhou Yalong's death was due to his evil intentions and willfully slaughtering the innocent. What should we do now? Shall we go or? Xiao Jinghong asked Zhou Xuanji. Now that Zhou Yalong was dead, Great Zhou was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Great Zhou dynasty was like a group of dragons without a leader. To them, they could come and go as they pleased. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji had the qualifications to seize the throne. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "What's the point of being the emperor? It's more satisfying to be the emperor's backer." Everyone was stunned. Zhou Xuanji waved at Zhou Qingxin and said, "Zhou Qingxin, come here quickly." Great Zhou's seventh prince. Although his cultivation talent was not good, this boy's character was not bad. He had a good eye for people. Zhou Qingxin heard him and was stunned. He then flew toward Zhou Xuanji uneasily. Shitan Changshe frowned. He began to think about how to persuade Zhou Xuanji. Zhong Kuiming stood where he was and looked around in amusement. With him around, no one dared to touch Zhou Xuanji. Of course, Zhou Xuanji's own strength was enough to make everyone wary. Greetings. Senior Sword God Zhou. Zhou Qingxin carefully cupped his fists and greeted. If Zhou Xuanji wanted to kill him, he could only accept his fate. Do you want to be the emperor of Great Zhou? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He had already started to plan in his heart. He wanted to be the man above Great Zhou. If he became the emperor himself, he would have a headache just thinking about the politics. Moreover, once he became the emperor, he would not be able to run away whenever he wanted. Most importantly, being the emperor of Great Zhou wouldn't be of much help to him. Zhou Qingxin was stunned. He could not believe what he had heard. On the other side, Lu Longlin could not hold back his excitement. He took out a scroll and wrote on it with his trembling right hand. Northern Wilderness Top 100. Northern Wilderness Top 100. After today's battle, Zhou Xuanji had become a god. Once the news spread, it was hard to imagine what kind of shock would befall the Northern Wilderness region. The youngest Northern Wilderness Top 100 in history. Earth-shattering. Yang Zhongtian looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. No one knew what he was thinking about. A while later, Zhou Xuanji patted Zhou Qingxin's shoulder. This boy had already fallen into a daze and was completely dumbfounded. He turned to look at Great Zhou's royal city and said, I recommend the 7th prince, Zhou Qingxin, to be the emperor of Great Zhou. If he becomes the emperor, I will help if Great Zhou is in danger. If not for him, Great Zhou will have nothing to do with me from now on. After saying this, he turned and left. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others followed closely behind. Seeing this, Zhong Kuiming quickly followed up. Everyone in the air was stunned. He left just like that? Princess Xuanya opened her beautiful eyes wide and complained to Princess Lingling, if he knew that you suffered because of him, he would surely bring you away. In response, Princess Lingling smiled and said, it's not his fault. He has his own path. Everyone has their own fate. He has already set a good example for me. A dead person appeared out of nowhere and overturned everyone's understanding. She rarely saw such a story in the ancient myths. That's right. Zhou Xuanji could be described as a myth. She had a premonition that countless years later, Zhou Xuanji would be like the blazing sun that shone down on the world. At the same time, Su Xianxian was also looking at Zhou Xuanji's direction. She did not feel regretful or sad. Instead, she was very excited. She had been praying for someone to save her. Now that her dream had come true, she did not dare to ask for anything more. Maybe I should be as brave as him. His predicament is much more difficult than mine. Su Xianxian mumbled to herself. She remembered Zhou Xuanji's words. There is no such thing as an absolute genius. Behind a genius, there was always an unimaginable amount of hard work. Shitan Changshe did not stop Zhou Xuanji and the others. He could only look at Zhou Qingxin. He frowned deeply. Zhou Qingxin was suitable to be the emperor? But Zhou Xuanji's words were too tempting. As long as Zhou Qingxin was the emperor, he would be Great Zhou's backer. Chapter 204. After leaving the Great Zhou imperial city, the group landed in a forest. Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground and began meditating to recover his qi. Daoya old man clicked his tongue in wonder and asked, are you really willing to give up the throne? For the vast majority of men, who would give up the throne that was within their grasp? With just a word from Zhou Xuanji, the ministers of Great Zhou would definitely push him to the throne. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji had the monarchical violet qi. He was born to be an emperor. Everyone else looked at Zhou Xuanji, wanting to see what he had to say. How many years does it take to manage a dynasty? Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes. Daoya old man said in a low voice, Emperor Yan of Zhou has been on the throne for nearly 2,000 years, which is why Great Zhou is so prosperous today. Now that you have taken over, you just need to guard the gates of Great Zhou. Even though Great Zhou wasn't the strongest dynasty, it wasn't weak either. I'm 22 years old now and I've already made it to the Northern Wilderness top 100. Do you think I can become the world's #1 in 100 years? If I were to spend my time governing the dynasty, how much time would I need to climb to #1 in the world? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. According to his understanding, the human empires were actually puppets of the 8 sanctums. Looking at Emperor Yan of Zhou, he had to call Lu Longlin brother. Are you so sure that dynasty will only drag you down? Daoya old man said snappily, although you're powerful, it's not good to wander around like this, right? Among the top 10 of the Northern Wilderness top 100, which one of them did not control a powerful force? Even someone as powerful as Xian Xianghua had to control the Tanhua sect. He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would go to a dead end and think that as long as he was powerful enough, nothing would be a problem. Little did they know that in this world, no matter how strong an individual was, they could not be stronger than the hearts of others. The Tanhua sect was an example. The others were also pondering this question. Zhong Kuiming smiled proudly and said, being the deputy sect leader of our Tanhua sect is much more impressive than being the emperor of the empire. However, no one paid attention to him. In the current Northern Wilderness region, which one is more powerful, the empires or the sanctums? Zhou Xuanji asked again without opening his eyes. Daoya old man was stunned. He squinted his eyes and said, of course it's the Holy Land. Empires and sects are similar in nature. They both gather together and gather resources. Empires focus on population, while sects focus on inheritance. Empires replace each other, and only the Holy Land is indestructible over time. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji wanted to create a sanctum? How ambitious! This was much more difficult than inheriting the throne. Sects focus on cultivation, and management is secondary. Dynasties focus on management, and cultivation will fall behind. Therefore, join the Tanhua sect. Throughout the history of the Tanhua sect, there have been more than 10 experts who have ascended. All of them have dominated the world and are even more domineering than the sacred grounds. Zhong Kuiming interrupted with an excited expression. Zhou Xuanji's talent was definitely the most powerful he had ever seen in his life. Even Xian Xianghua could not compare to him. At this moment, he suddenly admired Xian Xianghua. The sect master was the sect master. Recruiting Zhou Xuanji as the vice sect lord was such a clever move. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and stared at Daoya old man, who said that the emperor's qi must be used on the emperor of the empire. I don't want to be the son of heaven, not because I'm afraid of anything, but because I really look down on it. One day, I will become the Sword Emperor. I want everyone to think of me, Zhou Xuanji, when they mention the Sword Emperor. Countless years later, the world will no longer have the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword, there will only be me, Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. I want to create a sect or sanctum that belongs to the sword and lead you to ascend together. We will dominate the world and live a carefree and happy life. His words were sonorous and powerful, which made Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin's eyes shine. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, Han Shenhua, and Chongming Demon Monarch were all convinced. The little black snake sighed in amazement, heavens, my blood is boiling with excitement. Zhong Kuiming was also shocked by Zhou Xuanji's lofty aspirations. There were no more 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword in the world. There was only the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. What kind of ambition did he have to say such words? Those ancient great emperors indeed had the emperor's qi, but that was 10,000 years ago. After the hegemon Sword Emperor ascended, there were no more great emperors in the world. Now, only Yang Di is qualified to chase after the great emperors. If you want it too, you will have to fight. Just like how an empire cannot have 2 monarchical violet qi, there cannot be 2 great emperors in an era, Daoya old man praised. Daoya old man praised Zhou Xuanji. This was the Zhou Xuanji he knew, who always looked higher than others. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, then I'll just step on him. How simple is that? Who didn't know how to brag? He had the confidence to do so. With the supreme legendary sword system and the Tianxia map, if he could not become the top cultivator in the world, he would not have the face to continue living. Then, we will wait for revered teacher to establish a sect. When the time comes, we will definitely support revered teacher. Xiao Jinghong said with a grin. Establishing a sword sect was naturally a good thing for a sword lover like him. Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said, I want to be an elder. Just thinking about it made him excited. Me too. Beixiao Wangjian cried out, and the little black snake looked at him with disdain. You can only be a sweeper. Say that again? Humph. Recently, the two of them had been stepping on each other like they were in love. Then I will set a goal. 10,000 empires will worship, the world's legendary sect. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile. Everyone's eyes sparkled. 10,000 empires will worship. What kind of sanctum would that be? All right. Stop bragging. Daoya old man quickly stopped Zhou Xuanji. This brat was good in every aspect, but once he started bragging, it was like a forest fire. It was very difficult to stop him. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhong Kuiming and said, You can go back now. I will not join the Tanhua sect. Tell Xian Xianghua to give up. His spirit energy was almost fully recovered, so he was not afraid to fight with Zhong Kuiming. Are you sure? It's very difficult to start from scratch. How about this, do you want to be the sect lord? I can recommend you to be the sect lord. Zhong Kuiming asked relentlessly. With these words, everyone looked at him strangely. Be the sect lord? Aren't you afraid that Xian Xianghua will find trouble with you? Zhong Kuiming could tell what they were thinking and said with disdain, that old demonic woman is already heavily injured. Moreover, Yang Di has been suppressing her for a lifetime. It's very difficult for her to regain her prestige as the world's top cultivator. But you are different. Your potential is too great. At this point, his expression became excited. It was as though Zhou Xuanji was a rare treasure. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, Let's talk about it when your Tanhua sect is no longer in such a sorry state. The Tanhua sect was powerful indeed, but the name was too feminine. He did not like it. Wait for my sect's ancient diabolical, Zhong Kuiming continued to persuade him, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by a voice. The Tanhua sect is nothing. Join our Jiang clan and stand at the peak of the human race, commanding both the righteous and evil sects. This voice was majestic and domineering, which attracted everyone's attention. They saw a middle-aged man in a blue robe walking out from the depths of the forest. He had a majestic gait and a powerful aura. Chapter 205. Who are you? Xiao Jinghong raised his sword and asked in a deep voice. This blue-robed middle-aged man didn't look simple at first glance. His eyes seemed to be able to see through all of them, and the boldness he exuded from his every movement showed that he was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Zhong Kuiming's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, Jiang Wudi, what are you trying to do? Jiang Wudi. Number 3 in the world. Everyone's expressions changed. Jiang Wudi's ranking was even higher than Xian Xianghua's. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, he could not compare to Xian Xianghua for now. Jiang Shui's expression became even more complicated. Jiang Wudi ignored Zhong Kuiming and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said, I saw the battle at Great Zhou's royal city. You are definitely a genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. Join the Jiang clan, and I will give you the best resources. Whatever you want, I will give you. I don't ask for anything in return, I just want to befriend you. If the Jiang clan is in trouble in the future, help us if you can. How about that? He spoke with sincerity and an appreciative smile hung on his face. He had already heard Zhou Xuanji's words. Especially that sentence, it left a deep impression on him. The world no longer had the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword, only the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. Very domineering. It was also to his liking. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, what if I refuse? Because of Jiang Shui, he did not have a good impression of the Jiang family. Jiang Wudi shook his head and smiled. Who do you think I am? If you refuse, then so be it. Should I vent my anger on you because of that? What I want to do is to befriend you and sow good karma for the Jiang family. Zhong Kuiming looked displeased and hooted, don't even think about it, Jiang Wudi. He's the sect leader of our Tanhua sect. Why would he be interested in your Jiang clan? Tanhua sect? Jiang Wudi smiled disdainfully and ignored him. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and said, I can befriend him, but I have a question. Jiang Shue's grandmother was her only relative in the world, so he couldn't ignore her. You want to ask about her grandmother, right? Jiang Wudi pointed at Jiang Shui and asked Zhou Xuanji. When he heard that, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say, you know? Jiang Wudi nodded and glanced at Jiang Shui. He did not show any agitation, nor did he look angry. He was very calm. She has the blood of the Jiang family in her, so I can naturally sense it. I came to the great Zhou dynasty because of her grandmother. Back then, I personally chose a marriage for her grandmother, and her grandmother also agreed. Everything had been agreed upon, but a few days before the wedding, she was found to be pregnant. How could the Jiang family announce such a scandal? In the end, I could only send her away and announce that she had betrayed the clan. Jiang Wudi frowned. Every time this matter was brought up, he felt ashamed. Zhou Xuanji, Xiao Jinghong, and the others frowned as well. In that case, the Jiang family had done nothing wrong. Instead, they had protected Jiang Shue's grandmother. Jiang Shui bit her lips and lowered her head. Zhou Xuanji held her hand and continued to ask, if so, why are you looking for her grandmother now? Seeing their actions, Jiang Wudi's brows suddenly relaxed. She obtained something, and someone wants to kill her. No matter what, she's still a member of our Jiang clan, so how can I watch with folded arms? The reason we captured her was to escort her back to her clan. Jiang Wudi replied and looked at Zhou Xuanji again. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. When had the Jiang clan ever produced such a young man? Bullsh *T. You make it sound so simple. Isn't it because you want that thing? Why don't you tell me what it is? Zhong Kuiming snorted coldly, which made Jiang Wudi's face darken. Zhou Xuanji said, all right, let's leave it at that. In the future, I will bring Jiang Shui back to the Jiang clan to have a look. When that time comes, you must be the host. When Jiang Wudi heard this, he immediately smiled and agreed, of course, no problem. Although he was the third in the world, he did not put on airs. Because he believed that this young man in front of him would become the top cultivator in the world. The top cultivator in the world was a height that he could never reach in his lifetime. Since that's the case, Clan Chief Jiang, please continue with your work. We still need to rest. Zhou Xuanji nodded and ordered them to leave. Jiang Wudi smiled and glanced at Jiang Shui before turning to leave. Soon, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. Zhong Kuiming snorted disdainfully, for this old guy to come personally. Could it be that the Jiang clan member has the Tianxia map? Everyone's expression was strange, but they did not say anything. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, you can leave too. Say hi to Xian Xianghua for me. Zhong Kuiming became anxious immediately. How could he give up on Zhou Xuanji? At this moment, his expression changed suddenly. He cupped his fist toward Zhou Xuanji and quickly left. The others were stunned. Wasn't this guy's attitude changing too quickly? Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled, could it be that Xian Xianghua is nearby? With this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. That old demonic woman came again? He immediately said, let's leave this place quickly. The others had no objections and left immediately. Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword, and Jiang Shui hugged his waist as usual. She rested her face on his shoulder silently. Don't think too much. We will go and find your grandma later, Zhou Xuanji comforted her softly. He comforted her softly. If Jiang Shui was unhappy, he would be depressed too. She was his source of joy after all. Jiang Shui replied softly and did not speak anymore. Evidently, she was thinking about her grandma. Jiang Wudi's words today messed up her heart. It was such a shameful thing for a girl to lose her chastity before marriage. She did not even know how to think about her grandma. Above the sea of clouds, a mountain peak appeared. Xian Xianghua, who was wearing a purple dress and a veil, stood at the edge of the cliff. Her hands hung naturally by her side as she looked into the distance. Zhong Kuiming suddenly appeared behind her. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fist. "Greetings, sect lord." He did not dare to look up at Xian Xianghua. Evidently, he was very afraid. "You were very impressive just now," Xian Xianghua said. Her words frightened Zhong Kuiming so much that he immediately kowtowed, causing the ground to crack. "I was only trying to provoke him." "I did not mean it," he replied in fear. If Zhou Xuanji and the others saw this, they would be speechless. "So you were just acting cool?" Xian Xianghua asked. "We must pull Zhou Xuanji into Tanhua sect. He can revitalize our sect. You have seen his talent. You should know what to do in the future, right?" Mentioning Zhou Xuanji, her eyes narrowed like two crescent moons. Her eyes were filled with joy. "Humph. Brat. Don't even think about escaping from me." "I know." Zhong Kuiming replied immediately. He asked carefully, "Sect Lord, could Zhou Xuanji be the 10,000-year prince that the ancient Diablo mentioned?" Xian Xianghua turned around slowly and said to him, "He should be. The 10,000-year prince's talent is unparalleled and rare. Once he is born, his cultivation will be unstoppable and will not face any bottlenecks." Zhou Xuanji reached astral projection in his early 20s. Can you believe that he is not the 10,000-year prince? 5th chapter. I said that I would do it no later than 5 chapters. Requesting for recommendation votes. I welcome all of you to add me on the WeChat chat page under the plus in the upper right corner. Search for the author, Ren Washao, or RWX520233. I will often give spoilers or organize information about Celestial Sword. For some plots, I will also hold a poll. Everyone, please follow me. Chapter 206. Sect Lord is so powerful. Could it be that you knew he was the 10,000-year prince right from the start? Zhong Kuiming exclaimed with a tone of admiration. Back when Zhou Xuanji challenged the sword monarch of Great Zhou, although he was powerful, there were many people like him in the northern wilderness region. He was only challenging the sword monarch after all. If the sword monarch used his full power, he would not have been able to escape. At that time, Xian Xianghua was able to confirm that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince and even bet the position of vice-sect lord to Zhou Xuanji. He really admired her courage. Xian Xianghua smiled and did not speak. She thought in her heart, if you saw that brat obtaining the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance, you would think so too. Your identity has been exposed. Your next mission is to find out what Jiang Wudi is looking for. As for Zhou Xuanji, I have my own arrangements, Xian Xianghua said. Zhou Xuanji had already obtained the Tianxia map. What else could Jiang Wudi be so excited about? She was not sure, so she wanted to know more. Zhong Kuiming nodded. I'm preparing to revive the Diablo. Once he revives, our Tanhua sect will rise again, Xian Xianghua said intently. Hearing this, Zhong Kuiming's body trembled, and he did not reply. After that, Xian Xianghua waved her hand and asked him to leave. She turned around and walked to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the blazing sun at the end of the sea of clouds, she mumbled, "Your era has passed. But I need your power." 7 days later. Zhou Xuanji and the others left Great Zhou and found a big and small heir. The two big guys hid in the forest and did not encounter any danger. The group stopped in the forest and began discussing about the crazy old woman. Once this is discovered, we will have offended the Jiang clan. Jiang Wudi will surely attack you to get rid of future troubles. Daoya old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and reminded him. Although Jiang Wudi was kind before, it was because there was no conflict of interest. Once they became enemies, and Jiang Wudi knew about Zhou Xuanji's potential, he would surely not hold back. Zhou Xuanji had already defeated Lin Guanyu, but he was still far from Jiang Wudi. Zhou Xuanji muttered, back then, her grandmother made such a grave mistake, but Jiang Wudi did not kill her. Now, for a treasure, he should not kill her either. We don't have to bring the crazy old woman along. The main thing is to see if she is safe. When the time comes, we will ask the crazy old woman to hand over the treasure, and we will settle her down. Back then, the crazy old woman abandoned Jiang Shui without saying a word, and she even owed her a huge debt. Maybe her debt was not much, and it was just compounded by interest. But in Zhou Xuanji's heart, she was already seen as a dishonorable person. Jiang Shui nodded and said, she only raised me for a few years. We don't have to go through fire and water for her. It wasn't that she was heartless, but this was her own matter. She couldn't let everyone risk their lives for her. Daoya old man divined with his fingers and closed his eyes. Chongming demon monarch shouted, what kind of treasure could be worthy of such a big shot like Jiang Wudi to come here personally? Could it be the Tianxia map? After all, the news of the Tianxia map being stolen had not spread. Xiao Jinghong furrowed his brows and said, the most troublesome thing now is that the great Zhou dynasty is so big. How are we going to find the crazy old lady? Perhaps they could use the power of Great Zhou to search for her, but compared to the Jiang clan, Great Zhou was still too weak. Just Jiang Wudi alone was enough to destroy the entire Great Zhou. I divined where she is. At this moment, Daoya old man opened his eyes and said. The others turned to look at him. These days, he had been divining the crazy old lady every day, but he had never succeeded. How did he succeed today? The empire is shrouded in fate, so it's not easy to divine. Back then, I spent a long time searching for Zhou Xuanji. I just divined that the crazy old lady has already left Great Zhou and is heading toward the south. Daoya old man replied with a proud look. See. You still have to rely on me. Let's not waste any more time. Let's depart now. Zhou Xuanji made up his mind immediately. He hugged Jiang Shui's waist and leaped onto Ah Big's back. The red Qilin followed Chongming demon monarch, and the group quickly flew out of the forest with Daoya old man leading the way. At the same time, the news of Zhou Xuanji killing Lin Guanyu spread across the northern wilderness region. Great Zhou's world changed. Everything that happened on the day of ascension was dug up and became the topic of conversation for countless people. Zhou Xuanji's name shook the world again. Different from before, this time, he replaced Lin Guanyu and entered the Northern Wilderness Top 100. He was the youngest person to enter the Northern Wilderness Top 100 in history. At the same time, he was also the top rank on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking. He was ranked on both lists and was the most famous. Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance could no longer sit still. Lin Guanyu had fallen. Would it be their turn next? After the two factions received the news, they communicated with each other tacitly and prepared to work together to eliminate Zhou Xuanji. Shanghai Ziggurat gave Zhou Xuanji face and announced the Northern Wilderness Top 100 straightaway. Ranked 93rd in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the sword god in the human world, an eternal genius. Zhou Xuanji's name swept across the world like a storm. Great Zhou. Among the mountains, an old man sat on a giant rock. A dozen children were practicing their sword techniques on the grassy field in front of him. The oldest was almost 15 years old, while the youngest was only 6 years old. Even their swordsmanship seemed to be strenuous. The old man was Qiu Bailey, an elder of the hidden sword sect. Looking at the children, he smiled as he stroked his long beard. He looked very amiable. A boy who looked a little over 10 years old stopped and walked up to him. Elder Qiu, back then, sword god Zhou achieved great accomplishment in the sword's way when he was only 6 years old. Is it true or not? As soon as he said that, the other children also stopped what they were doing and surrounded him curiously. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's name shook the world, Great Zhou was swept up in the sword's way. Not long ago, sword god Zhou killed Baba Blademaster and forced the sword monarch of Great Zhou to retreat. He became a legend straight away. For children of their age, it could be said that they had been hearing about Zhou Xuanji's legend since they were born. Qiu Bailey said with a smile, not only that. Zhou Xuanji started practicing the sword since he was 2 years old. With every year that he grows, he can master a new sword will. His talent is comparable to that of a god. Ordinary people cannot compare to him. He sighed in his heart when he mentioned Zhou Xuanji. Back then, outside the southern Snow Kingdom, when he first met Zhou Xuanji, this brat was still fleeing with little Jiang Shui. After 20 years, his name had spread across the world. He was more powerful than he expected. Now, in his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was already someone more powerful than Emperor Yan of Zhou. He could even be said to be one of the most powerful people in the world. He might not have the chance to see that brat again in this life. Qiu Bailey sighed in his heart. Although it was a pity, he was happy for Zhou Xuanji. Elder Qiu, how did you know? A girl asked curiously with her bright eyes. It was the first time they heard about such things. They felt that Qiu Bailey seemed to know Zhou Xuanji very well. They could always hear all sorts of secrets about Zhou Xuanji from Qiu Bailey. Because I have lived longer than all of you. Qiu Bailey smiled mysteriously. He did not tell them about his past with Zhou Xuanji so that he could stay out of trouble. Of course, he understood that even if he told them now, no one would believe him. Chapter 207. When the great Zhou's commoners sang praises for Zhou Xuanji again, he was still traveling around the border of Great Zhou. Sitting on Ada's back, he cultivated quietly. The battle half a month ago made him more compatible with the Tianxia map. The speed at which the Tianxia map absorbed spiritual qi and provided him with spiritual power became faster. Sure enough, only by facing the limit could one have a big breakthrough. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood, and he began to understand the wonders of the Tianxia map more and more. Jiang Shui, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly turned around and asked, Xuanji, if you were to establish a sword sect sacred ground in the future, where would you like it to be? The world was vast, and the mountains and rivers were connected. Choosing a place with good feng shui required a lot of time and a certain amount of insight. The great Zhou imperial city was surrounded by mountains on all sides. Spiritual qi gathered from all directions, as if the stars were surrounding the moon. The other dynasties had similar considerations. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, if it were me, I would definitely choose the highest place. I would stand at the very top and look down on all the other mountains. Not far away, Northern Sword Valiant immediately turned around and said excitedly, I agree with this. The sight of it is daunting. The others also began to discuss. Back then, the 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge was formed by the convergence of countless tall mountains. It was majestic, and even the Hegemon Sword Emperor went to the 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge to study. Why don't we go to the Desolate God Mountain in the south? It's said to be 10,000 feet tall. I might as well go to the Astral Essence World, which is above the Cloud Sea. TSK, you've already started planning? Will our sword sect take in demons in the future? Many of us demons also like to practice the sword. Hearing everyone's excited discussion, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He said, the sword sect isn't just about practicing the sword. The sword is their main profession. You can also teach them some things. Even if his future disciples were not omnipotent, they would at least have some other skills. Daoya Old Man chuckled and said, it's not that easy to build a sect. Of course, it's not difficult to occupy a mountain and become the king. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, after this is over, we will find a place to stay and cultivate for a few decades. When your cultivation increases, we will establish our own sect and occupy a sanctum. After 1,000 years, we will ascend together. Everyone laughed. Even Jiang Shui smiled. This girl had been depressed for half a month, and her mood had finally cleared up. I've already sensed the crazy old woman's aura. We should be able to find her in half a day. Daoya Old Man said, changing the topic. Huang Lianxin asked, is Jiang Wudi by her side? Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, no, but he had a strange expression on his face as if he wanted to say something. Chongming Demon Monarch glared at him and scolded, say it. The others tensed up. Could it be that something happened to the crazy old lady? There's demonic energy around her. Deoya old man said solemnly. Everyone was moved. Could it be that the crazy old woman had fallen into the hands of a demonic cultivator? Faster! Zhou Xuanji instructed with a deep voice, and the others immediately sped up. 6 hours later. Everyone came to a barren desert. Mountains rose and fell in front of them. Vegetation was sparse, and under the light of dusk, everything turned scarlet red. Zhou Xuanji said to everyone, "You all stay here for now, I'll go take a look. You all wait for orders." Behind him, where heaven and earth intersected, demonic chi soared into the sky. It was like a demonic nest, and waves of bone-piercing cold wind wreaked havoc on the earth. No one had any objections. After all, Zhou Xuanji was already the most powerful person in the group and was trustworthy. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand and reminded him, "You must be careful. If the situation is special, come back first." Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently, "Don't worry. If I want to leave, who can stop me?" After that, he dashed toward the place where the demonic chi was gathering with the 8-step sword lunge. He did not fly on his sword to avoid alerting the enemy. Deoya old man said to the group, "Cultivate quickly. I'll keep a lookout for all of you. See how powerful Zhou Xuanji is now. Don't be a burden." The group had no objections and sat down with their legs crossed. The red Qilin laid on the ground and stared at the direction where Zhou Xuanji disappeared. It wagged its tail continuously. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji, who was using the qi obscuring incantation, came to a small mountain. He leaned on the mountain wall and looked out. There was a clearing in front of him, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The light from the fire shone on the mountain walls. Hundreds of demonic cultivators gathered here. They cultivated around the bonfire while chanting scriptures in unison. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades. A life of suffering, death is inevitable, ascending to heaven to become an immortal, descending to become a demon. The thoughts of immortals and demons only ask the heart, if I give up my cultivation, what is there to fear? If I slaughter all lives, what is there to regret? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Tanhua sect again. Why is this demonic sect still haunting me? He looked around and saw only an old lady among the hundreds of demonic cultivators. She was wearing a tattered gray robe. Her hair was white, and her face was covered with blood marks. She looked eerie and horrifying. Could she be the crazy old woman? Did she join Tanhua sect? Strands of demonic chi seeped out from the demonic cultivators' heads and formed into a gigantic demonic head between the 3 mountains. The head swayed with the wind, and it was hard to discern its face. The highest cultivation is only at astral projection level 2. There's nothing to fear. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. After that, he took out the dog-culling sword and walked up to the old lady with the 8-step sword lunge. The old lady opened her eyes in fear and cried out, "Enemy attack." The other demonic cultivators jumped up and surrounded Zhou Xuanji with their enchanted artifacts. Zhou Xuanji stared at the old lady and said, "I'm here for Jiang Shui. You don't want to see her?" Having heard that, the old lady frowned, and her face looked even more horrifying. "Brat, who are you? Do you want to die?" A muscular man roared furiously. He held an axe in his hand, which was still stained with blood. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. They were just a bunch of ants. "Don't you want to see your granddaughter?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He looked at the old lady with hostility. She abandoned her granddaughter and joined the demonic sect. How heartless. "What's your relationship with Jiang Shui?" A pleasant voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around to look. A beautiful woman in a black robe walked out. She had a delicate face and looked to be in her early 30s. She had an enchanting figure and emanated a mature charm. "It's none of your business," Zhou Xuanji said bluntly. He was in a bad mood. "I'm Jiang Shui's grandma." The black-robed woman replied with a complicated look in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He could not wrap his head around it. Put down your enchanted artifacts. This person has great cultivation and is not someone we can deal with. The black-robed woman waved her hand and said. The other demonic cultivators put down their enchanted artifacts. Who are you? Why are you looking for Amon? She stared at Zhou Xuanji and continued to ask. Amon was the old lady's name. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with confusion. Zhou Xuanji smiled awkwardly and explained to the black-robed woman, I'm looking for you. I'm here to help Jiang Shui find her grandma. Where's the crazy old lady? Why is she so beautiful? He sized up the black-robed woman. Her eyes and eyebrows were somewhat similar to Jiang Shui's. Chapter 208. Is my granddaughter nearby? The black-robed woman, crazy old woman, asked with a frown. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but asked, Jiang Wudi is looking for you everywhere. Are you coming with me to see Jiang Shui? It was the first time he met the crazy old woman, so he did not know her personality. He had to be careful of any ambushes. What's your relationship with her? The black-robed lady asked with a frown. Zhou Xuanji looked very young, about the same age as Jiang Shui. She could not help but overthink. I am her fiancé. Zhou Xuanji replied honestly. He couldn't possibly say that he was her friend, right? The black-robed woman frowned and berated, impudent. Did I agree to this marriage? Zhou Xuanji asked, why do I need your permission? He had a belly full of anger towards the crazy old woman, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. Seeing that this fellow was doing well in the Tanhua sect, he felt indignant for Jiang Shui. To think that Jiang Shui always cared about her. I am her only relative. Her marriage will naturally be decided by me. The black-robed lady said with a deep voice. The more she looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more she disliked him. If not for the fact that she knew that she could not defeat Zhou Xuanji, she would have already attacked. You abandoned her when she was 6 years old, and you still owe a lot of money. People came to collect the money and wanted to sell her to a brothel. Is there a family like you in the world? Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Why didn't you listen to your elder's decision in the Jiang clan and marry into a marriage arranged by your family? You can do whatever you want. Why should Jiang Shui listen to you? You, the black-robed woman was so angry that her body trembled. The other demonic cultivators also revealed hostile expressions. Facing Zhou Xuanji's teasing, she could only grit her teeth and say, anyway, I won't allow it. Zhou Xuanji heard him and frowned. He had never expected the crazy old woman to be such a person. She wanted to cut off his relationship with Jiang Shui when she didn't understand him. Oh, so the descendant of the Jiang clan has joined our Tanhua sect. A cold laugh came from the top of the mountain next to them. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Zhong Kuiming stood at the top of the mountain, looking at them with a mocking expression. The demonic cultivators were on high alert. They raised their artifacts again with nervous expressions. Zhong Kuiming withdrew a blood-red command token and cursed. I'm the Life Devourer Devil Chief. All of you want to attack me? A bunch of insolent dogs. The blood-colored token was the size of a palm, and there were strange flowers engraved on it. Wisps of blood chi lingered around it. The expressions of the several hundred demonic cultivators changed drastically as they all knelt down. Even the black-robed woman did the same. Greetings, Demon Chief. They cried out in unison, their voices filled with apprehension. The Life-Eater Demon Chief was an existence that was second only to the Sect Master. Even if they were killed by Zhong Kuiming for going against him, no one would cry out for them. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why was it this guy again? Was he haunting him like a ghost? Zhong Kuiming landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and chuckled, Vice Sect Lord, we meet again. What a coincidence. Vice Sect Leader. The black-robed woman and the hundreds of devil cultivators trembled in fear. Despair and fear surged in their hearts. Not only had they offended the life-devouring demon chief, but they had also offended the vice sect master. Although they had never seen the Tanhua sect's deputy sect leader, they had heard of him. The top genius of the northern wilderness region, Zhou Xuanji. Sword God Zhou. The black-robed woman lowered her head, but her expression changed dramatically. Her heart was filled with regret and embarrassment. How could such a man not be worthy of her granddaughter? He was even better than the grandson-in-law she had envisioned. 1,000 times better. Coincidence? Do you think I will believe that? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at Zhong Kuiming and said unpleasantly. This old guy must have been following him. Zhong Kuiming chuckled and said seriously, I received news that Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance are preparing to deal with you. Ta Tianchen has left the mountain and will work together with the evil lord. These two are not simple. Follow me back to Tanhua sect, or else your life will be in danger. Ta Tianchen and the evil lord were not weaker than Lin Guanyu. Not many in the world could defeat the two of them working together. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He had already expected this. I have my ways. Tanhua sect should just give up. He stared at Zhong Kuiming and said seriously. He was going to establish his own sect. How could he join a declining sect? Zhong Kuiming shook his head with a smile and walked up to the black-robed woman. What are you hiding that made Jiang Wudi go through so much trouble to find you? The black-robed woman looked up and said with gritted teeth, a rock. A rock that can freeze all water in the world. No matter where it floats, everything within a radius of a few hundred meters will be frozen. Zhong Kuiming and Zhou Xuanji were both stunned. Was it really worth it for Jiang Wudi to mobilize so many people just for a rock like this? This rock is called the Sea Freezing Rock. Jiang Wudi wants to use this rock to go overseas and explore a new domain. A woman's voice came suddenly. Zhou Xuanji heard her, and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to turn and leave instinctively. Xian Xianghua. The old demonic woman is here. Just when he turned around, Xian Xianghua appeared in front of him. She looked at him with a faint smile. Sect Lord. Zhong Kuiming knelt down immediately and cried out loudly. The other demonic cultivators were stunned. They followed suit and kowtowed. Although they joined Tanhua sect, it was their first time seeing Xian Xianghua with their own eyes. Xian Xianghua walked past Zhou Xuanji. When she passed by him, she even gave him a charming look. She walked up to the black-robed woman and said, Give me the sea-freezing rock, and I will make you a branch lord of Tanhua sect. Having heard that, the black-robed woman looked up in surprise. She flipped her right hand, and a blue crystal appeared in her hand. It was as big as a human head. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji left straight away. Xian Xianghua took the sea-freezing rock and smiled satisfactorily. Jiang Wudi is quite ambitious. What's your name? I admire you for being able to adapt to circumstances. The black-robed woman held back her excitement and said, My name is Jiang Han. If the sect lord wants it, I will give it to you. Lackey. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart just as he leaped up the mountain. Next, he flew toward Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Not long later, Zhou Xuanji returned to the hill where everyone was. He told them about Jiang Han, and everyone was speechless. Jiang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment. She had imagined many scenarios where they would meet, but she did not expect it to be like this. Daoya old man covered his face and said, Doomed fate. Xuanji, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get rid of Tanhua sect. There were so many evil sects in the world, but she chose to join Tanhua sect. This was fate. If so, let's go. We won't care about her anymore, Jiang Shui snorted. Jiang Shui snorted. When she heard that Jiang Han did not allow her to marry Zhou Xuanji, she was enraged. The last shred of concern she had for Jiang Han was severed. Her grandmother, on the other hand, was living a comfortable life. She even regained her youthful appearance. She did not need to worry about her anymore. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the group flew toward the south. After they left, Xian Xianghua, Zhong Kuiming, and the others did not chase after them. A while later, on the hill where they were, the soil was dug open, and a black-robed man jumped out. His eyes were bloodshot as he mumbled with squinted eyes, "I've finally found you. Zhou Xuanji, your death is coming." Chapter 209. After the matter with Jiang Han, Zhou Xuanji and the others flew south. According to Daoya Old Man, most of the mountains in the northern wilderness region were concentrated in the south, and there were many grotto heavens and blessed lands there. Since ancient times, those ascetics loved to go to the south to cultivate. The 7 empires of the human race were all concentrated in the central and northern parts of the northern wilderness region. In the south, the demon race reigned supreme. However, the demon race here was not united, and they kept their distance from each other. It was considered a rare place for cultivation in the world. There was no obstruction along the way. Time passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji and the others were far away from the great Zhou Empire. On this day, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 23rd birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 23 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Gold, Greedy Ghost Sword, Gold, Burning Fire Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was leaning against Jiang Shui's shoulder, opened his eyes. 3 swords. Not bad, at least there was an amethyst sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have any cultivation techniques. He felt a little regretful. Ever since he perfected the sword chi golden body incantation, his cultivation speed could no longer break through. Although it was already very fast, who wouldn't want to be even faster? At this moment, the information of the 3 divine swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heaven's Wrath Sword grade, Amethyst, description, contains the power of Heaven's Wrath. The greater the enemy's sins, the greater the damage. Sword name, Greedy Spirit Sword level, Gold, description, a sword forged by millions of greedy evil spirits. It is a ghost sword. Sword name, Burning Fire Sword level, Gold, description, the blade contains flames that can incinerate everything. It is an extremely powerful fire attribute divine sword. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly but did not take out the 3 legendary swords. Firstly, he was not curious, and secondly, he was too lazy to move them. Jiang Shui's body was so soft that he could lean on it as a pillow. The scenery ahead is beautiful. We can stop and rest for a while. We can't keep on going. Daoya Old Man's voice came from the front, and the others looked toward Zhou Xuanji. For cultivators like them, the long and arduous journey was rather strenuous. Okay, Zhou Xuanji replied lazily. Jiang Shui's shoulders shook and she said, "Don't rub your saliva on me." He hugged her tightly and said, "I want to rub my saliva on you. Do you want to die? What happened? Do you think I won't knock you down? If I fall to my death, it's my loss." The 2 of them began to bicker, but the others were already used to it. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of a waterfall. This place was a lake that was suffused with mist. The surrounding forest rose and fell, and the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds filled the air. It was like a paradise on earth. After landing, Chongming Demon Monarch and the little black snake began to patrol around and investigate the surrounding situation. The others also started to get busy. Zhou Xuanji sat by the lake and flipped open his right hand. The Tianxia map appeared in his palm. For the past few days, his right palm had been burning and itching. It was very uncomfortable. He sent his divine sense into the Tianxia map. Then, his consciousness exploded, and he closed his eyes subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, what came into view was a boundless grassland. The sky was so low that it seemed as if he could touch it with his hand. He was stunned and confused. Previously, he had also probed the Tianxia map with his divine sense, but there was no reaction. He subconsciously looked around. There was no one else in sight, not even a rat or rabbit, on the grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The world was vast, but he was the only one. Wherever one looked, one could sense a boundless atmosphere. Zhou Xuanji frowned because he realized that he could not leave the world within the Tianxia map. What's going on? Didn't the Tianxia map recognize an owner? At this moment, he felt his vision darken, and he looked up instinctively. A gigantic painting of mountains and rivers appeared in the sky. The two segments stretched to the end of the horizon, and it was immeasurably wide. It was the Tianxia map. Sunlight shone through the Tianxia map, and the world did not fall into darkness. Zhou Xuanji looked at it and saw vivid mountains, lakes, forests, and even waterfalls. He saw the city, the border, and the battlefield. Hold on. The Tianxia map seemed to have recorded everything that should exist in the world. A powerful being stood on top of a mountain and looked up at the sky, as though he was seeking the path of immortals. Zhou Xuanji was lost in the magnificent view, as though he was bathing in the river of history and experiencing an epic. Sometime later, the Tianxia map suddenly pressed down on him, and he closed his eyes in shock. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in reality. He could hear Beixiao Wangjian and the little black snake cursing at each other behind him. The Tianxia map in his palm became boiling hot, which made him frown. A wave of memories entered his mind forcefully, which made him shudder and close his eyes. The red Qilin, who was napping beside him, opened its eyes suddenly and jumped up. Woo! It cried softly as though it was facing a powerful enemy. The others did not notice its abnormality. This little guy was getting more and more lively after all, and it often provoked the little black snake, a big and small heir. It had long abandoned its playmate, the three-eyed drought rodent. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and muttered with a deep frown, "World Buddha art. Such a domineering energy technique." He finally understood why the owner of the Tianxia map could rule the world. The first level, world internalization, could absorb any kind of spirit energy. The second level, world reincarnation. During a battle, any spirit energy that hit the body could be reflected back. The third level, world overlord, could absorb the power of the world directly and become the owner of the world. That was all he knew, and he only obtained the first level of the energy technique. Sword spirit, can I cultivate it? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. The world Buddha art was too domineering, and he was moved by it. The world Buddha art is suitable for cultivators of all paths. Of course, the sword owner can cultivate it. Zhou Xuanji was satisfied with the sword spirit's answer. According to the memories given to him by the Tianxia map, every owner of the Tianxia map had cultivated the world Buddha art and obtained different fortunes. Until now, only one had reached the stage of world overlord and unified the world. He broke through the world with his strength, shattered the void, and ascended. As for why he left the Tianxia map behind, Zhou Xuanji had no idea. He immediately began cultivating the first level, world internalization. Boom, thunderclouds gathered. A violent gale howled across the land, and the trees swayed violently. The weather changed. Not only in the vicinity, but the entire northern wilderness region was in such a state. The mountains shook, the plains trembled, and massive waves surged along the coastline. Everything was like the end of the world. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others gathered around Zhou Xuanji and cast their spells to conjure a blue barrier to shield them from the wind and rain. Boom! A horrifying bolt of lightning that was 30 meters thick struck down suddenly and landed on a mountain peak far away. The mountain collapsed immediately, and dust billowed in the air. The scene was extremely majestic. Everyone was visibly moved. Daoya old man mumbled, "Such a change in the sky is an ominous sign." He immediately began divining. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in doubt. Could it be because of the world Buddha art? Woo, the red Qilin lay on the ground and howled softly like a dog. It looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear. Chapter 210. What's wrong with you? Jiang Shui squatted beside the red Qilin and touched its head as she asked softly. Sensing its gaze, Zhou Xuanji glared at it, which scared it so much that it shrunk its neck and did not dare to look at him. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and did not think too much about it. Instead, she asked, "The astronomical phenomenon changed too quickly. Do you think a shocking demon will be born?" Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to reply, Daoya old man, who was behind him, coughed up a mouthful of blood and immediately became dispirited. Everyone looked at him in fear. He opened his eyes wide with fear on his face and mumbled, "Natural disaster. Great tribulation." Such a horrifying fluctuation of fate. The little black snake spat its forked tongue and asked, "What are you talking about? Can you be more specific?" Zhou Xuanji stopped his cultivation with a thought. At this moment, the astronomical phenomenon disappeared. The billowing thunderclouds above dispersed like smoke, and the sun shined down. The sky was clear again. Daoya old man wiped the blood at the corner of his lips and said with gritted teeth, "I'm not sure either, but I've never suffered such a backlash before. It must be a great tribulation." After that, he sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate his spirit energy. After the thunderclouds dispersed, Zhou Xuanji cultivated the world Buddha art again. He realized that it would not cause any astronomical phenomenon, so he began to cultivate boldly. He did not tell them about the world Buddha art. The influence of this divine art was too great, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Sometimes, the people around him would reveal it even if they did not want to. Just like his truth sword. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Han Shenhua, and the others began to discuss. The astronomical phenomenon just now was too sudden. It made them feel uneasy. Amidst the mountains, Xian Xianghua, Zhong Kuiming, and Jiang Han stopped beside a surging river. Jiang Han was still in shock. She swallowed her saliva and asked carefully, "What happened just now?" Just now, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A violent gale blew, and the river surged violently. The world-destroying thunderclouds came extremely quickly. Zhong Kuiming was also shocked and could only look at Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua's expression was solemn as she looked at the horizon and murmured, "Such a phenomenon. It must be the birth of a supreme treasure or the birth of a supreme technique. I have seen such a phenomenon twice. The first time was when the great accomplishment of the evil king divine technique, and the second time was when the Sunlight Emperor was born. However, it was not as big as this one. I'm afraid the entire northern wilderness region will notice it." Zhong Kuiming and Jiang Han were stunned. Even Xian Xianghua was moved. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence had appeared. The northern wilderness region is about to change. Xian Xianghua muttered with a grave expression. It would be even more difficult for the Tanhua sect to rise up. On the peak of the mountain, an old man in a Taoist robe held a compass in his hand. He frowned and his body trembled. Shocking the heavens and earth, causing ghosts and gods to weep, the winds and clouds to change, thunder and lightning to strike. Just what kind of great figure is about to appear? He muttered to himself, and his brows were filled with worry. He suddenly thought of something and his expression changed drastically. He shouted in shock, "Could it be that that person has already obtained the peerless divine skill in the Tianxia map?" The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He immediately flew forward and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At the same time, all the factions in the northern wilderness region were shaken. An unprecedented storm was about to sweep across the northern wilderness region. In less than half a month, 2 different rumors had spread throughout the northern wilderness region. A peerless divine technique had appeared. A peerless powerhouse had appeared. By the lake. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked depressed. Isn't the world Buddha art too difficult to cultivate? He had cultivated it for a month, but he was still far from mastering it. If it were an ordinary person, even if he obtained the world Buddha art, he would have to cultivate for thousands of years to become invincible. But it made sense. Xian Xianghua also cultivated for thousands of years to become the top cultivator in the world. After calming himself down, he got up and patted his butt. "Let's go. It's time to move," he said as he stretched. Everyone turned to look at him. "Where are we going?" Beixiao Wangjian asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji smiled, "Let's go to Skyfall." Skyfall was one of the highest peaks in the northern wilderness region. Legend had it that it was connected to the sky. Standing on the peak, one would feel as though the sky was falling, which was how it got its name. Daoya Old Man opened his eyes wide and asked, I told you so many mountains. Why choose Skyfall? The demons there are very powerful. The others looked at Zhou Xuanji and waited for his answer. Because it has the densest spiritual qi. Zhou Xuanji replied. Mastering world internalization required massive amounts of spiritual qi. To speed up his cultivation, Skyfall was his best choice. As for the danger, were there no powerful demons in the other mountains? Xiao Jinghong nodded and said, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance are hunting us down. We must become more powerful as soon as possible. Seeing that the gap between them and Zhou Xuanji was growing larger, Xiao Jinghong felt indignant. He did not want to be a burden. Jiang Shui did not object and giggled, that's right. Just like what Xuanji always said, fortune comes from danger. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her. How can you use that phrase? You want to go to Skyfall? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. A cold voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone and causing them to turn their heads to look. Silhouettes leaped out from the forest and levitated above the forest. They wore black robes with python patterns, and each of them was shrouded in demonic qi. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. The leader was a man in a blood-red robe. He had a handsome face and a baleful aura could be sensed from between his brows. His white hair was tied up under a black jade crown. He smiled and stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji. Evil Lord, you found us so quickly. Daoya Old Man said with gritted teeth, his face dark. Haoqi Alliance's Alliance Lord, the Evil Lord. The little black snake heard him and quickly hid behind Chongming Demon Monarch. It crippled the Evil Lord's son, so it was naturally afraid. Zhou Xuanji took out the God Emperor sword and white dragon bone sword and walked up to Jiang Shui. He stared at the Evil Lord and asked, where's Ta Tianchen? Since Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance worked together, Ta Tianchen must have come as well. Before Ta Tianchen appeared, he did not dare to use the sky-extinguishing sword directly. As long as he swung his sword once, he would lose the ability to fight in a short period of time. The evil prince raised his right hand, and a scarlet long sword appeared in his hand. Wisps of blood qi overflowed from the blade like countless small tentacles. I heard that your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Although I don't specialize in swords, this bloodthirsty sword has sucked the blood of countless people. I wonder how it compares to your divine sword. The evil monarch sneered. While speaking, his men surrounded everyone. There were a total of 300 demonic cultivators, and the weakest was at the nascent soul realm. The situation was not optimistic. Zhou Xuanji took 3 steps forward and flew up again. Xuanji, be careful. Jiang Shui reminded. The others also prepared for battle. Zhou Xuanji flew until he was 30 meters away from the evil lord. He was still vigilant of Sky's sinking step. Stop looking. He hasn't found you yet. Can Xinhao sect compare to our Haoqi alliance? Today, I will take your head to strengthen the prestige of Haoqi alliance. The corner of the evil prince's mouth rose, and his eyes were instantly bloodshot, as if 2 red lights were bursting out of his eyes. Chapter 211. In other words, it's only you. Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. This guy's murderous aura was really terrifying. He was even stronger than Lin Guanyu. As expected of an ambitious and ruthless person of the demonic path. Without hesitation, he made the first move. Out of thin air, the wind-cutter sword appeared under his feet. Stepping on the ground with his right foot, he used the 8-step sword steps to appear behind the evil prince and slashed with both swords. A burst of blood qi erupted from the evil prince's back, like a wall of blood rushing toward him. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he immediately used the Soul Eater slash. Boom! The black sword qi and blood qi exploded, wreaking havoc in the sky above the forest, causing the trees below to sway like green ocean waves. At the same time, the 300 demonic cultivators charged towards Daoya Old Man, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Roar, Chongming Demon Monarch bellowed angrily. His body grew taller, and his horns reached the sky. An exaggeratedly huge saber appeared in his hand, and black armor appeared on his robes. The others took out their magic artifacts and started fighting. They did not split up but fought with their backs against each other. Ahta and Little Air flew through the air as fast as lightning. With a flap of their wings, bolts of lightning struck down, attacking the demonic cultivators. Zhou Xuanji and the evil Lord Prince fought furiously as well. The two flew into the sky and entered the forest. Their attacks were powerful and destructive. Rumble, the evil lord pressed down on Zhou Xuanji as they fell into the forest, knocking down trees one after another and kicking up clouds of dust. It's true that you can fight above your rank, but this little bit of strength is still not enough. Hurry up and take out your heaven-burying dipper extinguishing sword. The evil lord laughed coldly. He swung his right arm forcefully and flung Zhou Xuanji away. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji entered the dual sword will mode. Sky-dominating divine sword. Soul Eater slash. The godly ghost emperor, who was coiled around the white dragon, shook his arms and exploded the air. The recoil force allowed him to stabilize his body. His eyes were cold and fierce. The dog-culling sword appeared under his feet, and with the 8-step sword lunge, he arrived at the evil prince's head. He rotated his body and raised the divine sword with both hands, turning it into a tornado that cut toward the evil prince. The evil lord smiled disdainfully. He raised his left hand and grabbed at the void. A giant blood-red claw appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Zhou Xuanji before throwing him toward the ground. A loud bang resounded. The earth shook and dust flew everywhere as if it had been blown up by gunpowder. Zhou Xuanji. Is this all you've got? Lin Guanyu was much weaker than him. How did you kill him? Could it be a rumor? The evil prince flew high up in the sky and laughed arrogantly. His blood chi turned into 9 blood-colored flood dragons that coiled around his body and roared at the sky. A powerful pressure wreaked havoc in the world, causing all living things to tremble. As Daoya Old Man fought, he raised his head and looked at him with a serious expression. The others were also very nervous. The little black snake and red Qilin hid behind the crowd, shivering. Xiao Jinghong brandished his 2 swords and slashed the demonic cultivators one by one. He glanced at the evil prince and was secretly alarmed. Just how strong was this fellow? The dust was dispersed by Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. He shook his head and let go of the 2 legendary swords. Staring at the evil lord, he said, "Since this is the case, I will let you taste terror." The evil prince had always been afraid of his sky-extinguishing sword, so he didn't dare to go all out to avoid following in Lin Guanyu's footsteps. The sky-extinguishing sword appeared in his right palm, and he grasped it. The God Emperor and the white dragon disappeared, and a horrifying aura exploded from his body, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Zhou Xuanji's rui purple cloud robe fluttered in the powerful gale, and his black hair danced wildly. The evil lord squinted his eyes and fixed his gaze on the sky-extinguishing sword. He was shocked in his heart. Such a domineering legendary sword. Where did this brat get it from? Could it be the inheritance of an ancient sword emperor? In that instant, the evil lord's mind moved like lightning, and his imagination ran wild. Zhou Xuanji soared into the sky with his sword. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him out of nowhere and dashed along with him. Falling Flowers, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, Hegemonjio, Great Dream Sword, Evil Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, 10,000 Firewood Sword, Great He Sword, Bayou King Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Icebound Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Incinerating Fire Sword. Dozens of legendary swords escorted Zhou Xuanji. The scene was extremely spectacular. The demonic cultivators who were fighting opened their eyes wide. They often heard about Zhou Xuanji's legends, but only when they saw it with their own eyes could they feel the awe. Dozens of legendary swords flew together. Each of them had their own unique phenomenon, which was stimulating to the naked eye. With the sky-extinguishing sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's speed increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he came up to the evil lord. Dozens of legendary swords surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi slashed at the evil lord. The evil lord blocked them with his blood chi, but his eyes were fixed on the sky-extinguishing sword. This sword was the biggest threat to him. Draw your sword. The evil lord provoked intentionally. He had received intelligence that Zhou Xuanji would run out of spirit energy after swinging the sky-extinguishing sword once. If not for Zhongkuaiming, Zhou Xuanji might not have been able to walk out of Great Zhou. Now, he was waiting for Zhou Xuanji to swing his sword. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. This old thing is really arrogant. Do you think that the sky-extinguishing sword must rely on sword chi to kill enemies? He entered the sky-dominating divine sword will straightaway, and a layer of white flame burned around him. Clang! Zhou Xuanji slashed at him, and the evil lord blocked with the bloodthirsty sword instinctively. The sword broke immediately. The evil lord was greatly shocked and stepped back instinctively. But his chest was still cut by the blade, and blood splattered. Such horrifying power. The evil lord immediately backed off. Zhou Xuanji turned around and charged toward the Haoqi Alliance's evil cultivators. The legendary swords followed suit. Swoosh! 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 The legendary swords danced, and the evil cultivators were beheaded one after another. The other evil cultivators backed off in fear. You dare! The evil lord was enraged and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted backward and stomped on the chicken-slaying sword with his right leg, which he used to charge toward the evil lord. They were like two meteors crashing into each other. A powerful gale swept across the land. Seeing that they were about to collide, Zhou Xuanji slashed. Sky-dominating divine sword. Sword chi shot out. The evil lord's expression changed slightly. He suddenly split into two duplicates and charged toward Zhou Xuanji from the side. The one in the middle was cut in half by the sword chi. The two duplicates clawed at Zhou Xuanji with their sharp claws and blood-red nails. They looked horrifying. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji used Six-Path Sword's shadow and surrounded the evil lord's duplicates. Then, he used the Trisource vein-severing sword. His shoulders were pierced by the evil lord's sharp claws. Just as the claws were about to reach his throat, the sword chi exploded and shredded the two duplicates into ashes. Blood splattered across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy was emptied in an instant. He fell from the sky, and the legendary swords flew toward him and stacked together, forming a sword net that caught him. Everyone stopped fighting and turned their heads to look, all of them extremely nervous. The evil lord was dead? Strands of blood chi gathered together and formed into the evil lord. He covered his chest with a pale face, and blood spurted from his mouth uncontrollably. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with hatred in his eyes. This brat's switching speed was too fast, which caught him off guard. Chapter 212. Seeing that the evil lord was only injured but not dead, Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Even with the Tianxia map, he needed time to recover his spirit energy. The evil lord looked down at Zhou Xuanji with a hideous face. He raised his right hand and pointed his palm at Zhou Xuanji. Numerous blood-colored palms appeared out of nowhere and fell down with an unstoppable force. Moo, a majestic and domineering bull's roar came. Chongming Demon Monarch charged over and blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji. He used his body to block countless blood-colored palms, which caused his chi and blood to churn. The surface of his body cracked, and blood spurted out. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Han Shenhua, and the others flew over to protect Zhou Xuanji. Chongming Demon Monarch gritted his teeth and forced a smile. I'm not a bad tank. Before anyone could answer him, the evil lord waved his right hand, and a powerful gale sent him flying away. Today, no one can save you. Even if the great Luo immortal comes, you will die. The evil lord laughed cruelly. Other than Daoya old man, everyone around Zhou Xuanji was like an ant in his eyes. Daoya old man put his palms together and prepared to cast a spell. Martial. At this moment, a loud cry came, and the sky changed color. The evil lord's expression changed drastically. "Retreat!" he cried out immediately. After that, he left first. He transformed into a blood-colored cloud and disappeared into the horizon. Although the other evil cultivators did not understand what happened, they still fled in panic. Everyone was stunned, and they were all dumbfounded. Han Shenhua swallowed his saliva and asked, "Is this a slap in the face?" Zhou Xuanji, who was lying on the net of swords, turned around and saw thunderclouds billowing in the direction of the cry. "Jiang Wudi." Daoya old man mumbled to himself. The others came back to their senses. It was him. Jiang Shui flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and carried him before landing on the ground. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian went to check on Chongming Demon Monarch's injuries. The thunderclouds in the distance dispersed. Jiang Wudi appeared behind the group out of nowhere. "Brother Zhou, why are you in such a sorry state?" he asked with a smile. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, Han Shenhua, and Daoya old man looked back at him warily. Although it was thanks to Jiang Wudi's appearance that the evil prince was forced to retreat, they were not familiar with Jiang Wudi and did not know his intentions. "Thank you for your help," Zhou Xuanji said as he opened his eyes. This place was far away from the state of Zhou, so why was Jiang Wudi here? Could it be that they had been following them? Jiang Wudi saw through the doubt in his heart, so he smiled and said, "It's nothing. Even if I don't do it, someone else will." Then, he turned to look in another direction and asked, "Am I right, Sect Leader Xian?" Sect Leader Xian. Everyone was shocked, and they subconsciously turned around to look, but there was no sign of Xian Xianghua in the forest. Zhou Xuanji sighed faintly. "Why do they all like to follow me? Just because I'm handsome? Since you knew that I was here, why did you jump out and forcefully do me a favor?" Xian Xianghua's cold voice rang out. Then, a wave of demonic energy descended from the sky and landed behind everyone. The devil qi dispersed, and Xian Xianghua, Zhong Kuiming, and Jiang Han appeared. Jiang Han's gaze landed on Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin before locking onto Jiang Shui. She could sense the blood bond between them. Sensing her gaze, Jiang Shui immediately understood. Her expression turned unsightly, and she tilted her head slightly to ignore her. Zhong Kuiming chuckled and said to Zhou Xuanji, "Vice Sect Lord, you are so powerful. You can even injure the evil lord." The evil lord was more powerful than Lin Guanyu. He had been in the northern wilderness top 100 for a long time and could be considered an old immortal. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at Xian Xianghua, asking, "How long are you going to follow me?" "I already said that I don't want to join the Tanhua sect." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and said in annoyance, "I want to protect you along the way, and you're complaining? If not for me, you might already be dead. Either by the evil lord or by Jiang Wudi." Hearing her, Jiang Wudi opened his eyes wide and said in a low voice, "Nonsense. I admire Brother Zhou so much. Why would I injure him?" Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others looked at Jiang Wudi warily. Compared to Jiang Wudi, they naturally trusted Xian Xianghua more. Although Xian Xianghua had always schemed against Zhou Xuanji and wanted to pull him into the sect, she had never harmed him. She had even risked her life to save him. On the other hand, Jiang Wudi was a stranger to her. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly, "Scram. Don't think that I don't know what you want. The sea-freezing stone you are looking for is already in my hands." With these words, Jiang Wudi frowned. He could not help but look at Jiang Han with displeasure in his eyes. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Han was a little afraid and quickly lowered her head. "I don't want to say it again. Jiang Wudi, you should know how powerful I am. Back then, if you were not injured by Yang Di, would you have been third in the world? If you don't back down, I will let you know how powerful the top cultivator is." Xian Xianghua walked toward Jiang Wudi with a condescending look. Back then, during the World Millennium Duel, Jiang Wudi did not even fight with Yang Di and admitted defeat. Having heard this, Jiang Wudi's expression changed drastically. Seeing that Xian Xianghua was about to come up to him, he sighed and cupped his fists at Zhou Xuanji, saying, "Brother Zhou, come to the Jiang clan as a guest in the future." After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. He even pretended to be angry and snorted coldly. Xian Xianghua took 2 steps forward abruptly, and he escaped quickly out of fear. Chongming Demon Monarch, who was covered in blood, could not help but burst out laughing. Xiao Jinghong, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Zhao Zongjian, and the others could not help but laugh too. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement, so this is the top cultivator in the world. How domineering. Even the former top cultivator is so majestic. Xian Xianghua heard him and stared at him. "Brat, do you want to die?" she cursed. Daoya Old Man was so frightened that he immediately shut up. Zhou Xuanji also looked at Xian Xianghua with a complicated expression. This old demonic woman was indeed domineering. How powerful was she at her peak? Even the current third in the world was scared off by her. Vice Sect Lord, don't be fooled by the fact that our sect has fallen apart. We still have countless disciples scattered across the world. When the sect Lord revives the Diablo and calls for help, the Tanhua sect will surely sweep across the northern wilderness region again. At that time, you will be second only to one. Zhong Kuiming came up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly as he rubbed his hands. This brat's talent was just too powerful. Perhaps even the ancient Diablo could not compare to him. Xian Xianghua stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I can teach you my sect's ultimate divine energy, and I can also help you find the recently discovered ultimate divine energy techniques. With these 2 divine energy techniques, you will be able to dominate the world, and what happened today will never happen again. In the future, no matter how many evil lords come, they will not be able to withstand a single strike from you." Zhong Kuiming let out a look of surprise. He had not expected the Grandmaster to make such a promise. Could it be that he had other intentions? He looked closely at Zhou Xuanji, then at Xian Xianghua. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was amiss. Jiang Shui clenched her fists and bit her lips, but she didn't say anything. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, "You want me to lead Tanhua sect to become more powerful?" "I'm sorry, although I'm not of the orthodox path, I don't like the evil path. Moreover, my heart is devoted to the sword." Chapter 213. Devoted to the sword. What kind of lousy reason was that? Zhong Kuiming and Daoya Old Man rolled their eyes. They had lived for so long, but it was their first time seeing Xian Xianghua treat someone like this, and this person did not appreciate it. Huang Lianxin held Jiang Shui's hand and gave a strange smile. Beixiao Wangjian, Han Shenhua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the little black snake all sighed. They could all see Xian Xianghua's affection. Facing the love of such a powerful beauty, which man could refuse? Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian looked at her with admiration. This was a true hero of the sword's way. Devoted to the sword, and devoted to the sword. Beauties, demons, and monsters, all of them can move aside. Xian Xianghua stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I can make you the sect lord. From now on, whether Tanhua sect is good or evil, it will be up to you. The entire sect will listen to you. If you can make the entire sect be good, that will be the fortune of the world." Zhou Xuanji sighed. "If I reject you after hearing what you said, wouldn't I be letting down the world?" He looked at Xian Xianghua and said seriously, "I already have a wife." Xian Xianghua shrugged and said, "Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" Jiang Shui heard her and stared at her. "You are willing to be a concubine?" After she said this, the girl's pretty face blushed immediately. Jiang Han looked at them strangely. If Xian Xianghua married Zhou Xuanji, wouldn't she be Xian Xianghua's grandmother? It was a beautiful thought. Xian Xianghua said with disdain, "I can be a concubine, but you have to convince me wholeheartedly." What she meant was that you have to be more powerful than me. The atmosphere between the 2 women became a little awkward. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhou Xuanji quickly said, "Don't think about it. It's impossible between us. But if Tanhua sect is in trouble in the future, I will help." In the northern wilderness region, the strong ruled. It was normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. As long as they were powerful enough, women could have male pets. Of course, they would only be criticized. Xian Xianghua frowned and asked, "Why do you dislike me so much? I've saved you time and time again. Even when I was heavily injured, I stood up for you. I'm vicious to the people of the world. When have I ever hit or scolded you or humiliated you? I don't have any blood feud with you. I don't owe you anything." Everyone became nervous. Was this witch going to fly into a rage out of humiliation? Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "I owe you indeed, but I didn't fall in love with you. I promise you that I will definitely repay your kindness in the future and will not become Tanhua's sex enemy." Xian Xianghua killed the innocent indiscriminately and was domineering. He had killed someone without reason in front of him. Perhaps she fell in love with him now, but who could guarantee the future? What if one day she had a change of heart and forced him to do evil things? What would he do then? He asked himself honestly. Although he was not filled with a heart of justice, he had his own principles. Since he had been reborn, he naturally wanted to live a happy life. How could he not follow his heart? "Are you really that heartless?" Xian Xianghua asked coldly as she walked up to Zhou Xuanji and looked down at him. A horrifying murderous aura filled the heavens and earth. Even Zhong Kuiming could not help but tremble in fear. Jiang Shui walked over and took out her flaming fan. "What do you want?" she asked in a low voice. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. "Should I endure it?" Zhou Xuanji hesitated, but his eyes became determined immediately. No. If he gave in now, even if he married this old demonic woman in the future, she would still bully him. In the relationship between a man and a woman, whoever lowered their head first would be lowly for the rest of their lives. Moreover, she was a demonic woman. Who knew if she would treat him like a pig or a dog in the future? "It's not that I'm heartless, but the relationship between a man and a woman cannot be forced," Zhou Xuanji said forcefully. His spirit energy had already recovered by more than half, so he could just go all out. "Since it's like this, don't blame me for not holding back," Xian Xianghua said coldly. After that, a wave of demonic qi sent Jiang Shui flying, and the others were also sent flying. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to resist, he felt a few pokes on his chest. He could not circulate his spirit energy, and he was swept away by the demonic qi. Humph. 1 year later, I will get married in Tanhua sect. If you can come to Tanhua sect, then come and be my guests. Xian Xianghua's arrogant laughter resounded across the sky. Jiang Shui quickly got up from the ground. Just when she wanted to chase after them, she could no longer track them. Huang Lianxin pulled her back, and the others got up angrily too. Xuanji, Jiang Shui was so anxious that tears flowed down her face. Daoya old man sighed and said, "What an ill-fated relationship. Xuanji's son is just like his mother. His looks can bring disaster to a country." Xiao Jinghong threw him a stare and said, "Don't say such sarcastic words. We have to save our revered teacher." Daoya old man glanced at the group and said, "Recover first. Otherwise, are we all going to die?" After that, he walked up to Jiang Shui and waved his hand, gesturing for Huang Lianxin to leave. After Huang Lianxin left, he comforted her softly, "Don't panic. He's not dead yet. He was just taken away. Xian Xianghua loves him so much, she will not hurt him. Don't worry about Xuanji being taken away by her. There's still a year." Jiang Shui's mood turned for the better. She rubbed her red eyes and asked with a choked voice, "Will Xuanji be taken by her?" Daoya old man's face froze. Why did he not think of this? Within the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji stared at Xian Xianghua furiously and cursed, "You want to force me?" His acupoint was sealed, and he could not circulate his spirit energy. He could not move at all and could only speak. Xian Xianghua squatted down in front of him and stared at him with her bewitching eyes. She reached out and lifted his chin, letting him feel the coolness of her hand. I'm going to force you. So what? She said coldly, which infuriated Zhou Xuanji. Zhong Kuiming and Jiang Han stood at the side and did not dare to interrupt. Especially Zhong Kuiming, who looked at Zhou Xuanji enviously. If he were Zhou Xuanji, he would die of happiness. He had such a great beauty as his wife, a peerless divine energy technique, and the top evil sect as his dowry. Damn, the world is so unfair. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua stared at each other, competing with each other. A while later, Xian Xianghua unsealed Zhou Xuanji's acupoint and said, "Don't fight with me. Focus on your cultivation. It doesn't matter whether you want to be the Tanhua sect lord or not. A year later, you have to marry me. After you master the peerless divine energy technique of Tanhua sect, I will help you ascend to the sect lord's throne." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Now that things had come to this, he could only focus on his cultivation. As long as he mastered the third level of the world Buddha art, Xian Xianghua and Jiang Wudi would be nothing to him. A year later, he would surely be more powerful. "You have to bring them along, or else I will kill myself," Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. Xiao Jinghong and the others were outside. If they were attacked by Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance, it would be bad. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and instructed, "Zhong Kuiming, bring them to Tanhua sect." Zhong Kuiming nodded and left immediately. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and began cultivating. Xian Xianghua sat beside him and said softly, "In this year, I will revive the ancient Diablo. At that time, the entire Tanhua sect will surely worship the Diablo. Before that, you and I will work together to kill the Diablo. After that, I will announce that the Diablo's soul has dissipated, and he will appoint you as the sect lord." Chapter 214. Kill Evil King? Zhou Xuanji had a strange expression and asked, "He's your father, are you sure?" Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and said, "What kind of father is he? The reason why the Tanhua sect is so cruel and tyrannical is because of him. I have at least 100 brothers and sisters, and he forced us to kill each other. Until today, I am the only one left. The other 3 demon chiefs and many elders of the Tanhua sect still believe in the evil king and hope that he will make a comeback. If the evil king's soul is really destroyed, then the Tanhua sect will be able to reform. If you want the Tanhua sect to become a righteous sect that does good and accumulates virtue, you have to completely destroy the evil king." The killing intent in her eyes made Zhou Xuanji speechless. He asked, "Only you and I know about this, or?" He glanced at Jiang Han from the corner of his eye. When Jiang Han heard that, her face turned pale and she hurriedly explained, "I absolutely won't say it out." "Absolutely. I swear." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said, "She's your little lover's grandmother. If she tells others and you die, can your little lover live? Moreover, if she dares to spread it, I have countless ways to make her wish for death." After saying that, she looked at Jiang Han and chuckled, "Have you heard of the 18 levels of hell? I know the punishments of every floor." Jiang Han was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She quickly said, "I swear that I will be loyal to the sect master and will never betray him." Zhou Xuanji was filled with amazement. "Aren't you crazy old woman very arrogant? Why are you acting like a dog in front of Xian Xianghua?" It seemed that with Xian Xianghua around, Jiang Han would not dare to oppose his marriage with Jiang Shui. Thinking of this, his mood improved a little. Zhou Xuanji stopped talking and began to focus on cultivation. Although he was disgusted by Xian Xianghua's indiscriminate killing of innocent people, he could truly feel the old witch's affection and believed that she would not harm him. After a while, "Huh? What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing?" Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She could sense that Zhou Xuanji needed a massive amount of spiritual qi, which was even more profound than the energy technique she cultivated. Could it be? Her beautiful eyes emitted a strange splendor. Her gaze was like a pool of spring water, wanting to drown the man in front of her. "None of your business." Zhou Xuanji snorted. Xian Xianghua's eyes widened when she heard that. She reached out as if she was going to hit him, but he still didn't open his eyes, so she could only let out a soft snort. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt that the surrounding spiritual qi had become extremely dense. He opened his eyes and looked and asked, "You? Don't be." Xian Xianghua replied indifferently. It was obvious that she was still angry. Zhou of Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes again, and Xian Xianghua glared at him again in anger. Xuanji. She was this kid really impervious to everything? Zhou of Xuanji. Just like that, he would subdue you again and again, and one day, he would turn you into a bootlicker. You. Evil. Xuanji. Zhou of me. Of. Zhou of I. They haven't stopped yet. She, of Jiang of Xiong of. Jiang. She, Zhou. Jiang. Zhou, of. Xiang, and again. Xian Xianghua closed her eyes and replied, "At first, I thought you were the 10,000-year prince, so I paid attention to you and wanted to recruit you into the sect. But I found that you are very interesting. You are different from others. Others fear me when they see me and do not even dare to look at me. You are very weak, but your eyes are always filled with dissatisfaction like a resentful wife. So, I followed you and fell in love with you. The stories you tell your little lover are not bad. I like them. You must tell them to me in the future." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and said furiously, "You followed me?" It was terrifying to think about it. Did she hear his complaints about Xian Xianghua? For example, old demonic woman, is she ugly under the veil? Why can't she get married after 10,000 years? Xian Xianghua glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "I will help you understand your doubts about me." The two of them chatted as though no one else was around, which made Jiang Han feel awkward. It was tiring to keep her head down. "By the way, what is the 10,000-year prince?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He had such an identity. The 10,000-year prince is a child of fate that is only born once every 10,000 years. If he does not die prematurely, he will definitely become a great emperor. Once he is born, his cultivation will skyrocket unstoppably. He will not encounter any bottlenecks in cultivation. Isn't that you? Xian Xianghua replied. She looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. My future husband, you must defeat Yang Di and help your wife reclaim the throne of the top cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji ignored her words. He raised his brow. He knew very well why he could cultivate so quickly. Apart from his own talent, the supreme legendary sword system was also very important. Without the legendary sword, how could he overcome all obstacles, kill enemies, and obtain treasures to reach where he was today? Which meant that there might really be a 10,000-year prince in this world. Interesting. He was not afraid but looked forward to it. Just like that, the two of them cultivated and asked questions to understand each other. 3 days later. The demonic qi dissipated, and the three of them landed on the ground. A world of ice and snow was reflected in his eyes. As far as the eye could see, the sky was covered in flying snow, the bone-chilling wind, and numerous icebergs rose and fell one after another. 1,000 meters in front of him was an ice pool with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The edge of the pool was surrounded by mountains, faintly discernible in the flying snow. Could this be the sacred land of the Tanhua sect, the fallen immortal heavenly lake? Jiang Han said excitedly. It was obvious that she had been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. Fallen immortal heavenly lake. Zhou Xuanji had heard Daoya old man mention that a long time ago, an immortal had fallen here. After he died, his magic energy dissipated and sealed the heavens and earth in ice, forming the fallen immortal heavenly lake. The surroundings of the fallen immortal heavenly lake were affected by immortal energy, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to find their way here. Follow me. If you get lost, you'll die. Xian Xianghua walked to the front and said casually. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. Just when he was about to stop, a wave of demonic qi pushed him to Xian Xianghua's side. Xian Xianghua grabbed his right arm and said with a smile, "Don't even think about leaving. I'll keep my eyes on you. Don't even think about escaping in this lifetime, unless I die." Zhou Xuanji sighed and could only admit defeat. Jiang Han followed closely behind, afraid that she would get lost. Soon, they stepped onto the fallen immortal heavenly lake. The Tanhua sect is at the bottom. This layer of ice is hundreds of feet thick and is made of Xian ice. Even a Mahayana cultivator would find it difficult to force his way through. Xian Xianghua introduced as she walked. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. It seemed like the location of the sect was very important. He wondered if Skyfall also had such a wondrous place. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped. A wave of demonic qi flowed out from her feet and wrapped around Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Han. Next, Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of weightlessness. Surrounded by demonic qi, they were unable to see their surroundings clearly. After landing on the ground, the demonic energy dissipated. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and saw that he was in an underground space. Lava flowed on the walls, and fiery light illuminated the spacious underground space. In front of him was a majestic palace. Two terrifying demon statues that were hundreds of feet tall stood beside them, looking malevolent and terrifying. Chapter 2:15. Zhou Xuanji's gaze fell on the two demon images. They had 3 heads and 6 arms, and their upper bodies were bare. Their muscles were exaggerated, and their fangs were exposed. They looked savage and terrifying, like hellish asuras. They were the protectors of the Tanhua sect when it was founded. Qingjua and Black Grudge died a long time ago. At that time, Tanhua sect relied on Green Scorch and Black Grudge to establish themselves in the chaotic northern wilderness region. Xian Xianghua introduced to Zhou Xuanji with a look of admiration in her eyes. Although she hated the ancient Diablo, she was still very proud of the Tanhua sect's inheritance. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! Sounds of something tearing through the air could be heard as dozens of black-robed men appeared in front of them. They knelt on the ground and cupped their fists as they shouted, "Greetings, Sovereign." Their cultivation had all reached leaving Aperture Realm, and there was a faint killing intent emanating from them. Xian Xianghua said indifferently, "Yes." As she spoke, she walked forward. Her right hand still did not let go of Zhou Xuanji's arm. Jiang Han followed closely behind. After they walked through the main entrance, the men in black raised their hands. "Who's that?" To think that the Grand Master would personally pull him along. "That's right. This is the first time I've seen one. In the past, the Grand Master would never touch a captive. And that beauty at the back. TSK, she looks very interesting. Shoop, recently, the sect master wants to revive the ancient Diablo. We have to be careful lest we get kicked out of the Tanhua sect. This day has finally come. Once the evil king revives, our Tanhua sect will not be in such a sorry state." The black-clothed people discussed animatedly. At the mention of the ancient Diablo, all of them revealed fervent expressions, as if they were talking about their own beliefs. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji followed behind Xian Xianghua. Along the way, he saw many devil cultivators, both male and female. When the devil cultivators saw Xian Xianghua, they would all kneel down and greet her. The spiritual energy at the bottom of the fallen immortal heavenly lake was extremely rich, and one could see people cultivating everywhere. Zhou Xuanji could not help but wonder if the Tanhua sect had really declined. Why does it feel like it's still thriving? After a while, Zhou Xuanji saw another demon chief, who was called the Fury Wave Demon Chief. He wore a forest green robe and had a black crown made of an eagle's head. He knelt in front of Xian Xianghua and asked excitedly, "Sect Lord, when will the ancient Diablo be revived?" Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and said, "I have my own arrangements. Who are you to speak so much?" The Fury Wave demon head shrank back in fright and hurriedly kowtowed in apology. "Settle her down. She will be the branch leader of the Tanhua sect in the future. Don't neglect her." Hearing this, the Fury Wave Demon head raised its head and looked at Jiang Han, its gaze filled with doubt. Who was this woman? Why was she directly appointed as a branch leader? He didn't dare to ask and could only obey. Xian Xianghua continued to pull Zhou Xuanji in. Who is he? The Fury Wave Demon chief could not hold back his curiosity and asked Jiang Han. Jiang Han replied, Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji? The Fury Wave Demon chief frowned. This name sounded very familiar. Wait a minute. Sword God Zhou. The strongest prodigy in the Northern Wilderness region in the past 10,000 years, the youngest person to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100 in history, the first person to rank first in the Northern Wilderness prodigy ranking. Various names that shook the Northern Wilderness region flashed past in the Fury Wave Demon head see. He could not help but feel excited. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was really going to become the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect? If it was anyone else, he might not be convinced, even if they were in the Northern Wilderness top 100. But Zhou Xuanji was filled with anticipation. Because the entire world thought that Zhou Xuanji had the potential to become the top cultivator in the world. He was only a little over 20 years old. The Fury Wave Demon chief thought back to when he was 20 years old and had not yet stepped onto the path of cultivation. Tanhua sect is about to rise up, he muttered to himself. Which made Jiang Han smile proudly. After all, Zhou Xuanji was her grandson-in-law. Boom! A large door was kicked open and Zhou Xuanji was pulled in by Xian Xianghua. He looked around the palace. This palace was very spacious and looked very dazzling. The ground was smooth, and there were many different colored spirit stones embedded into the stone pillars. This is my palace. In the future, you can live here. If you need anything, just give me a shout. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand and the door closed. She giggled and said, if you want women, there are many in Tanhua sect. You can play with them however you want. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, really? Xian Xianghua moved to his ear and said coldly, really? Killing intent. He was speechless, just what did she want? Should I play, or not? Following this, Xian Xianghua walked to a pool at the center of the palace. She formed hand seals and started to cast a technique. Zhou Xuanji walked over and asked, what are you doing? I'm building a spirit gathering formation for you. This is a spirit pool. You can cultivate in it. Xian Xianghua replied, which made him delighted. He was cultivating the world Buddha art and needed massive amounts of spiritual qi. Oh yeah, you must protect my Jiang Shui. If anything happens to her, I will not forgive you. If she dies, I will kill myself too, Zhou Xuanji reminded. Which made Xian Xianghua roll her eyes and ignore him. A while later, Xian Xianghua took back her hand and said, cultivate first. I still have something to do. With that, she disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji was not worried about any tricks. He took off the rui purple cloud robe and walked into the spirit pool slowly. Squeak, the three-eyed drought rodent ran out from his arms. When he landed to recuperate, this little thing jumped into his arms and had been lurking ever since. Zhou Xuanji smiled at it before sitting in the spirit pool to cultivate. This spirit pool was 1/2 meter deep and 6 meters wide. With the amplification from the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual qi here was dozens of times denser than outside. And with the Tianxia map, his heart began to beat faster, and he quickly began cultivating the first level of the world Buddha art. While cultivating the mental energy technique, the spiritual qi entered his body and increased his cultivation. However, it was not as much as when he focused on internalizing qi. After cultivating for a while, he was pleasantly surprised. With this speed, he was confident that he could master world internalization within a year. The difficulty of the next 2 levels was 100 times, or even more. At the same time, in another great hall, Xian Xianghua sat on the main seat, and dozens of Tanhua sect's higher-ups gathered below. Sect Lord, I heard from the Fury Wave Demon Chief that you brought Zhou Xuanji back? A blood-haired old man asked excitedly. He was short and wore a yellow robe with leopard patterns. His face looked wretched. He was one of the Tanhua sect's 4 demon chiefs, the Blood-Winged Demon Chief. The other Tanhua sect elders and hall lords looked at Xian Xianghua in anticipation. Xian Xianghua nodded calmly and said, after reviving the ancient Diablo, I will marry him so that he will never be able to get rid of Tanhua sect. With this, everyone opened their eyes wide. Marry? So ruthless? No one dared to object, and no one was jealous. Even if some people had liked Xian Xianghua before, they had long since been destroyed by her ruthlessness and viciousness. This is doable. We can do our best to nurture him. With his talent, he might be able to fight his way into the top 10 in the next World Millennium Duel. Next time, he might be able to compete with Yang Di. The Fury Wave Demon Chief said, becoming more and more excited. The others all nodded. They were getting tired of hearing about Zhou Xuanji, and even many disciples in the sect were talking about him. Chapter 2:16. I have my own plans for nurturing them. Tell me how many forces are preparing to invade the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Xian Xianghua supported her cheek with her right hand and said casually. The Tanhua sect's group came back to their senses from Zhou Xuanji's surprise. The Fury Wave Demon Chief cupped his fists and said, Xuanhe Divine Monk and the 4 Divine Generals of the Hunyuan Empire are already on their way. The Merciful Melody Cliff, the Red River Valley, the Hegemon's Sword Sect, and the Shinhao Sect are all getting restless. If we don't revive the evil king soon, we might not be able to stop them. The others also looked worried. Xian Xianghua was injured, and her strength was not as good as before. Just them alone would not be able to defend against this group of heroes. Chief Monk Xuanhe, this little monk is really annoying. Xian Xianghua's eyes flickered as she said coldly. She had never expected an ordinary little monk to become the Northern Wilderness region's top monk. Furthermore, the Yellow Springs Drake King and the demonic sovereign seemed to intend to invade the mainland. They might be our true enemies. The Blood-Winged Demon Chief pondered. The moment he mentioned these 2 supreme experts, the other demonic cultivators couldn't help but be moved. 5th in the world. 2nd in the world. In other words, after this battle, they will take advantage of the situation and enter? If it was a one-on-one battle, she was not afraid. But when these 2 fellows joined forces, they were really strong. The Fury Wave Demon Chief clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, Humph, these treacherous and despicable people. Back then, they were so lowly when facing our Tanhua sect. The others also felt indignant. Xian Xianghua waved her hand and said, All right, you guys continue to gather the disciples and wait for my orders. In addition, we still have to pay attention to Sunlight Emperor's movements. Although this guy stands aloof from worldly affairs, as the world's number 1, there are not many things that he can pursue. We have to be careful. The 2 demon chiefs nodded their heads. Then, Xian Xianghua turned into a ball of demonic qi and disappeared. The demonic cultivators began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. TSK, I didn't expect the sect leader to get married. Only a genius like this is worthy of the Grand Master. I heard that Zhou Xuanji did not want to be the vice sect lord at all. He was kidnapped by the sect lord. Ha ha ha, this is our sect leader, domineering. Have you seen him? What does he look like? Of course he's a man of striking appearance. Few men in this world can compare to his looks and temperament. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji focused on cultivating, while the 3-eyed drought rodent stood by the pool and absorbed spiritual qi together. This little guy had never grown up, but with spiritual energy filling its body, its lifespan was extended. Xian Xianghua suddenly appeared in the hall. She walked to the side of the pool and sat down to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes, and neither of them disturbed the other. Time passed like this. 7 days later, Xian Xianghua got up and left, while Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. During these days, he didn't get up. He didn't need to eat, drink, or go to the toilet. He cultivated wholeheartedly. An hour later, Xian Xianghua returned. She still did not disturb him, and he did not open his eyes. Another 10 days passed. Your companions have already arrived at the Tanhua sect. I've sent people to settle them down. You don't have to worry. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, I want to take a look. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and a water ball rose from the spiritual pool. The water ball projected images of Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. They walked into a mansion. There were many courtyards in the mansion. It would not be a problem for hundreds of people to live there. Zhong Kuiming stood in front of the gate and said with a smile, You guys can stay here during this period of time. I will send people to guard you. After that, he disappeared on the spot. Jiang Shui looked around anxiously and asked Daoya Old Man, Can you divine where Zhou Xuanji is? Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, I can't. But along the way, we heard the words of those demonic cultivators. Xian Xianghua should not make things difficult for him. The others were also observing the headquarters of the Tanhua sect, which was an eye-opener for them. Chongming Demon Monarch sighed in amazement, Actually, it's okay to be the sect lord of the Tanhua sect. We can transform the Tanhua sect into a sword sect. The little black snake stared at him and cursed, What do you know? A man's dignity, do you understand? You're a snake demon, you're not a man either. Chongming Demon Monarch was furious. The two demons began to bicker again. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm cultivating in Xian Xianghua's spiritual pool. The spiritual qi here is very dense. You guys can cultivate in peace. I'll come and see you guys later. Jiang Shui, don't be afraid. I won't leave you behind. His last sentence made Jiang Shui feel both touched and worried. She held back her urge to cry and nodded. Since things had come to this, she knew that crying was useless. Only by working hard to become more powerful could she snatch Zhou Xuanji back from Xian Xianghua. On the other side. In the palace, Xian Xianghua asked curiously, Why do you value this girl so much? Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told her about his past with Jiang Shui. After hearing it, Xian Xianghua was silent. He could not help but ask, Are you touched? Do you have the heart to separate us? Xian Xianghua snorted, When did I say that I want to separate you two? I don't object to you marrying her. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. You are going to be the sect lord in the future, after all. Zhou Xuanji was utterly defeated. He could only sigh and continue to cultivate. Xian Xianghua looked at his face, and her eyes were filled with resentment. In the spacious palace, the two were silent. A month later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 3. He already had a deep understanding of world internalization, but it was a saint energy technique that required a long time to comprehend. Just the trajectory of the qi circulation was already complicated. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been confused. Brat, what energy technique are you cultivating? Were the changes in the heavens and earth because of you? Xian Xianghua sensed the ripple of spirit energy from Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously. Could it be a divine energy technique from the Tianxia map? Facing her question, Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while but still nodded. But he did not tell her what energy technique it was. Xian Xianghua came to a sudden realization and sighed in amazement, With your talent and the Tianxia map, I can't even imagine what heights you can reach in the future. She blinked and stared at Zhou Xuanji's handsome face with a smile in her eyes. After a while, she continued to speak. 3 months later, I will revive the ancient Diablo. At that time, you will come with me. I want you to attack the ancient Diablo first, and I will absorb his cultivation when he is unprepared. I will recover to my peak, or even more powerful. Once I succeed, the following dangers will be nothing. I will make you the most powerful man in the world. Whatever you want, I will help you get it. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at the vicious woman in front of him. No matter how hardened his heart was, he could not help but feel a little touched by her words. He did not say much but only nodded. 3 months was nothing in terms of cultivation. Xian Xianghua would go out occasionally, but Zhou Xuanji had never stepped out of the spirit pool. 3 months later, he broke through to astral projection level 4. The previous chapter was written incorrectly. 3 demon chiefs were written as 4 demon chiefs. It had been changed, but some channels were not changed. This is a reminder. M.